Volkonsky Palace, St. Petersburg, Russia, September 1816. Princess Svetlanka Volkonsky moved noiselessly in her younger sister's bedchamber, her hands shaking as she gathered a few articles of clothing and all the jewelry she could find. Earlier that day, the sound of her uncle's anger had stopped her as she passed the second-floor landing on her way to the music-room. Count Volkonsky rarely raised his voice, so hearing it boom from the direction of the hunting-room had made her pause and listen. What she'd heard told her that she and her younger sister, Irina, needed to get away from St. Petersburg as soon as they could, out of the country if possible, and far out of Count Volkonsky's reach, because her uncle meant to kill them. Lana had suspected for years that her uncle had been selling crown secrets to the French, but she had never guessed that he would be capable of murder, or capable of murdering his own brother. Her parents had died months before in an accident, their carriage having overturned and plummeted down a cliff, sending them, their driver, and footman all to their deaths. The blame had been firmly laid upon a faulty carriage wheel, and both she and Irina had been left orphans and wards of their uncle. Now Lana knew the truth, thanks to what she had overheard earlier that afternoon. Lana tugged the drapes at the window closed and turned to her sister, who was plucking various items from an open chest and placing them into a small case spread open upon her bed. Lana fisted her hands in the folds of her own dark blue travelling dress. "Only what you need, Irina. Where are we going?" her sister asked, her violet eyes wide with fear. "I don't know," Lana replied, "but I have sent word to someone who will help us." Well before he died, her father had confided in Lana, telling her that if she ever required aid in an emergency and he was not there to give it, she need only send a note to a particular address, a candle shop of all places. The note was to be addressed to L.L. and signed with her father's royal seal. "He will come if he is in St. Petersburg," her father had promised. Lana only hoped that her father's trust in this man at least had not been misplaced. "But why must we leave?" Irina cried. "Our lives are here. Everyone we love is here. And why are we leaving in the middle of the night? Will we not say goodbye?" How could she tell her sister the things she had overheard their uncle saying that afternoon? That in his quest to get his hands on their considerable fortune, he had arranged his brother's accident, and now a marriage between Lana and his odious ally, Baron Zakharov. That he and Zakharov would share her inheritance, and soon after the wedding, Lana would not be alive to protest. If she refused the marriage, her scheming uncle would likely kill her anyway, or turn his attentions to Irina. Lana would never allow either of those things to happen. She shook her head decisively. No, this was the only way. "Because we must," she answered. "Take any jewels, anything of value you can find." "Lana," her sister's voice caught, "I'm scared." She moved swiftly across the room to embrace Irina. "As am I." Lana stared at her sister, who was valiantly trying to hold back her tears, and marvelled at the extent of her bravery at the tender age of 14. Lana was only older by 4 years, but she had had more time with their mother and had already made her bow to Russian society. Irina had always been far more sheltered. Still, Lana knew that she should at least tell her a part of the truth. Irina was old enough to understand what was at stake. She took a deep breath and sat her sister on the edge of the bed. "We cannot trust in our uncle any longer. He means us harm. I have heard him confess it with my own ears." Irina's eyes widened to huge orbs, and Lana rushed to soothe her. "But you must have faith in me. Believe me when I say I will make us safe again." The tears that had been shimmering in Irina's eyes broke free, coursing down her cheeks in an unhindered waterfall. "I believe you," she sobbed. "But I miss Mama." "I do too, but you need to be strong, Irina." Lana wiped her sister's face with her sleeve. "I cannot do this without you. So dry your eyes and pack what you can. A few simple gowns and whatever else you treasure." She watched her sister rally, and although her fingers shook with every swiftly chosen item she placed in the small suitcase, Lana knew that she could count on Irina not to fall apart. At least, not until they arrived somewhere safe, out of the reach of their greedy uncle. Lana had already canvassed her mother's rooms, untouched since the accident, and emptied her jewelry cases. Gems of every hue glittered among ropes of gold and silver. She hoped it would be enough to get them to safety. Her uncle controlled their inheritance and the small monthly allowance they were given, though Lana had not thought to save a single kopeck of it. How could she have planned for this? Lana lifted the 2 cases she had packed for herself earlier that evening, one of which was filled with something much more valuable than clothing and treasured memories. When her father had been alive, she had often seen him tuck the small key to his private safe inside a hidden desk drawer. After his death, she had found the key and used it to open the safe. There had been no money, but a number of papers and documents, many of them strangely worded love letters written by her uncle. Curious as to what they said, Lana had kept the documents rather than turn them over to her uncle, a stroke of serendipity it seemed. They had been an entertaining puzzle to try to sort out while she worked through her grief, and they'd made her feel closer to her departed father. But now, something else her uncle had said to Baron Zakharov that afternoon in the hunting room about searching for evidence and a cipher had made her remember them. The papers had to be important if he was looking for them. Lana had hidden the documents in the lining of her own suitcase, determined that her uncle would never get his traitorous hands on them. The last thing she packed was a small portrait of her family that had stood for years upon her parents' bedside table. Leaving everything else behind would hurt dearly, but it was the smart thing to do, the safest thing to do. "Ready?" she asked her sister, fastening a heavy woolen cloak similar to the one she wore around Irina. "I think so." Hand in hand they slipped down the narrow back stairs of the house, careful not to make any noise or wake the sleeping servants. Once outside they hurried across the darkened grounds, making their way by the light of a crescent moon to the far end of the estate. There, on a rarely used horse trail, a plain black coach sat waiting, just as she had requested in the note to her father's trusted, yet anonymous, friend. The horses whinnied nervously beside a hulking shadow of a man. Lana's heartbeat tripped. For a moment, she experienced real fear. What if the note had been intercepted by her uncle? What if this giant was his man? "Princess," the shadowy figure said, "Lord Langlevitt bids you welcome." Lord Langlevitt? Lana did not know this man, but his initials aligned with the ones she had written on the note, L.L. He had come, just as her father had promised. The terror drained from her body, and with a nod to her sister, Lana let the man help Irina into the waiting coach. She glanced over her shoulder, looking in bitter-sweet sorrow at her home, her birthright. Lana gritted her teeth at the thought of her devious, conniving uncle. One day she would find a way to get Volkonsky Palace back and bring her uncle to justice for his crimes, against her family, and possibly against his country. For now, her only priority was her sister's safety. Chapter 1. Ferndale, Essex, England, April 1817. Lord Graham Findlay, Viscount Northridge and heir to the title and holdings of the Earl of Dinsmore, rode over Ferndale's western field like the hounds of hell were after him. His chestnut's deep burgundy crest and withers shimmered with every powerful stride, Grey's own blood burning beneath his skin. The exercise wasn't just for his favourite mount, Pharaoh, but for Grey as well. Early morning rides, while the sky was still rising with colour, were the only things that kept Grey from unravelling during the rest of the day. He spent his nights alone, and without fail woke each morning with a keen ache deep in his loins. It always hurt worse when he was in London, where his evenings were devoted to dinners with friends, cards at White's, or a more hazardous bit of gambling at one of the gaming hells he'd once frequented far too often. The temptations London held came to him in the most enticing forms, revealing dresses, coy smiles, a hiked skirt to display the shapely turn of an ankle, and at some establishments much, much more than an ankle. Grey allowed himself to look, but he didn't touch, and for that reason alone he preferred Essex to London by far. Here at Ferndale, the ache he woke with every morning, the one he'd come to trust in and yet still despise, wasn't as great. With his evenings spent sedately among his parents and sister, Grey could more easily ignore the fact that he had not taken a woman to his bed in nearly 3 years. It was a decision he had made for himself, and one he would abide by, one he would stake his honour upon, for one reason: Sophia. The ride with Ferro that morning had done more than alleviate the sensation of loneliness. It had strengthened his fortitude to stand by his vow, a private vow, born of a mistake Grey promised himself on a daily basis he would never repeat. He reined in Ferro and turned him to face the ridge of oak and ash trees. The sunrise was a honeyed hue this morning, with large streaks of clouds and blue sky cutting through the gold. Grey took a deep breath, and finally allowed his mind to rush forward into the day that lay ahead of him. His younger sister, Briannon, would be expecting him in the attics above the servants' quarters shortly after breakfast. It was where they secretly stored their fencing gear, and being situated so high within the manor, the clashing of their foils would not be heard by their oblivious mother several stories below. Lady Dinsmore absolutely forbade her only daughter to participate in anything so active as fencing, the threat of one of Bryn's breathing attacks always there, hovering in the background. Grey himself did not enjoy indulging his sister's adventurous streak. However, he had long ago realized she could not be kept high on a shelf, wrapped in cotton linen. As stubborn as a mule and far too clever by half, she was going to get herself into trouble one way or another. Grey only thought it wise that he be there with her, in case her health took a turn for the worse. This skewed sense of duty was what had led him to teach Bryn how to ride, how to fence, and even how to shoot, heaven help him. The thought made him remember why he was at Ferndale to begin with. The visit had not been planned, but when he had learned that his father's coach had been set upon by the masked marauder, the notorious highwayman terrorizing the Ton from London to Essex, en route to the Worthington Abbey ball, and that Bryn had been accosted by the blackguard, Grey had left Bishop House in London at once. He had expected to find his family in a state of distress. Instead, he'd arrived the morning before to find only one of them still in a lather. Mother, of course. Bryn had been perfectly well, if a little distracted. His father had been grumbling about the loss of a pair of fine cufflinks, but had otherwise appeared unaffected. Grey's hasty departure from London hadn't seemed that necessary after all, though he never regretted an excursion to Ferndale, and not just to flee the seemingly endless supply of fine women willing to help him crumble his vows of celibacy. Grey looked forward to every visit to Ferndale, and most especially to the neighbouring village of Breckenham. He guided Ferro back through the field at a steady trot, unable to suppress the grin stealing over his lips. After an hour or two with Bryn in the attics, he would wash up and make some excuse for missing tea with Mother. The Coopers would not be expecting him, of course. He hadn't had the time to send ahead a letter before rushing out of London. He would deliver a note today, announcing himself and requesting a visit, perhaps tomorrow. Grey didn't trust any of Ferndale's servants not to gossip, so he would deliver the note himself. Discretion was paramount. This he had promised the Coopers, and himself. Grey was still smiling when he dismounted Ferro at the estate's stable doors and walked the chestnut in. Hatcher, one of the stable boys, set down a pitchfork and rushed forward for the reins. Grey gave his mount one last affectionate rub against his chin and began for the kitchens. It wasn't a proper entrance for the future master of the house, but it was the most appealing, especially when cook had breakfast preparations well under way, and Grey's stomach was rumbling with hunger. The kitchens were a vast network of subterranean rooms underneath the first floor of the manor, and it was a place he admitted to knowing next to nothing about. This was not his territory, to be sure, However, his nose had been guiding him to Mrs. Braxton's great hearth and stove for as long as memory served. It didn't fail him now. When he slinked into the main kitchen, 2 scullery maids glanced up from a long table where they were peeling hard-boiled eggs. He lifted a finger to his lips, and the girls stifled their giggles, their eyes darting toward the cook, who stood with her back to the rest of the room. Mrs. Braxton was a short, lean woman, all bones and sinew, everything most cooks in noble houses were not. The only roundness to Mrs. Braxton was her face, which was the shape of a plump tomato, and usually the colour of one as well. As Gray tiptoed up behind her and reached a hand toward the tray she was busy piling with sausages, he felt like a boy again. "I know you're there, Master Gray, and so help me, I'll rap your knuckles with me fork if you don't— Oh!" Mrs. Braxton jumped nearly a foot into the air as Gray swatted her backside, distracting her long enough to pluck 2 sausages from the tray. The scullery maids burst out with their giggles as Mrs. Braxton swung her fork at him like a sword. He bounded away, holding up his prizes, one in each hand. "Oh, you scoundrel!" she cried, her cheeks colouring a deeper crimson. She couldn't contain her own grin, though. "If that's the way you're treating the young women in London, you'll be a bachelor forever." "Or married in a fortnight," he said, winking at her. Gray laughed and darted out of the kitchen as a new potato came sailing toward his head. Their butler's wife had extraordinarily good aim, and a welt on his forehead was not something he desired, especially if he was going to pay the Coopers a visit tomorrow. His smile dulled somewhat as Mrs. Frommer came around the corner in the hallway and met him with her usual dour expression. The strict housekeeper could scatter the rest of the stuff under her watch with one glance, and the effect was much the same with him. She bobbed her head, continuing into the kitchen, and Gray made good on his escape. He was nearly to the top of the servants' stairs to the first floor when the door at the landing opened. Bryn's new lady's maid, Lana Volchek, rushed down the first few steps, only glancing up when she had reached the step above Gray's. When she saw him, she didn't widen her eyes the way the 2 scullery maids had. She didn't gasp or falter at the unexpected sight of a lord in the servants' stairwell. She glared at him, one imperious dark brow vaulted high. The laughter froze on his cheeks as she regarded him with a disapproving stare far beyond the reaches of her position. "I know what you are doing," Lana said, her voice low. Gray looked at the sausages in his hands, one of which was already half eaten. Unfortunately, he had not finished chewing just yet. Hurriedly, he swallowed and licked his lips, concerned one of his ravenous bites may have left behind a drop of grease on his mouth. "Stealing sausages?" he said. She rolled her eyes, each bright green iris glittering in the light cast by the stairwell's single wall sconce. "You and Lady Briannon are going to the attics," she said. "Again." Gray pulled back, this time with indignation. "Did you— Miss Volchek, did you just roll your eyes at me?" he asked, coming up to the same step on which she stood. She held her chin high and did not blink at his clear censure. Bryn adored her new lady's maid, though Gray could not for the world see why. Yes, she had come highly recommended by the Countess of Langlevitt, and her Russian heritage and accent gave an exotic flavour to an otherwise very English staff. But she spoke far too freely, something Bryn rashly allowed, encouraged even. Her previous lady's maid, a woman named Nina, had been quiet as a mouse and much more manageable. She had also been plain of face, and on the whole, unattractive. Unlike this girl, her eyes— they were what distracted him every time she had the audacity to meet his gaze and challenge him so boldly, as she was doing now. They were a rare shade of green, a colour that reminded Gray of the stained-glass panels in the family chapel, when the sun would catch the emerald shards at just the right angle and set them aglow. The tendrils of hair that escaped the white cap she wore while she was on duty was as dark as the thick cocoa his mother sipped every morning, and her skin as pale as the alabaster busts decorating the second-floor gallery. The top of Lana's white bonnet barely reached Gray's shoulder, but she held herself with a confidence that made her appear taller. No, this maid was not lacking in physical charms. Gray realized he was staring down at her, his gaze drawn to the gentle flare of her hips. His earlier discomfort, the one he'd woken to that morning, struck again. Frustrated, his grip around one sausage tightened. He scowled. "You make it sound as if Bryn and I are going to be plotting a murder up in the attics," he said, refusing to meet Lana's gaze again, for fear she would see the raging desires in his. "You shouldn't jest. You know how she struggles with her breathing. If she works herself up too much, she could—" "That is enough, Miss Volchek," he cut in, exasperated and suddenly desperate to be away from her. Gray couldn't remember the last time a servant had spoken to him in such a manner. Having dear old Mrs. Braxton throw potatoes at his head was one thing, but enduring the chastising of this maid, who had somehow worked her way so quickly and firmly into Bryn's heart, was something else entirely. "I know my sister, thank you, and I have things well in hand. There is no need for you to concern yourself." He then thought of something else. "And I do not know how things were done in Moscow, but here it is wise to address members of the peerage as is suitable to their ranking." Lana sealed her lips, cutting off whatever she had been about to say, though her eyes flashed with barely contained displeasure. Her sheer impudence astounded him, as if he had insulted her by reminding them of their positions in this household, and in society in general. "Of course, my Lord Northridge," she murmured, placing unmistakable stress on the proper address that bordered on sarcasm as she bobbed a short curtsy. Gray was far too eager to be parted from her company and the warming scent of honeyed wildflowers that she had carried into the stairwell to reprimand her for it. "Good day, then," he said, and took the last 4 steps to the servants' door in 2 bounds. Once he came into the back hall of the first floor, near the dining-room and his mother's morning-room, he gathered a breath and held it in his lungs. He'd sounded like a complete brute reminding her of her place, but hell, the chit had deserved it. He only wished he hadn't been coming up from the kitchens at the time, a place he hadn't belonged either. The sausages in his hands had grown cold, and damn it if he didn't look like a fool holding them the way he was. Gray walked toward the front hall, and once there, shoved them through the bars of the cage holding his mother's beloved parakeets. She kept the pair in the hallway, believing their bright green and yellow colouring were the perfect foils to the sky-blue wallpaper. "At least you'll enjoy them," he muttered, as their little beaks began to peck happily. Gray started for the staircase up to his rooms to change out of his riding kit. What did his sister's maid think, that he would push Bryn to the point of breathlessness while fencing? He was not so mindless or careless to risk his sister's health. He still worried over the state of her lungs, even though it had been quite some time since she'd seriously taken ill. Those dark memories from when Bryn had been much younger, the many visits from doctors, and the many days and nights when the whole house would pause, listening to her wheezing and coughing, wondering if she might very well gasp her last breath, had not yet faded from Gray's memory. Lana had been with their family for several months, and must have already learned that Bryn would not be subdued, not even by her own fluctuating health. He bristled again at Lana's familiarity with him in the stairwell, and he was not proud of how easily his mind had turned to admiring her physical attributes. Gray swore, aloud this time, as he entered his chamber and kicked the door shut behind him. Damn, he'd been virtuous far too long, if he was now lowering himself to eyeing the help. Maddening, belligerent, and far too appealing help. Sighing, he stripped. A cold bath, it seemed, was in order. Chapter 2. Lana stroked the soft lilac silk of the evening dress Lady Briannon had discarded the night before, feeling the delicate fabric slip through her fingers. The wave of nostalgia was swift and brutal. She missed wearing such finery and dancing until the blushing hours of the morning. She had owned dozens of dresses like this one, but she had been forced to leave them all at Volkonsky Palace. It had been nearly 8 months since that fateful night when she and Irina had fled for their lives. 8 months, living in constant fear that her uncle would track them down and force them to return. But as the days passed and there continued to be no sign of the Count or his man Zakharov, Lana breathed more easily. There was no reason that her uncle would search for them in London, and less reason still that he would suspect the disguise she had undertaken. She was a lady's maid, a position that was far beneath her true station, as Lord Northridge had so clearly pointed out a day past. She smiled to herself, thinking of how the arrogant young lord would react if he only knew her secret. That she was one of the exalted peerage he'd spoken about, and that she, in fact, outranked him. She'd give anything to see his face turn the colour of the elegantly tailored plum waistcoat he'd been wearing. But of course Lana kept her mouth shut. Nothing was worth the risk of exposure, not even such satisfaction. Lord and Lady Dinsmore had been more than welcoming, and she and Lady Brianon had liked each other from the start. So much so, in fact, that Lady Brianon had forgiven Lana's dreadful blunders during the first few weeks of her service. Blunders that would have gotten any other maid dismissed entirely, like placing a pair of hot curling tongs on one of Bryn's gowns and burning a hole straight through the linen. As a princess, Lana had known what duties ladies' maids were expected to perform, given that she'd had 3 of her own, but how to perform them properly had been an education, an oftentimes embarrassing one at that. Though Lord Langlevitt had balked at her plan at first, lowering herself into service was an unconscionable idea for someone of her rank. He had grudgingly agreed that the position was preferable, since ladies' maids in wealthy households tended to have more freedom than most of the staff. So the Earl and his mother, the Countess, who had not blinked an eye at her son's middle-of-the-night return home with 2 heavily cloaked princesses, had provided Lana with a spotless letter of recommendation. She had been transformed into Lana Volchek, the genteel daughter of a respected modiste in Moscow who had come to England under hardships, and with a goal to be in service to a fine family. Irina, however, given her age, had travelled on to Lord Langlevitt's little-used estate far north in Cumbria, and was staying with the Countess as her ward. It was more than either of them could have hoped for. Lord Langlevitt had proved himself to be the trusted friend her father had claimed he would be. He'd spirited them away from Volkonsky Palace without hesitation or question. Eventually, on their journey to England, he had eased the truth from Lana, why they were in danger. That Count Volkonsky and Baron Zakharov planned to kill her the same way they had killed her parents. She'd imagined the truth would have shocked the Earl, but he had simply reclined in his seat on the deck of their ship as it travelled out of the Gulf of Finland and into the Baltic Sea. "Zakharov? Yes, we've had our eye on him for quite some time," he'd replied, his lack of a reaction startling her. "We?" she had echoed. "Whom do you refer to?" "I'm not at liberty to say. However, you can be assured that they are people of import." "Lords like yourself, members of polite society." Lana had suppressed a bitter laugh as she'd looked out at the choppy sea. "Not that I am ungrateful for your efforts, but I hardly think a few English lords can stop a brute like Zakharov, or my uncle." "You should know by now, Your Highness, that I am more than what I appear to be on the surface," Langlevitt had replied quietly. Lana had not uncovered every truth hiding behind the Earl's titled and privileged exterior, but she had since discerned that he was tied to the British War Office, and that his visits to St. Petersburg and Moscow were more than likely of a clandestine nature. He had not admitted it in so many words, but Lana knew what he was. A spy, like Zakharov, like her uncle. Only he was her friend, not foe, and he had the trust of the Russian ministry, hers as well. Langlevitt had offered to let Lana stay with his mother, the Countess in Cumbria, but they had both agreed that it would draw too much attention, especially if she and Irina were seen together. They hailed from a prominent Russian family and couldn't take the chance that a member of the peerage would recognize them. Lana didn't want either of them to get too comfortable, Her uncle was not the sort of man to be underestimated. Despite Langlevitt's generosity and the money she'd accumulated by selling most of their jewels, Lana had chosen to take the lowly position so that she could stay abreast of the movements of the ton. Being ensconced in Cumbria with Irina would have made her feel too isolated and vulnerable. She knew first-hand from her own staff in St. Petersburg that servants were veritable fountains of information. The post had positioned her perfectly to know if and when her uncle or any of his associates set foot on English soil, and as Lady Briannon's lady's maid, her duties were more than tolerable. Lana wasn't afraid of a little work, and she was a quick study. Her days consisted of needlework, hairdressing, and fashion, while Mary, the quiet young undermaid, took on heavier housemaid duties like cleaning and ironing. It was due to Mary's patient teaching that Lana knew which gowns went where for laundering, which muslins needed starching, and which cleaning solvents were too harsh for certain fabrics. The rest she learnt as she went. Her deft needlework skills allowed her to set a tight stitch and take over most of the mending of Bryn's clothing. It wasn't the same as embroidery, but it was something Lana enjoyed, even if it were as simple as darning a stocking or reattaching a missing button. Sewing had always been calming for her. In fact, whenever she had an altercation with Lord Northridge, she went straight for the pile of mending, which she tackled with uncommon ferocity. Lana sighed. Of all the family members, only Lord Northridge conspired to drive her to distraction. Lana didn't know why she let him get under her skin, but he was the thorn in an otherwise pleasant tenure. For one, his lightning-swift shifts in temper toward her were impossible to predict. One day he'd be aloof and reserved, and the next he would eye her as if he could barely stand to be in the same space. Lord Northridge and his capricious moods aside thus far, the position had served well to keep Lana out of the public eye. Releasing a pent-up breath, Lana returned the lovely lilac silk to the large armoire. She walked to the window in Bryn's bedroom and eyed the empty bed. She guessed that her mistress had gone for one of her early morning rides before everyone else awoke. It was mostly to avoid her mother's consternation, but Lana knew that Bryn enjoyed the freedom and the solitude without everyone fawning over her and worrying for her health. Though her mistress had only had one minor episode since Lana's arrival, she had heard enough stories from the kitchen staff of ones that were far, far worse. Mrs. Frommer, the harpy of a housekeeper, did not encourage gossip, but a few of the servant girls were not so inclined. Within days, Lana had learned of all the comings and goings of those who lived at Ferndale, including the terrible lung affliction that had plagued Lady Briannon since birth. As a result, the girl had been near smothered her whole life. Lana made it a point not to outwardly coddle her, and she knew that Bryn appreciated that. However, Lana did worry. She simply did not understand how Lord Northridge could encourage his sister to risk an attack in a dusty old attic of all places. Had Irina been born with such an affliction, Lana would have made certain she lived happily but safely. Then again, Bryn was a little like her sister, Lana thought, sweet and reserved on the surface, but stubborn and resilient several layers deep. She smiled. Her mistress may have ailing lungs, but she also had a will of iron. Perhaps fencing in the deserted attic had been her idea instead of her brother's. "Who taught you to ride?" Lana had asked one morning when Bryn had returned from her outing, breathless but rosy-cheeked. "Gray," she answered, stripping away the appalling men's breeches and shirt that she favoured while riding. These items of clothing at least were simple to wash and mend, and if Lana accidentally overstarched or failed to remove a stain, Bryn never complained. "He's the only one who ever teaches me anything. If it weren't for him, I'd be confined to bed every hour of every day." "That is surprising." Bryn had stared at her with perceptive eyes. Perhaps something in Lana's tone had carried through what she truly thought of her brother. "Gray takes a while to warm to new people. He may not readily show it, but he's kind and sensitive, with a gentle heart." Lana had almost rolled her eyes. Kind and sensitive were the last 2 words she would use to describe Lord Northridge. After 8 months he had clearly not warmed to her. Why, in the servants' stairwell the day before, she'd yet again found him to be rude, overbearing, and irritatingly arrogant, as if she were some brainless twit to be scolded at every turn. And as far as him having a gentle heart, she'd have to take Bryn's word for it. She had yet to see that he even possessed a heart. After straightening the bed and laying out a pale blue linen day dress for her mistress, Lana rushed to her room to collect her satchel. She welcomed Bryn's dependable tendency to take morning rides. They allowed Lana to walk the long lane to the entrance to Ferndale, where she tucked her letters to Irina into a slim, deep knot of an oak tree. Lord Langlevitt had arranged for a trusted man to collect Lana's letters and ride them up to Cumbria. Upon the rider's return, he would deposit the letters Irina had sent for Lana. They came like clockwork every fortnight. The Earl had gone well out of his way to make sure she and her sister stayed in contact, though they had to be sure to keep their correspondence as vague as possible in case of discovery. Still, Lana loved seeing her sister's girlish handwriting, and treasured each heartfelt, if sparse, letter. She hoped that she would one day be able to repay the Earl's extraordinary kindness. As was their custom, she'd written a short message to him disguised as a love sonnet that she'd included with the stack of letters. The golden morning sun was still cool, just rising over the lush, landscaped gardens of the Ferndale estate. In a way, it reminded her of the rolling hills of her own home, and for a moment she experienced a wave of nostalgia so sharp that it brought tears to her eyes. Soon, she vowed, she would find a way to prove that her uncle was a traitor. She would find a way to return home with Irina. Lana walked the long, curving lane briskly, blood flowing through her veins and filling her body with vigor. She longed to go for a ride, but of course servants were not allowed such liberties. In St. Petersburg there'd been so many things she had taken for granted, small things like her horses and her possessions, and bigger things like her family and her freedom. While she missed not being able to ride or attend a ball, she mourned the loss of the latter far more. As the large oak tree loomed into sight at the crest of the last hill, Lana drew the packet of letters from her bag. Irina had written that she was being tutored in all manner of subjects, and that the Countess was seeing to her education, as if Irina were to be presented to English society. Lana was grateful if the lessons kept her sister occupied and entertained. Nearing the tree, she pressed a kiss to the bundle and was about to crouch and place it into the hollow, when the sound of approaching horses made her shove it back into her bag. Her heart tripped over itself as a carriage, drawn by 4 gorgeously plumed mounts, pulled to a sharp stop a few feet from where she stood. She recognized the coachman as Lord and Lady Dinsmore's London driver, Rogers, and James, one of the footmen, at the back. Stifling her frown, she wondered at the carriage's occupants and why they would have signalled a stop. As far as she knew, Lord and Lady Dinsmore were both still abed. Bryn was otherwise occupied, which left only one other person. Like the devil himself, Lord Northridge emerged from the midnight blue lacquered coach without waiting for the footman, and scowled at her, inducing her own frown to reappear. Her heart sank. Of all the people she might have encountered, it would have to be him. Lana quickly forced her expression into a mask of tranquillity, refusing to let his foul mood affect her. "What are you doing out here at this hour?" he asked. "Walking, my lord." Her subtle emphasis on the last 2 words was clearly not lost on him. His blue eyes narrowed at her over-bright smile. "And you, Lord Northridge, taking the air as well?" Heavens, why on earth was she baiting him? Lana didn't know the answer, only that it gave her great satisfaction to see the quick snap of his reaction. It was obvious from his formal evening clothing that he was returning from a late night out. His cravat was loosened and his hair rumpled, making her think his night had been one of sleepless scandal. She blinked at the thought and looked away. "No," he grit out, subjecting her to a baleful stare. "Why aren't you tending to Lady Brianon?" Lana considered her words with care. She did not want to give her mistress away, but she assumed Lord Northridge already suspected his sister's whereabouts. "It is rather early. She does not require my assistance at the moment, my lord." He folded his arms across his broad chest, propping his back against the side of the coach. Lana felt the heat of his stare, and finally looked into his heavy-lidded eyes. His deliberate perusal of her person made her uncomfortable. "Is there something you wish to tell me, Lord Northridge? I find it interesting that you will scold me for fencing in the attic, and yet you let her ride at this hour of the morning." He gestured to the brightening sky. "It is not yet light." "Let her?" Lana murmured. "You overestimate my sway. I'm a servant, my lord, nothing more." "Why not bring it to Lady Dinsmore's attention?" She stared at him, realizing that he was now baiting her. She opted for honesty. "I will not betray Lady Briannon's confidence." He didn't say anything for a long moment, but then he shoved off the coach and closed the distance between them with 2 short strides. Lana fought the urge to take 2 matching steps back. She gripped the strap of her satchel and held her head high. "And where were you going at this hour, Miss Volchek?" he asked, eyeing her composed face with a narrowed gaze. "To the road and back. You do know that there was an attack on this very lane not a week ago by a masked highwayman?" "Yes, of course I know," Lana replied, although she hadn't even stopped to consider the recent attack on Lord and Lady Dinsmore and Lady Briannon. Lord Northridge's frown deepened. "And yet you venture out here alone, with no thought for your own safety. What if the marauder had chanced upon you, an unaccompanied young woman such as yourself?" I am in no danger, my lord." She tossed back, though a prickle of fear inched down her spine. Of their own volition, her eyes darted down the shadowy road, not yet lit by the burgeoning dawn. The shadows seemed much more menacing than they had earlier. "I see you catch my meaning," Lord Northridge said, with a smug note of triumph. "And unless you are carrying a pistol in that sack at your hips, you should not be out here alone." He jerked his head at the waiting carriage. "Get in. I will see you back to the manor." Lana bristled at the brusque command. "I am fine to walk back." "I insist."
"And I insist on walking," she countered, and then added, "my lord." His eyes narrowed. "Are you defying me?" Lana ignored the thunderstorms brewing in those darkening blue eyes. There was that famous temper again, though she remained at a complete loss as to why he only seemed to lose hold of it with her. She was more than capable of sound judgment. She might be a servant in his mother's household, but it wasn't Lord Northridge's business what she did on her own time, or whether she chose to put herself in the way of a marauding madman. In truth, she resented the intrusion. Even a lowly maid should be allowed some modicum of privacy. Her chin tilted slightly as she swept past him. "Of course not, Lord Northridge. I simply prefer to walk." Lana did not expect the swift steel grip above her elbow as he steered her firmly toward the coach. Even through her cloak, his fingers burned a brand into the skin at the back of her arm. "Unhand me at once," she whispered, though it didn't stop the coachman from turning in his seat to ogle them. "Not until you get in." Lord Northridge's voice brooked no argument, and Lana, mortified by his arrogant high-handedness, relented. She knew Colton, the family's primary coachman, was discreet, but she was not familiar with Lord Northridge's London driver. Humiliated, she climbed into the coach and sat mutinously on one side, her hands clasped in her lap, as Lord Northridge followed. "Are you quite satisfied, my lord?" she hissed. "Now that you've thrown your masterly weight about?" Unfathomable blue eyes regarded her. "Yes." He signalled to the driver to proceed with a quick rap on the roof, and then leaned back, one ankle thrown across the opposite knee in a deceptive, relaxed position. She waited for him to speak further, but he said nothing. Instead, he closed his eyes, leaning his head against the cushioned wall behind him as though she weren't even there. Lana had been in his presence countless times, and yet something about him in rumpled evening wear with a loosened cravat and a hint of shadow on his cheeks struck her with a blunt force that made her inexplicably breathless. Lord Northridge was an incredibly virile man. Any normal-blooded woman would be blind not to notice, and Lana was not exempt, though she knew infinitely better. If the rumours were to be believed, despite looking like a young Apollo and possessing a superbly fit physique, Lord Northridge was more trouble than he was worth. She counted silently to 10 in Russian, her own pulse thundering in her ears. Though the conveyance had more than adequate space, his presence made the interior of the coach seem suddenly half its size. Her breath stuck in her throat at the sight of his long, outstretched leg resting inches from hers. One unexpected jolt of the carriage, and their knees would surely touch. Half on edge at the prospect of any part of her body touching his, yet half relieved at his supposed slumber, Lana took the opportunity to study him, watching the way his burnished gold hair curled into his forehead. He had thick long eyelashes that feathered onto the sharp rise of his cheekbones, a straight nose, and finely shaped lips. Lord Northridge was handsome, she decided, even though his inner beauty was sorely lacking. He had graceful hands, she noted, with slender, strong fingers. They rested upon the black superfine, pulled taut against remarkably muscular thighs. Lana's pulse quickened. Once more his commanding frame seemed to dwarf the shrinking space. "Like what you see?" He had opened his eyes to slits. A violent flush wicked through her at being caught staring. "I beg your pardon," she replied in a haughty tone, directing her eyes anywhere but him. "I do not know what you are talking about." "Don't you?" His eyes remained on her, roving over her face just as she had done with him, but while her perusal had been surreptitious, his was boldly appraising. A wicked smile played along his lips. He knew exactly what he was doing, and he wanted her to know it, too. Lana's blush intensified. Ignoring him, she bit her lip and forced her attention to the small pane of glass on the coach door. Surely they had to be getting close to the main house. The drive seemed interminable. Or perhaps time seemed to slow when dominated by the devil. Lana almost laughed at the apt comparison. Her companion could be Lucifer personified, the epitome of a fallen angel, with his golden hair, blue eyes, and depraved disposition. She shifted, stifling the sudden urge to leap from the carriage. The interior of the coach felt hot, and she could swear that Lord Northridge's body was closer than it had been moments before. Lana's pulse spiked, every inch of her skin prickling with bright awareness. She had been courted by suitors before, and had been the recipient of hastily stolen embraces in the arbour at Volkonsky Palace, but no man had ever made her feel the way she did now, like a fox in a hunt with nowhere to run. Her short nails dug into her palms, even as she feigned continued indifference. It was a talent she'd inherited from her mother, the ability to remain tranquil and unruffled in any situation. But, Lord, the man pushed her to the limits of her skill. Despite her composed exterior, Lana was acutely conscious of him. With each inhale and exhale, she could scent the spice of his cologne and the bite of whiskey and cigar smoke, see the rise and fall of the pulse in his neck, hear the rustle of his clothing against the plush velvet seat. She could feel his hooded eyes settling upon her, as if they were hands pressing against her flesh, boldly pushing past the confines of her cloak, undressing her. Refusing to succumb to his debauchery, she met his eyes with cool hauteur, and they dropped provokingly to her lips. He was trying to shock her, she knew, but Lana held his stare, refusing to be cowed by whatever new perverse game he was playing. She swallowed a biting response that would remind him of his place and hers. Lord Northridge at the best of times was unpredictable, and after a night on the town with liquor in his blood, she would do well to curb her tongue, lest he force himself upon her like some lovelorn swain. No,
not love-lorn. Lord Northridge would not allow such a common emotion as love to rule him. The art of his seduction, if at all, would be calculated and ruthless, meant only to serve him and no other. Love-sick females fell at his feet, not the reverse. Lord Northridge's eyes met hers, as if her thoughts had grown transparent, and she flushed when another knowing smirk appeared. Lord have mercy, he made her want to kick him hard. Flustered, Lana couldn't quite help herself as the coach finally rolled to a sharp stop in front of the manor. "Like what you see?" she asked in succinct tones. A reluctant smile tugged at the corner of his lips at her veiled mockery. "Very much." Lana went still at the candid admission. He looked as surprised as she did. An arctic flush suffused her chest and climbed her neck as James opened the coach door. She slid forward, taking the footman's hand and making her escape with every ounce of grace she could manage. "Perhaps you should endeavour to foist your attentions where they will be better welcomed. Good day, Lord Northridge." His husky chuckle at what would have been a crushing set-down in any other circumstance followed her all the way to the front door. Blast the arrogant clodpole to Hades. Chapter 3. "You're frowning again," Bryn said, inspecting Grey from where she sat on the bench opposite his. The carriage rattled over the country lane, Gainsbridge Manor and the ongoing revelry of the ball well behind them. The hour was late, and Grey longed for quiet. Though he'd dressed for the masquerade earlier that evening, he'd purposefully tarried, and Lord and Lady Dinsmore had set out for the affair ahead of him. For the next quarter hour, he'd struggled to decide whether to attend as he promised he would, or stay at Ferndale with Bryn, who had been abed all day, resting after a breathing attack that morning. Damn Archer Croft, the bloody Marquis of Hawksfield. Their scoundrel of a neighbour had chanced upon Bryn during her early morning ride, and when she'd returned, her cheeks had been flushed and her hair in a wild state of disarray. Bryn had been quick to assure him that the Marquis had not been untoward. But Hawksfield had not caused the breathing attack. No, that had been due to Grey himself, racing his sister to the manor house like a goddamned fool. It didn't matter that she had suggested the foot race. He had accepted it, pushed her too far, just as Lana had accused him of doing before. He'd shoved away the thought and sat back against the carriage cushions. He hadn't been in the mood for a masquerade, but Bryn had changed her mind, claiming she felt well enough, and so they'd gone. At least the affair had taken his mind off his disappointing ride to the Coopers the afternoon before. They had not been home, though their butler had said they were expected the following day. Grey had left his card and turned away, crestfallen. It had been a month since his last visit, a month that had stretched on like a decade. He had planned to return to Breckenham in 2 days, and had then made the awful decision to pay his old friend Lord Bartley a visit. He'd arrived at Bartley's home in Wharton, an hour north of Ferndale, and found his Oxford mate with a number of other young men. They'd convinced Grey to stay the evening. The carousing had gone on into the early morning hours with cards and billiards, whiskey, and, quite unfortunately, a pair of buxom young ladies from London. Their status as ladies was, admittedly, questionable. Deflecting and resisting their attentions had exhausted every last ounce of Grey's willpower, and by the time he'd called for his carriage and set out for home, he had been in a decidedly uncomfortable state of arousal. And then he'd seen her at the entrance to Ferndale's drive. His sister's secretive maid had been hovering near the line of oaks that trimmed the long lane, her rich, dark chocolate hair free of the little white cap she pinned into place when going about her duties. She'd appeared nearly ghost-like in the early morning fog, and Grey had called to Rogers to stop the horses. "Grey, are you going to answer or continue to glower at me like I'm some repellent creature?" He met Bryn's inquisitive stare as the carriage took them toward Ferndale, and struggled not to remember how Lana had been seated upon that same cushion earlier, or that he had flirted dangerously with her. The whisky he'd indulged in all night long had made his tongue loose, and the need to slake the lust stirring in his groin had made him bold. "Am I frowning?" he replied to Bryn's question. "I blame your dress and those rubies." Bryn had hidden her revealing gown and the string of rubies, sent to her 2 days prior by an unknown admirer, with a mink stole until their late arrival at the masquerade. When she'd removed the stole, Grey had nearly suffered an apoplectic fit. If the man who'd sent the damned rubies was in attendance, he'd take the sight of them as encouragement. And what kind of gentleman sent such a ludicrous gift anonymously? "You are right," she sighed now, glancing out the window, her brow furrowed. "It was foolish of me." She drew the mink stole closer around her neck as if trying to cover herself better, or perhaps she was only chilled. Grey started to remove his own coat. "Don't think me too harsh. You look beautiful, Bryn, but after what happened this morning, with Hawksfield encountering you unchaperoned, and just now with the Duke of Bradburn, who has all but announced his intentions to court you, I can't help but worry, and unfortunately my worry comes across as ill-temper." His sister had swooned and fainted in the middle of the Gainsbridge ballroom when Lord Bradburn, Hawksfield's old rake-hell of a father, approached her for a dance. It had given he and Bryn a solid reason to depart for home, but that made 2 fainting episodes in one day. "So I've noticed," she remarked with a tired grin. Grey didn't know why his temper flared every time worry struck. Perhaps it was because he knew there were some things he would never be able to control, that no matter what he did or said or planned, there were some things he could never change. Either society wouldn't allow it, or nature would deny it. For a moment his mind settled upon the Coopers' modest sandstone home in Breckenham. Tomorrow. He'd pay his visit tomorrow. Rogers let out a shout, and the carriage slowed before coming to a halt. Grey tore himself from his thoughts and slid forward to open the door. "What is it?" he called. "Up ahead. A carriage in the lane, my lord," came the driver's reply. Grey glanced at his sister. "Stay here," he said, and then jumped out, landing deftly on the packed dirt of the lane. There was indeed a carriage sitting still before them, and as Grey approached, he saw why. The horse that had been drawing the conveyance was on its side in the lane. It wasn't moving. "Bloody hell!" he shouted, rushing forward. "Northridge," a tremulous voice said from near the carriage. Grey glanced away from the dead horse and saw a man leaning against the carriage for support. Another sat at the edge of the path, his head clasped between his hands. "Good God!" Grey said, recognizing one of his father's oldest friends. "Lord Maynard, is that you?" He started for the Earl's side at once, but stopped when he heard the sound of feet behind him. He turned and saw his sister had not heeded his command. He grit his teeth. Lord save him from stubborn women. "Lord Maynard, what happened here?" Bryn asked as she approached, followed closely by one of their footmen. He'd thought to bring with him a torch from the side of the carriage. The approaching light began to touch on the Earl, and Grey swore under his breath. "It was the masked marauder. He beat Berthold unconscious, shot my horse, nearly shot me too," the Earl replied, pressing a handkerchief to his bloodied head. His lip had been split, welts and bruises covered his cheeks, and blood seeped from his nose. Bryn covered her mouth and started to slump as she took a second glance at the lifeless horse. Grey took her shoulders and led her away, back toward the carriage. His temper flared as he swept the road for any sign of the escaping masked marauder, but the bandit was long gone. What kind of ingrate attacked an old man and shot a horse? Grey hungered to chase the bastard down and beat him to a fine pulp. "Bryn, for the love of all things holy, stay in the carriage, please," he said through clenched teeth, worry again making his voice tight and commanding. "It isn't safe." This time Bryn didn't refuse. An hour later, after the lane had been cleared and the local constable summoned, Grey had driven Maynard to his estate.
It wasn't far, just south of Ferndale, but by the time Rogers turned their carriage onto the long lane leading to the manor house, Bryn was nearly asleep upright, and Gray's head ached like the devil. The masked marauder was on the loose in the area, and he had graduated from nuisance highwayman to violent criminal. One more strike to Lord Maynard's head, and the marauder could have cracked the old man's skull. He seemed to be focused on waylaying conveyances, but what about homes? Would he start attacking people in their own residences now? Again Gray thought of the Coopers, and the knot of concern forming in the pit of his stomach intensified. "My goodness," Bryn murmured, her voice sleepy. She peered out the window into the lane, lit only by bright moonlight. "Is that Lana?" Gray sat forward and stared through the window glass. Damn it all to hell. He spotted his sister's lady's maid, wrapped in a dark cloak, once again treading the side of Ferndale's drive. "Rogers," was all Gray had to growl for the driver to rein in the horses and bring the carriage to a halt. Gray threw open the door and jumped out. Lana had not yet turned to face him, though she had undoubtedly heard the carriage pull to a stop behind her. Her arms were moving, and for the shortest of moments he wondered if she might be rearranging the bodice of her dress beneath her cloak. Oh, hell. Gray glanced up and down the lane. Had she been out here meeting someone? Another servant, perhaps, for a midnight tryst? The tension simmering in the pit of his stomach from the night's events shot to a boil. "What are you doing out here at this time of night?" he asked, his voice rougher than he'd intended. Lana finally whirled to face him, her fair skin as luminous as pearls in the moonlight. He registered her look of surprise and guilt at once, followed closely by disappointment. She had been meeting someone. "Walking again," she said, a touch breathless. "If you recall, I was interrupted on my constitutional stroll earlier this morning, my lord." His eyes quickly took in the state of her dress. Her black wool cloak covered most of her, so he could not tell if she was indeed in a state of déshabillé. He was inexplicably more irritated at the thought of her secret rendezvous than the fact that she was out alone with a bandit on the loose, which was absurd, he knew. The knowledge did little to curb his annoyance. "Ah, yes. Forgive me. It makes infinitely more sense for you to return to your stroll in the middle of the night, along a pitch-dark lane, when there is a violent highwayman travelling these roads." Gray stepped aside and swung an arm toward the carriage. "Inside," he snapped. "I will not entertain an argument." "Lana," Bryn called from within, "do come up. It isn't safe." The footman riding at the back of the carriage had already set the steps into place, and Lana, hiking her chin, accepted Gray's hand when he proffered it. He had removed his gloves earlier while assisting Maynard, and now, as his fingers closed around Lana's delicate ones, he realized she, too, wore no gloves. Her skin was warm and petal-soft, unusually so for a servant. He'd seen Mrs. Braxton's hands work over the hot stove, and hers were rough and worn. Then again his mother had explained, months before, that Miss Volchek hailed from a genteel family that had fallen on hard times, so perhaps she hadn't always had to work. Gray's fingers tightened around her palm, holding on a fraction longer than was proper, his thumb involuntarily caressing the creamy back of her hand. Lust shot through him, sharp and sweet. An indescribable desire to press his lips to her smooth knuckles took hold of him, as his thumb stroked her soft skin again. He felt Lana's arm tense, and heard her sudden intake of breath as she set her feet in the carriage. She jerked her hand out of his and took the seat next to Bryn. As Gray settled into his place and Rogers drove on for the rest of the short ride up the lane, Bryn told her maid all that had unfolded with Maynard's carriage, her voice catching when she spoke of the masked bandit. Lana listened in rapt horror, though she seemed to have lost her ability to form opinions, and she remained oddly silent, her fingers twisting restlessly in her lap. "She's nervous," Gray thought, which begged the question as to exactly what she had to be nervous about. Unless she was nervous about him. They reached the manor, and Gray stepped down from the coach, extending his arm to his sister and then to her maid. Refusing his assistance and not meeting his eyes, Lana quickly descended after Bryn as if the coach were on fire. Her coolness irked him, but he could not fault her for it. Earlier that morning, and full of whiskey, he had overstepped when he had all but admitted his attraction to her. Gray supposed some form of apology was in order. His gaze fell, drawn to a scrap of paper floating from her skirts to the floor of the coach. He retrieved it and turned to hand it to her, but Lana had already started toward the back of the manor. With mounting displeasure, he couldn't help noticing the careful way she cinched the cape closer around her, and instead of returning the note to her as he should have done, he gripped the piece of paper in his closed fist and tucked it into his trouser pocket. "Don't be silly, Lana, come with us," Bryn called out, but Lana didn't stop. "Oh, no, I must fetch a draught for you, my lady," the maid replied as she hurried to the side of the manor and the kitchen entrance there. Bryn protested that she didn't need one, but Lana had already disappeared around the corner. Inside they were immediately attended to by their long-time butler, Braxton. Gray touched his sister's arm as she started for the stairwell. "Are you certain your chest does not ail you?" Bryn covered his hand with hers. "Don't fret, Gray. I only need rest. I assure you my lungs are fine." His brow furrowed with concern as she proceeded up the stairs with the housekeeper to meet Lana in her rooms. It had already been a long night, and after the events earlier he was surprised Bryn was still standing. Once more he couldn't help but worry. Gray frowned as he loosened his cravat. Lana, on the other hand, inspired another emotion entirely: frustration. Or perhaps even more so, curiosity. It would take no more than a half-hour for her to prepare Bryn for bed, and if Bryn's low mood was any indication, it could take less time than that. Gray bid Braxton good night and climbed the stairs as well. He knew just the place to sit and wait for Lana to be dismissed. His interest was twofold. The first would ensure that Bryn was indeed only fatigued, and not concealing any other underlying symptoms of something worse. But the second was far more selfish. He had to know once and for all what Lana had been doing out on the lane at this ungodly hour of the night. Recalling the piece of paper he'd shoved into his pocket, he pulled it out to scan its contents. Gray knew he was intruding on Lana's private correspondence, but he didn't care. His sister's maid was acting far too cagey for him to turn a blind or uninterested eye. A tiny voice insisted that it was more than that, but he ignored it. "A heart remains well kept, though it yearns to see yours. Soon, my sweet, I promise, for it languishes without your smile, hopeful for the day it can be reunited. I am devoted to seeing you home." Gray almost laughed aloud at the ridiculous drivel, but his amusement swiftly faded. He'd been correct in his assumption that Lana had been meeting someone, possibly the man who had written this note. She had a beau, a grievously talentless one, but a lover nonetheless. Was he a man from the village, or one of the servants at Ferndale? The sudden image of her naked body tangled up in another man's arms assaulted him, and with it the tantalizing recollection of her soft, ungloved hand. Gray felt a hot tug in his loins at the sinful thought that the rest of her would likely be as silky and smooth. He stifled his lust with an angry grunt. He was here to suss out the extent of Bryn's maid's indiscretions, not to salivate like a schoolboy over her physical charms. Pocketing the note, he waited with grim purpose in an alcove off the second-floor hallway, 3 doors down from his sister's rooms. There was a small bench there, beside a potted fern, and as he sat in the silent corridor, the fatigue of the night before, and the long day and evening, caught up with him. His lids began to droop, and the warmth of sleep began to creep up from the soles of his feet, the way it did when he was exhausted. He closed his eyes, just to soothe them from the burn of weariness. When he felt a gentle nudge against his shin, Gray's lids sprang open. He found his shoulder and head nearly consumed by the large fronds of the fern beside him. He'd slumped over, he realized, and fallen asleep. "Lord Northridge,"
Another nudge against his shin, only this time sharper, more like a kick. He straightened on the bench immediately and saw Lana standing before him, a dress and some other articles of clothing draped over her arm. He rolled his shoulders, stretching the kinks out of his back. She shot him a speaking look, and he fought to compose himself. Bloody fine work. Now she had the advantage. "I was waiting for you," he said in a low voice, standing slowly. She raised one slim eyebrow, the imperious look making her seem more inconvenienced aristocrat than maid. "For me?" "That is what I said." She did not rise to his tart reply. "May I help you with something, my lord?" "You can help me to my rooms." The thought came out of nowhere, and Grey shook his head. He must have still been half-addled with sleep. Clearing his throat, he focused on the matter at hand. The note was burning a hole in his trouser pocket, though he couldn't bring himself to admit that he had taken and read it. "What were you doing on the road? And don't bother to answer that you were taking a stroll. We both know it isn't true." Something flared in her eyes before her lips thinned. She held the clothing in front of her like a barrier between them. "I do not believe that is any of your business, my lord." "It is my business, if my sister's maid is meeting inappropriately with a man." She flushed at his lewd suggestion, but lifted her chin, her voice quiet. "My lord, your question is vulgar, and regardless of what you may assume, what I do on my own time is my own affair." Ignoring the rise of his temper at her evasive response, Grey frowned at the underlying thread of shock in her voice. She was accusing him of vulgarity. He recalled well her numb grip on her cloak, and the poem's verbosely worded desire for a rendezvous. What had she been hiding, if not a ripped or hastily laced bodice? He considered the defiant woman standing before him, and changed tactics. She had yet to respond well to interrogation or high-handedness, and she could be a mule when she chose to be. No wonder she got along so well with his sister. He almost sighed at the thought. "Miss Volchek," he said, gentling his voice and reaching forward. She clutched her skirts as if about to bolt, and he could only react to stop her, grasping her wrist so quickly that two of the gowns slid to the floor. Grey saw a change in her eyes, a pulse of fear. What did she assume, that he planned to harm her, that he was that sort of a man? He felt a blow of disappointment and insult. She froze, though the band of his fingers was not tight. It was as if the mere contact of skin upon skin was the thing holding her immobile. Her wrist felt so fragile in his hand, and as his thumb skimmed the soft underside of it, her teeth sunk into her lower lip. Something hot and unfamiliar sparked between them, making Grey acutely aware of her slim body in such dangerous proximity to his. A matching awareness narrowed Lana's pupils to pinpricks, sharpening the bright, vibrant green of her irises. Her pulse leaped wildly beneath his fingertips. "What were you doing on the lane?" "Unhand me at once, sir." "Give me what I want, the truth, and I will," he countered. She gave him the same answer she'd given that morning, though her voice shook slightly. "I was walking." Lana's face remained calm, but her eyes, those beautiful, vivid, transparent eyes, told a different story. Shadows slunk in them, hinting at secrets she was desperate to conceal. Grey could see it in their flickering depths. It was something she didn't want him to know, that she didn't want anyone to know. At the sight of her flushed cheeks he felt an irrational flick of irritation. "You must take me for a fool." She jerked her chin upward as he took a step closer, eliminating the gap between them, and Grey had to admire her courage for standing her ground. Her small but shapely bosom rose and fell in bursts beneath the plain serviceable frock she wore, and, devil take him, all he wanted was to drag her into his arms and do whatever it was he suspected her of doing with God knows who out on the lane. Greedily his eyes roved over her, lingering on the sable curls escaping that white cap atop her head. He ached to pull them loose from their confines and wind his fingers into the thick mass. He wondered if those curls were as silky as they looked, recalling the heavy cascade across her shoulders earlier that morning when she'd been bareheaded. Her light, floral fragrance filled his nostrils. He'd gone far too long without the company of a woman, and right now, this infuriatingly tight-lipped maid was somehow managing to sing a siren song, luring him beyond the vestiges of his own ruthless self-control. Why shouldn't he succumb? It was not so unusual for society lords to dally with the servants below stairs, more so the comely ones, and she was more than comely. Gray caught himself mid-thought and froze. What in hell was he thinking? Dallying with the servants, with his sister's maid of all people? He must be half crazed out of his mind. Self-disgust flooded him, and his mouth tightened as he stepped back with a dispassionate exhale. "I will ask you one more time. Were you meeting your lover? If you lie to me, I will have your position terminated." Lana's head bowed low, and for a moment Gray wondered whether his sharp words had frightened her. Her shoulders were shaking. Christ, was she crying? "Miss Volchek?" His hand released her slender wrist and slid up her arm. She raised her head and looked at him with such scathing scorn that he almost took a step back. Gray realized belatedly that she was laughing. It was a hollow, haughty sound, devoid of any emotion, that left him cold. "A lover," she said, contempt dripping from her words. "How like you to assume such a thing, Lord Northridge?" "How like me?" he echoed, stunned at the clipped set-down. "Not everyone cavorts as freely as you do with the opposite sex. I suppose it is a natural thought for you to assume that others may do the same, and that you would interpret an innocent stroll as a sordid meeting." Gray's mouth tightened as he took her meaning. She had struck back with a barbed insult, and by the looks of things she wasn't finished. His hand slid into his pocket, about to display the damning note and indisputable evidence of her tryst. Shame stopped him. He'd purposefully kept and read a woman's private correspondence. Flushing darkly at his own indiscretion, he crushed the parchment between his fingers instead. "Innocent, was it?" he scoffed weakly. "Just because you are a known profligate does not mean that everyone else holds themselves to the same despicable standards. Even a lowly maid, my lord." "I am not a profligate," he muttered. It was all he could manage. He had just been on the receiving end of a blistering rebuke handed down by one of his servants, one who stood before him like an enraged vixen, her colour high and her eyes flashing daggers at him. Despite her insolence, Gray felt a hot wash of desire pulse through him. She would be a hellion in bed. That passion he could see simmering just beneath the surface all but guaranteed it. "Tell that to your mistress," she tossed back, her nostrils flaring as he stared at her in arrested surprise. "However many of them you keep, from Essex all the way to London. You truly are an unspeakable rake." Gray couldn't help himself. His mouth swooped down upon hers and silenced her tirade. The shock of the lush, womanly contact worked a groan from deep in his throat, and he drew her closer, his arms curving around her slim back. He'd forgotten what it felt like to hold a woman, to feel soft curves fitting against his starved body in such perfect accord. The gowns she had not dropped were now crushed between them as his lips teased hers apart, his tongue tracing the soft inside of their contours. With a soft gasp, she clamped her lips shut in response. He craved far more than the brief touch she allowed, but she held herself rigid, refusing to respond to the persuasive pressure of his mouth. And as his reason returned, Gray pulled away. His heart was pounding in his chest, while she seemed supremely unaffected by the heated, if fleeting, embrace. In fact, she looked downright bored. Her hands were fisted at her sides, her composure stony. If she were a high-born lady, she would be well within her rights to crack her palm across his cheek. Instead, she used the bite of her eyes and whip of her tongue to set him to rights. "You have proven me right, my lord," she hissed in a low, furious voice. "You cannot control your impulses. You take what you want whenever you want it, with no thought for consequence or whether your actions will endanger others. What if Lady Dinsmore or Mrs. Frommer had been nearby? My position would have been terminated in an instant because of your lewd desires." Her words stung and were far too close to the truth. "I've heard these stories about you, about your indiscretions in London, and the trail of broken hearts in your wake. You are a seducer of the worst sort." Grey let go of her and backed away, the air climbing up between them and chilling his body. "That was before." She blinked. "Before what?" But Grey couldn't answer. How could he possibly explain? Yes, he had been all those things, and more. Yes, he'd been a libertine, enjoying the life and pleasures that being one of London's most eligible, titled bachelors afforded him. Women had flocked to him, and he had welcomed their flirtations and charms with open arms. Many, he knew, had wanted marriage, and he had stooped so low as to allow them to believe it possible. He'd offered them whispered nothings and empty promises, and this vexing maid was right. He had left a trail of tears behind him. And now, what he had just done with her was unforgivable. She was a servant, his sister's maid, and he had mauled her like some odious, overbearing, depraved lord of the manor. Grey took a step back, a wave of renewed self-disgust overcoming him. He stared at the girl standing so quietly regal before him. Most maids would have been cowering. Instead, she had faced his anger, taken both his insults and his advances, and still stood there as if she were the mistress and he the servant. Shame filled him. He made a short bow, bending to retrieve the fallen garments. "My deepest apologies for putting you in such a position. You have my promise that this will not happen again." Grey placed the gowns carefully on the alcove bench. His eyes met hers, their cool green depths flickering with surprise, for an instant as he took his leave. "Forgive me, Miss Volchek." A ride, he thought as he took the stairs 2 at a time. A ride would clear his head and calm his blood. For as much as he had promised to keep his distance from Lana, his body longed for something more. Her soft fragrance haunted him. Her expressive eyes taunted him, and her sweet mouth. Blazes take him. He wanted her still. Stunned, speechless, Lana retrieved the discarded dresses from the bench and clutched them to her chest, as she watched Lord Northridge's broad frame disappear around the corner at the end of the hall. Bracing against the panelled wall, Lana let out a pent-up breath, her lips throbbing. He'd kissed her. That arrogant rogue of a man had kissed her, and dear Lord, she'd wanted to slap him and kiss him back in equal measure. Instead, she'd been frozen with indecision, and her entire body had gone into some sort of numb paralysis. It had been her saving grace. A few moments more, and she would have launched herself at the man like a common light skirt. Gathering a breath, Lana turned toward the servants' staircase, only to see the person she dreaded most hurrying toward her. The dour housekeeper had not liked Lana from the start. Lady Dinsmore had hired Lana directly, neglecting Mrs. Frommer's official duty as housekeeper to interview all potential household staff. As a result, Mrs. Frommer simply ignored her existence, and it seemed had instructed most of the staff to do the same. They mostly did, out of fear of incurring the harridan's wrath. Except for a few, the staff treated Lana like a pariah. Lana knew that in some households many of the lower servants resented the freedoms of the upper servants, especially the ladies' maids. In St. Petersburg, her own maids had enjoyed countless privileges and leisure time, but she'd never stopped to consider the jealousies that would run rampant below stairs. With the exception of Mary and Mrs. Braxton, most of the other maids gave her a wide berth and whispered behind her back. Lana did not mind, as she could not afford to let her guard down and befriend anyone. Though it was lonely, she often reminded herself that it was only temporary. As for Mrs. Frommer, Lana had held the onerous housekeeper at arm's length, employing a distant reserve she'd often used when dealing with difficult young ladies in her previous life. It had been the only way she could endure the woman's constant aggression, and thus far it had been effective. But everything Lana did was held to an exacting standard. Not that she expected to be treated differently, but Mrs. Frommer was bent on enumerating her many faults and mistakes. The housekeeper seemed to take an unholy delight in all of Lana's failures, though in the last week she had been busy with the family move to London for the forthcoming season. Not so any longer, Lana deduced from Mrs. Frommer's ugly expression. Her frown appeared to have been etched with a hatchet as she bore down on Lana, her mouth a disapproving white gash. Lana quickly ticked off her duties in her head. Bryn's chamber had been tidied and aired, her mistress's clothing put away, and her toilette prepared for when she arose from her rest. The pile of mending had been reduced to a few pairs of stockings, and the gowns she held were meant for the laundress. Notwithstanding the expensive pearl-encrusted evening gown Lana had accidentally ruined 2 weeks before by placing it in the wrong laundering pile, she hadn't done anything glaring of late, which would give Mrs. Frommer no reason to be displeased. Unless... Lana's heart sank. It was her biggest fear come to life, just as she'd expressed to Lord Northridge. If the housekeeper had seen or heard what had happened with his lordship, there would be hell to pay, and more. Lana tensed, her jaw tilting in readiness for the confrontation as the housekeeper approached. She had done nothing wrong. Without a word, Mrs. Frommer grabbed her by the elbow in a pincer-like grip and steered her toward the servants' stairwell. "With me, now," she barked, and down the stairwell she went. Lana had no choice but to follow, or be dragged the 2 floors below into a sewing-room. "Out!" she snapped to the 2 girls working there. Dropping their mending, they scurried past Lana with wide-eyed stares. Once the door shut behind them, the housekeeper rounded on her. "Just what do you think you are doing?" she hissed. "I'm not certain what you mean, Mrs. Frommer." The woman's eyes flashed with rancour as she eyed Lana up and down. "Don't play the innocent miss with me. Don't think I haven't seen what you're about, pretending to be the coy lady's maid while setting your cap at the master. I saw you in the hallway upstairs, his lordship bowing to you as if you were some high-born lady. You cozying up to him, seducing him with your high and mighty airs. I won't stand for it, not in my household." Lana blinked. "I assure you, Mrs. Frommer, I have done nothing of the sort. His lordship has no interest." Her smile was one of contempt. "Of course his lordship has more good sense than to dally with an uppity tart like you throwing herself at him." Lana bristled with righteous indignation. Some part of her rebelled at the accusation that she had been the one to instigate anything. She had resisted Lord Northridge's unwelcome advances. If anyone was the tart, it was him, not her. Some measure of her pride demanded exculpation for an offence she did not commit, but she remained silent, her body shaking with suppressed anger. But Mrs. Frommer wasn't finished. She leaned forward, and in a sickly, sweet voice said, "I must warn you, Miss Volchek, that if Lady Dinsmore were to hear of your lustful designs on her son, you would not be long for this position." Lana gasped. "Are you threatening me?" The housekeeper spread her palms wide. "Merely stating the obvious." Helpless rage and bruised pride warred within her, and Lana hiked her chin, the words rushing out before she could think twice. "Then if I may be so kind, Mrs. Frommer, as to state that if his lordship does happen to hold me in any regard, it might be in your best interest to keep your opinions to yourself." The housekeeper spluttered. "Why, you impertinent wretch!" "I'm merely stating the obvious," Lana echoed as she drew herself to her full height, letting a secret smile play over her lips. She was gratified to see Mrs. Frommer's confidence falter. "After all, if I do find myself under Lord Northridge's protection, as you have despicably insinuated, whom do you suppose Lady Dinsmore would believe? You or her own son?"
I would think carefully, Mrs. Frommer, as to whether you are certain of what you heard or saw. It would not pay to make such a mistake."
The housekeeper's mouth opened and closed like a fish out of water, but Lana did not wait to hear what she had to say. She bobbed and swept past her, closing the door behind her with a soft click. The satisfaction lasted all of 1 minute before Lana was cursing herself in multiple languages as she fled to her chamber. For one, it was beneath her to let the housekeeper believe that she and Lord Northridge had any kind of understanding, when they most decidedly did not. And two, she had not needed to make a worse enemy of Mrs. Frommer, but that was exactly what she had accomplished. Chapter 4. The dawn was brightening the sky in pale patches when Lana expertly guided the stallion over the wide gulch at the south end of the Ferndale estate, far out of view of prying eyes. She laughed as the horse thundered toward another obstacle, this one a 4-foot-high hedge. Leaning her weight forward, she gripped with her thighs and felt the magnificent animal beneath her gather his strength and leap. The feeling of freedom as her mount easily cleared the jump was incomparable, and one she sorely missed. "Come, James, do keep up," she called breathlessly over her shoulder to the young footman hot on her heels on another horse. "Trying," he yelled back. "You're too fast for me. We've lost Percy." She'd struck up an unlikely rapport with James and his cousin Percival, who was a stable boy at Ferndale, and neither of whom were under the thumb of Mrs. Frommer. James answered to the butler, Mrs. Braxton's husband, and Percy to the stablemaster. They were both half infatuated with her, but their company and humour made the days away from Irina and the loneliness Lana endured below stairs more bearable. And she had to admit she enjoyed learning about cards and sleight of hand, betting, lock-picking, and all manner of things that gently bred ladies should never claim to know. Her hair had long tumbled free of its cap, and even in her mistress's borrowed breeches beneath her dress, Lana couldn't help getting lost in the moment as she gave the stallion its head across a wide meadow. She knew riding was a risk. After all, someone could see, and she had no business being on any of the estate's horses. But when Percival had suggested she and James accompany him while he exercised 3 of the more energetic stallions, she couldn't resist. For Lana, a hard ride exorcised demons in a way that nothing else could. It was one of the things she did have in common with Lord Northridge, who, like his sister, rode religiously every day. At the thought of Lord Northridge, her heart raced again. But this time it wasn't fear that provoked it. Something else, hot and violent, set her pulse to a gallop. She still couldn't believe he'd had the audacity to kiss her. Lana didn't know what it was about the man that drove her to such insane contradictions. 1 minute she wanted to strangle him, and the next she wanted to melt in his arms. She'd been shocked at her body's response to his touch, even after his insulting interrogation. She should have wanted to scratch his eyes out, for first accusing her of meeting with a lover, and then attempting to seduce her himself. Instead, she'd struggled against the flames he'd kindled within her, the embers of which still burned, despite her valiant efforts to smother them. Lana replayed the memory for the 100th time, not counting the fevered dreams that had plagued her throughout the night. Though she had resisted his kiss, his earthy male scent and the velvet stroke of his tongue had come close to making her senseless. Her dreams, however, had not been so proper, torturing her with indecently erotic thoughts of what could have been, had she but submitted to his desires. Lana's face scorched anew. Regardless of what she'd purposefully led Mrs. Frommer to believe, engaging in any kind of salacious affair with Lord Northridge would not end well for either of them. For one, she had her reputation to consider. Once this was all behind her, she would return to her homeland and would be expected to marry. And two, knowing Lord Northridge's debauched past, she was certain she'd be nothing but a conquest to him. Obviously, Lord Northridge had no qualms about dallying with servants. Beneath the titled, wealthy, debonair exterior, he was no gentleman. Still, Lana kept recalling the look on his face when she had accused him of being a libertine. He'd flinched as if she had somehow hurt him with her words. That was before, he'd said, but Lord Northridge was a master seducer, and convincing herself otherwise would only be to her detriment. No, she would do well to stop thinking of him as anything but what she knew him to be, a man after his own pleasures, nothing more. Lana frowned, refusing to allow the man to ruin her good humour. Digging her heels in, she braced low over the horse's neck as he sped across the field, letting her burdens, including the unwelcome thoughts of Lord Northridge, fall far behind. At the end of the meadow she pulled the stallion to a smart stop and dismounted, handing the reins to an impressed James. "Where'd you learn to ride like that, miss?" "My father," she replied. "And you owe me another lesson. I won that race fair and square." She winked jauntily at him as Percival galloped around the bend. "Dice next time, I think. See you lads up at the house. I better get moving before Mrs. Frommer sends the duns after me." Lana couldn't wipe the smile from her face as she hurried the rest of the way to the manor house, watching as the two boys led the horses back to the stables. It had been far too long, but her humour evaporated at the sight of a letter awaiting her in the kitchens upon a tray. She immediately recognized the red wax seal stamped with a long-eared hare, shown mid-leap. It was not the Earl of Langlevitt's official seal, the one he used on regular correspondence. It was the seal he used only for her, and it meant there was a coded message inside. Mrs. Braxton grinned as she kneaded a large mound of dough. "Well, aren't you fancy? Who's sending you such important letters?" "It was delivered by messenger not 2 moments ago," the undermaid Mary added in an excited squeak. "Is it from your beau?" Mrs. Frommer swept into the kitchen, and Mary paled at the sight of the housekeeper's pinched frown. Mrs. Frommer's attention settled on Lana's red cheeks and mussed hair before dropping to the letter already clutched in Lana's hand. 2 scullery maids hurried out of her way as the housekeeper's draconian face pulled into an all-too-familiar scowl that boded ill for anyone within striking distance. "What have we here?" she asked in a deceptively amiable voice, her question directed to a quaking Mary, who stood rooted to the spot. Lana's own temper flared. The woman was a tyrant. "A letter came for me," she answered, drawing Mrs. Frommer's attention. Lana was relieved to see Mrs. Braxton dismiss the young undermaid out of the kitchen and into the adjoining pantry with a quick jerk of her chin. Mrs. Frommer reached for the squared edge of the envelope. Her fingers closed upon it. "After your insolence earlier, I have half a mind to burn it." Lana clutched the letter to her breast and twisted to the side, tearing it free from the woman's pincer-like grip. "It is mine." The housekeeper's nostrils flared, but she did not attempt to take the letter again. Instead, she subjected Lana to such a venomous glare that Lana was surprised she didn't turn to stone on the spot. "Where have you been?" The housekeeper's eyes clouded with suspicion at Lana's dishevelled appearance. She leaned in, her voice low and laced with hostility. "You may think you are above the rest of the staff, but mind you, I have not forgotten just how inept you were when you first arrived here. I'm on to you, Miss Volchek. Remember that." She drew back and raised her voice. "I'll have your position terminated if you so much as put one toe out of line. Do I make myself clear?" Lana's skin burned with the suppressed desire to put the woman in her place in front of the other servants. But of course this was her place. As head of the household staff, Mrs. Frommer had every right to rule the maids as she saw fit. Though Lana had foolishly stood up to Mrs. Frommer in the sewing-room, to defy her publicly would be unwise. She clenched her jaw and assumed a suitably meek expression. "Yes, ma'am." "Good. Now tend to your duties." In the stairwell on the way to her quarters, Lana let out a groan of frustration and tore open Lord Langlevitt's message. Even if Mrs. Frommer had managed to rip the letter from Lana's hands, she would not have discovered what it truly said. All of her correspondence with Langlevitt was written in a simple coded language, and always in the form of love sonnets.
They had borrowed the clever idea from her traitorous uncle, who had used similar letters to smuggle secrets to the French. The reason was twofold. Should a message ever be intercepted by anyone, such as Mrs. Frommer, or more dangerously anyone associated with her uncle or Baron Zakharov, the contents would appear harmless. Silly, but harmless. Secondly, Lana could not claim family in London. Any letter from them would require a postmarking from Russia. It was more logical to allow the staff to believe Lana had a local beau. Her eyes devoured the frilly declarations Langlevitt had written. My affection for you is voracious, zinging in my veins. They had worked it out long before that any capital V and Z near one another would refer to Zakharov. She read on, her breath hitching painfully. The sweet threat shall not abate through the dense fog of loneliness. I must be cautious, for though I am hunting my heart's desire, it remains elusive. Fear not, I will be faithfully yours. With a pounding heart, Lana reread the nonsense words, all of which seemed to hint to a lover's suffering and turmoil, but she knew how to read between the poetic ramblings. She isolated the capitalized words, and when she saw Langlevitt's mention of dense fog, she felt a shiver of dread. The letter was a warning. Viktor Zakharov was in London, and he was searching for them, though it appeared from the Earl's carefully chosen sentiments that he was not close to discovering where she and her sister were. Still, terror gripped her. The very fact that her uncle's man was on the same soil as she and Irina made her feel ill. Lana took a deep breath, attempting to calm the swell of panic, and forced herself to think rationally. There was nothing to indicate that Viktor knew where she or Irina was. He could be here on official business. He was a military man, after all, a Russian diplomat. Why shouldn't he visit London when Parliament was sitting? There was a war on between Russia and France, and England was one of Russia's staunchest allies. But deep down, Lana knew better. Fooling herself with excuses wouldn't do. Viktor was here searching for them, and that meant her uncle would not be too far behind. The correspondences she had discovered in her father's office were important. It was more than intuition that told her so. Why would he have kept them under lock and key, had they been simply what they appeared to be? Letters from her uncle to an old lover in France. They had drawn Lana's curiosity immediately when she'd found them. Like Langlevitt's words in the letter she now held, her uncle's written sweet nothings had left her feeling dazed and grasping for meaning. Why hadn't her father discarded them, and how had he managed to intercept them? Lana had quickly realized that, somehow, her father had discovered what the words had truly meant, and he had been murdered because of it. Lana hadn't thought twice about handing them to the Earl once she and Irina had arrived safely in England. Her father had held Langlevitt in high esteem, and after he had gone to such lengths to help them escape her uncle, she trusted him with her life. "What do you think they are?" she had asked, watching as he'd sniffed the perfumed paper, his brow wrinkling in confusion. "On the surface, letters to a woman," he'd said, but his eyes had narrowed as he placed the letters side by side upon his desk. "But see here, the choice of words. I shall die with desperation before our next rendezvous." He jerked his finger to a second line further down. "And here, upon our rendezvous, June hearts aglow." He uses the word rendezvous again, but the sentence makes no sense, which leads me to think there must be something more being said between the lines. "Between the lines?" Lana had asked, frowning. "A coded message," the Earl replied, pausing to stare at her. "You did not find anything else with your father's documents? An alphabetized list? A stencil? Anything that could help us discover what these letters really mean?" "There was nothing else in the safe, only a folder containing these 2 pieces of parchment. Why do you ask?" "I believe your uncle is working with French insurgents and providing them information through letters like these. Your father had confided his suspicions to me, but he must have intercepted these shortly before the accident. Are you certain there was nothing else? Perhaps a cipher? It could have appeared as a spherical contraption, or a sheet of paper with a strange block of lettering. An alphabet that makes no sense. There was nothing else, she repeated, her heart sinking. The Earl's words had confirmed everything she had suspected. Her uncle was a spy and a traitor, and a murderer. Her father had grown suspicious of his own brother, and both of her parents had been punished for it. Perhaps he had it hidden elsewhere, Langlevitt had murmured, running a hand through his crop of sandy blonde hair. Lana had shaken her head. If he did, then it is still in St. Petersburg, and my uncle will leave no stone unturned. My lord, my father was murdered because he had these documents. My mother— She could not finish for the hard knot that formed in her throat. A cold mask of rage had descended over Langlevitt's features. Lana had no doubt that he was a gentleman and would never hurt her or Irina, but in that one moment she'd caught a glimpse of the ruthless military officer he was reputed to be. It hadn't made her afraid. It had made her hopeful. "I know," he'd ground out, hovering again over the correspondences laid out on his desk. "Count Volkonsky and Baron Zakharov will answer for their crimes. I've no doubt these letters will prove their guilt." Neither did she, but first they had to know what they said. My father must have found a way to translate the letters, or he would not have gone to such lengths to keep them from my uncle. Can you learn what the letters say without this cipher? Possibly. But Lana was aware that it was a false hope. Deciphering the letters without the help of a cipher would be like searching for a single specific stalk in an entire field of wheat, a near impossible task. Without being able to prove that the letters were indeed treasonous, they'd have nothing. Langlevitt had assured her that he had the best agents in the War Office working on it. Until then, she and Irina would have to stay hidden. Lana crumpled Langlevitt's message in her fist. She hated feeling like a trapped hare, but there was nothing she could do. If Victor or her uncle found her, they would kill her to ensure her silence. They would kill Irina too, and that was something Lana feared more than her own death. Until she had incriminating proof, she was at a disadvantage. She had entertained the idea of luring her uncle in with the promise of the letters, and then somehow goading him into a confession with witnesses present. But she knew that it would be a long shot. Her uncle was far too clever to fall into such a trap. Langlevitt had confirmed the same, and warned her not to be so rash as to engage with Zakharov or her uncle. They were both seasoned in the art of war, and would not be deceived by such a scheme. However, the idea had never fully left her mind. And now the Findlay family was preparing to leave for London for the season. Victor would be there, mingling among the ton, and Lana would have to be ever more prudent should their paths ever cross. Victor knew what she looked like, though he would hardly expect that she would so lower herself into the position of a maid. Not that a life in service was intolerable. The Findlays treated her like family, and for that she was more than grateful, but she wanted her life back, not for the fine dresses and balls that went on through the night, or even the handsome gentlemen who courted her with sweet-smelling bouquets and non-coded sonnets. Those things, as lovely as they had been, were not so very important any more. Irina was. Protecting her was all that truly mattered. What Lana wanted most was the simple luxury of having her sister returned to her. In her room, Lana held the message to a candle, letting the flame eat away at the parchment. Though written in their secret language, she couldn't take the risk that someone would find the poems, decipher them somehow, and put Bryn or her family in danger. She was already a threat to their safety if Victor got wind of where she was. They'd taken her in on the Countess of Langlevitt's recommendation, and Lana would not wish any harm upon them. After tending to her mistress's needs, Lana busied herself getting ready and called for a carriage into the village. She composed a hasty reply to Lord Langlevitt and gathered her unsent letters to Irina. It was early yet, but she had some errands to run for Bryn, including retrieving some new gowns that had been finished for her trousseau. They were to leave for London at the end of the week. As Lana waited by the back entrance for Colton to bring the carriage around, she thought of how similar the London season was to the one in St. Petersburg. full of balls and dinners, theatre and music, fashion and politics. The ballrooms would be full of gorgeously dressed dancers, twirling in their finery beneath the flickering lights of the candle-lit chandeliers. Dancing had always been her very favourite part of the season. She thought of the sumptuous gowns she had left behind, and sighed. They would do her little good here anyway. Perhaps they would be waiting for her when she returned, for she would return. She and Irina would go home one day soon. She closed her eyes and recalled the last waltz she had danced. It had been at the Bobrinsky crush, and Lord du Beauvoir, a handsome French marquis, had asked for her hand at the end of that very ball. Her uncle had refused, claiming that the man was a fortune hunter. Now Lana knew the true reason behind that decision, and the 6 other suits he had turned down. He'd coveted her dowry for himself. That scheming, murderous knave. Trembling softly, Lana forced her sadness and anger at bay. She knew she couldn't dwell upon thoughts of her uncle or her previous life in St. Petersburg, not without sending her spirits into a downward spiral, so she turned her mind to the practical errands she would tend to while her mistress and the rest of the household slept in. A trip to the village would also give her a chance to leave her sister's letters in the oak without the interruption of a certain arrogant gentleman. Near the end of the drive she signalled for Colton to stop the carriage at the gate. "Lady Brianon wishes for some wildflowers for her room," she said, as the horses came to a nickering stop. He opened the door and helped her down. "I'll only be a few moments," she told him, walking toward the oak tree and the sprouts of purple crocus, pink camellia, and bright yellow daffodils. A glance over her shoulder showed Colton checking on the mounts, paying her no mind at all. She breathed out and crouched down, quickly pulling her letters from her cloak's inside pockets. Lana tucked the letters into the hollow near the base of the oak tree before pulling up a handful of blooms. "Finished," she called brightly to Colton, who returned to help her into the carriage once again. The tightness in her chest dissipated as Colton urged the horses onward. She'd half expected Lord Northridge to pop out of the woods to catch her in the act, as he'd nearly done the last 2 times. He certainly was suspicious of her, although now she knew he thought her merely a girl of loose morals. She sat primly on the velvet cushions. Perhaps he only wished her to be such a girl. Lana easily recalled Lord Northridge the other morning, sitting across from her in this very same coach, undressing her with those bottomless blue eyes. He'd wanted her then, and he'd wanted her when he kissed her in the hallway. Her lips tingled as a warning shiver wound through her. A girl with questionable morals would have given in and let him part her lips to claim her fully. An aching feeling unravelled in the lowest regions of her stomach, and the moment she recognized it for what it was, a stab of pure, undiluted longing, she shifted her weight and recrossed her ankles. But she could no sooner stop a storm than the deluge of heat spreading to her hips and her breasts at the thought of Lord Northridge devouring her mouth and possessing her with his lips, teeth, and tongue. Bother! Mortified at her unladylike thoughts, she refused to think of Lord Northridge and his wretched kissing for the rest of the ride into the village. Breckenham was a charming little town, its main road as ambling and curved as a hair ribbon that had been tossed to the ground. Shops centred the town, while homes and farms dotted the road both north and south. A milliner's and blacksmith, a cobbler and cooper. There was a tavern and an inn, a livery and a butcher shop, and of course a seamstress, which was Lana's destination. The proprietor had seen to alterations for a few gowns Lady Dinsmore had ordered for Bryn from London. Lana was in and out of the shop quickly, the seamstress dismissive of her, though not because of her status as a maid. Lana was quite sure her slight Russian accent alarmed the lady, as it did most people. A foreigner in a small village was something to be gawked at, it seemed. It didn't bother Lana as much as it had when she'd first joined Lord and Lady Dinsmore's staff. In the beginning she'd had a difficult time believing her uncle and Victor had not followed her and Irina out of St. Petersburg, and any attention given to her because of her accent would cause Lana to glance up and around, panicked that she had just been given away. It was silly, of course, but hearing her uncle speak so blithely about her impending murder had chiselled fear deep into her soul, and had stripped her of any feelings of safety. Lord Langlevitt had given a semblance of that safety back to her, and over the last handful of months with the Findlay family, she had started to feel even more secure. Lord Langlevitt's note that Victor was in London had shaken that, however, and as Lana left the seamstress's shop, she found herself searching up and down Breckenham's main road for anyone who looked out of place. Victor was a small, wiry man with dark hair and an imperial beard and moustache, and her uncle, Count Volkonsky, had the same tall and broad build her father had possessed. He was a handsome man, her uncle, and clearly a well-trained liar. But there was nothing strange about the village that morning. "Of course there isn't," she chastised herself as she handed off the boxes to Colton. Victor was in London. He had no reason to come to Essex. Langlevitt had covered her and Irina's tracks well. She had to have faith in that. Colton was busy securing the boxes to the top of the carriage when Lana's eyes caught on a horse and rider emerging from a cross lane. The rider directed his mount to the south, in the opposite direction of the cluster of shops where she stood. Had she not already been eyeing the road for anyone who seemed out of place, she might not have seen him. Lord Northridge had not glanced up the road, and so he had not seen his own carriage or his sister's lady's maid standing idly beside it. Lana raised her chin, following the sight of his straight back and his mount's proud dock and swishing tail. Curious. There were only homes and farms along the southern portion of the road, and none of the large manors belonging to members of the beau monde. She wanted to know where Lord Northridge was going, though she couldn't quite put her finger on the exact reason why. It had nothing at all to do with the fact that he cut such a fine figure upon his horse. He seemed quite focused on his destination. Lana felt her feet move forward of their own accord, as if to follow him. She pulled back, though, hesitating. Whatever Lord Northridge was doing, it was his own business. And yet, as he and his horse closed in on the bend in the road up ahead, Lana felt the undeniable urge to know where it was he was going. There could be nothing of interest to a young lord down that way. Unless he was meeting someone, a mistress, perhaps, exactly the vulgar thing he had accused her of doing, the hypocrite. If he were indeed meeting someone for a clandestine tryst, she would be livid. How dare he try to shame her so unjustly, when he may very well be doing the same thing right now? Vindication. That was why she needed to follow him. "Do you have any errands to see to, Colton?" she asked the driver as he was climbing back down from the top. He straightened his white wig. "Nothing pressing." Lana racked her mind for any excuse to delay their return to Ferndale. "I forgot," she said, tapping her chin. "Hatcher said something about a saddle at the tanner's. I can't remember exactly, but perhaps you could check and see if there is something there for the stables." Colton nodded and started to open the door for Lana, but she put up her hand with a bright smile. "Oh, no, I think I'll take a walk while I wait for you. It's such a beautiful morning. I'll meet you back here shortly." And without waiting for him to reply or argue, she turned and followed the road south, toward the bend in which Lord Northridge and his horse had disappeared. Chapter 5. The slate roof and twin chimneys of Sir Gerald Cooper's home came into view the moment Grey rounded the corner along Breckenham's village road. The home was one of the village's statelier residences, with a large yard that ran down to the shallow but wide Breckenkill River. Sir Cooper and his wife Constance were good folk, the finest, in Grey's opinion, among the nobility and gentry alike. As he dismounted and walked through the open gates to the half-moon gravel drive, he was once again happy he had found the courage to approach them 3 years ago. Grey handed off Ferro to Sir Cooper's stable boy and headed for the front door. It opened before he could raise a fist to knock, and he met with the wrinkled face of the Cooper's butler. "Good morning, Higgs," Grey said, stepping inside and removing his riding gloves. His stomach kinked the way it always did when he paid the Coopers a visit. An annoying mixture of nerves and excitement, he supposed, a bare measure of regret, although there was little he could do about the latter. "Good morning, my lord," Higgs replied, making a swift but short bow. He had to be one of the most ancient butlers Grey knew of, and yet the Coopers had deigned to keep him on, most likely until Higgs was no longer able to walk or breathe, whichever came along first, Grey supposed. "Lady Cooper is expecting you," Higgs said, and he turned his rail-thin form toward the receiving room to the left. Grey followed his achingly slow lead, trying all the while to refrain from pushing past him. The sitting room was pristine as usual, its east-facing windows allowing a spread of warm sunshine over the floors. They were a modest gentry family, but as Lady Cooper stood from her sofa cushion to greet him, he was struck again at the elegance she bore. "Lord Northridge," she said with the pleasant, genuine smile he had appreciated right from the start. "You are well met." He took her hand and bowed over it. "Lady Cooper," he said, before straightening his back and releasing her hand. "I hope I find you well?" Grey cast his eyes about the small receiving room. It seemed they were alone. "Yes, indeed," she replied, gesturing toward a chair by the hearth and then bidding Higgs to send for tea. Grey lowered himself stiffly into the chair as the butler shuffled out of the room, and Lady Cooper returned to the sofa. "I apologize we were not here the other day," she began. "Not at all. My arrival was unexpected." "Yes," she said. "I heard of Lord and Lady Dinsmore's misfortune on their way to the Worthington Abbey ball. No doubt that is why you came to Essex. I do hope they were not harmed by this wretched masked bandit everyone is speaking of." Grey shifted uncomfortably in the chair, his starched shirt and cravat feeling more inflexible than usual. The mention of the bandit reminded him of something he'd thought of the evening before, after happening across Lord Maynard's carriage. "They were unharmed, thank you, but I must ask that you be vigilant. The bandit is attacking conveyances at the moment, however Holmes may well be a future target." He wanted to ask if they had Higgs lock the doors at night, but it wasn't his place. He had learned to tread lightly here, though it was at times a struggle. "Of course," Lady Cooper replied, another smile tugging at her lips. She was a handsome woman. Grey put her at just over 35, and her husband, Sir Cooper, perhaps 10 years her senior. That they had remained childless for the length of their marriage had been one of the reasons Grey had thought of them first. "You worry for her safety, of course," Lady Cooper said, that secret smile growing fuller over her lips. "But you needn't. She is well kept and cared for here." Grey sat forward. "I did not mean to suggest otherwise." "I understand," she said, reaching for a small silver handbell upon the tea-table. Lady Cooper gave it a ring and then set it down again. "Truly your concern is most welcome, Lord Northridge. It makes me happy to know you care so deeply." His heart started to thud in his chest as approaching footfalls sounded from the front hall. He sprang to his feet as the sitting-room door opened. A young maid entered, her hand guiding forward a little girl with a head full of unruly blonde curls. She turned her enormous blue eyes up to Grey, and he expelled the breath he'd gathered in his chest as he drank in the sight of his daughter. God, she was so small and perfect, and yet she seemed to have grown at least another few inches since the month before when he'd paid his last visit. He stood still, afraid to move. "Come here, darling," Lady Cooper called, holding out her hand. Sophia hurried from her nursemaid to the sofa, where she promptly buried her head in Lady Cooper's side. Now, no need to be shy. You know Lord Northridge. He's come to say hello," Lady Cooper said, pinching Sophia's rosebud cheek gently and working a giggle out of the little girl. "Hello, Sophia," Grey said, and he dropped into a crouch, resting his elbows on his knees. "I've brought something for you." He reached into his coat pocket and produced a small bouquet of flowers he'd stopped to gather along the way to town. He had no idea what 3-year-old girls enjoyed, but he figured flowers were a decent bet. Sophia peeled herself from Lady Cooper's side and came toward the bouquet of daffodils and crocuses in his outstretched hand. She looked so little like her mother, he thought, as she reached for the flowers, her fingers closing around the stems and pulling them from his hand. Mariana had brown eyes and hair and had fancied herself Italian, although Gray had often been able to trace the Irish brogue she worked hard to keep hidden. He'd never said anything to her about it. It hadn't mattered to him what her background was. She had been his mistress, and happy with the role. For a time. "Thank you, Norrie," Sophia whispered, her little nose already stuck in the centre of the bouquet. If possible, Gray's heart swelled larger than before. Norrie. It was what she called him. Northridge apparently too difficult for her tongue to work out. He didn't mind the nickname. In fact, he rather liked it. He didn't want her to grow up calling him Lord Northridge or my lord anyhow. Norrie would do just fine. Papa would be better, but Gray knew it was an impossible wish. The Coopers were an upstanding and respectable couple, and Sophia was well cared for and loved here. She would grow to be the daughter of an esteemed gentleman, landowner, and well-known scholar. Lady Cooper herself had been a fine mother to her for these last 3 years, and her candour regarding the truth of Sophia's birth had been nothing short of angelic. No, Gray had chosen his daughter's home well, and the Coopers had never once grown tired of his visits, or seemed put out by his arrival, usually at least once a month. It was never enough, however, not for Gray. "Sophia has been under the weather for a short while," Lady Cooper said as the little girl held the flowers aloft for her to smell. She leaned down and took in a deep breath. Lady Cooper then pretended to sneeze, which sent Sophia into a fit of giggles. "Has she?" Gray asked, eyeing his daughter's pink cheeks. They appeared to have a healthy flush, nothing feverish. "What is wrong?" "Oh, she's quite well now, just a cough. Do not worry, we had Dr. Jensen pay a visit to listen to her lungs." Gray relaxed, though the thought of a doctor listening to Sophia's lungs reminded him too much of Bryn and the many physicians who paid visits to do much the same. "Thank you," he said, though perhaps unnecessarily. Sir and Lady Cooper loved Sophia just as much as Gray did. Why wouldn't they see to her health? But as always, Lady Cooper was gracious and merely smiled. "Lord Northridge." She stopped and turned to the nursemaid. "Thank you, Becky, that will be all for now." The maid bobbed a curtsy and left, closing the door behind her. Gray watched as Sophia sat down on the rug between he and Lady Cooper, and her pudgy little thumb and forefinger began to pull each petal off. He stifled a laugh. "Lord Northridge," Lady Cooper began again. He shifted his attention to her. "You do know that my husband and I are very happy to have Sophia in our family. You've given us something we were never able to give ourselves, and for that we are eternally grateful. However, I cannot help but think, well, I know I may be wrong to say this, but—" The pure joy that fed like a stream into Gray's heart whenever he had the opportunity to visit Sophia turned stagnant. He frowned at Lady Cooper as she struggled to find the words she wanted to say. He feared he knew what they were going to be. "You do not want me to see Sophia any longer," he said. He had whiled away many idle hours while trying to fall asleep at night, with the fear that one day the Coopers may well ask him to keep his distance, for Sophia's sake. Granted, the excuses surrounding his frequent visits would be more difficult to explain once she got older, but they had many years yet, and perhaps the Coopers could merely say Gray was a family friend, an uncle of sorts. I do not want to be her uncle. He did not want a false status within her heart. Lady Cooper's lips parted, her expression of horror and confusion plain. "Not see her? Oh, my goodness, no, not at all. Please never think that." Gray exhaled yet again, relieved, though still confused. "Then what do you mean to say?" She stood from the sofa, her hands clasped before her, and lowered her voice. "Only that it's so clear how much you adore her. I cannot help but think that you might wish for something more than your regular visits." He rose from his chair slowly. Something more? He eyed Sophia to make sure she was busying herself with the flowers, and softened his voice as well. Lady Cooper, do you mean to suggest I should take Sophia from Breckenham, from her home here? Do you not wish for it? She asked in return. Grey was at a loss for words. His heart screamed yes, but logic and propriety dictated the opposite. He could never claim Sophia as his. Mariana had never announced that she was expecting their child. When Grey had started to note her widening middle and fuller breasts during the nights he visited her apartments in Knightsbridge, apartments he kept for her, he had said nothing. He knew better than to tell a woman she was gaining. However, when the protrusion of her belly began to take definite shape, he had asked her point blank. He would never forget the way she'd responded. A wave of her hand and a nod of her head, as if he'd asked if it was raining outside. "Just a few more months. I'll take care of it, darling," she'd said, pecking his cheek. Just like now, Grey had not been able to speak, only feel. "It does not signify if I wish for it or not," he finally said to Lady Cooper. "I am unmarried. The child is—" There was no need to say illegitimate, even though at Sophia's age she would be blissfully unaware of what the word meant. Claiming an illegitimate child after he was married would be scandalous. Claiming one before would be utterly ludicrous. He cleared his throat. "Sophia is happy here, and I am grateful for our arrangement. I will make every effort I can to visit." Lady Cooper nodded, but her frown told him she was not fully satisfied with his answer. Grey suspected she worried that he would have a change of heart and take away the daughter they'd come to love as their own. As much as he dreamed of it, he could not be a father to Sophia without bringing shame and scandal down upon them all. No, she was better off here with the Coopers. In one sense, it would be better if he severed all contact, but Grey couldn't bring himself to do it. He couldn't imagine going without seeing those laughing blue eyes. It was as if she'd lodged herself well and truly into the folds of his heart. He wondered if all fathers felt this way. "Perhaps you would like to take her out into the gardens for some fresh air," Lady Cooper suggested. "I'd like that very much," he said. Grey scooped Sophia up in his arms, and she squealed in delight. It had taken her all of 5 minutes to warm up, her natural childish curiosity winning out over initial shyness. Her chubby arms wound around his neck, and he resisted the shocking urge to nuzzle the crook of her dimpled elbow. It astonished him that he had had some part in creating such a perfect human being. Instead, he breathed in her fresh, clean scent and allowed his cheek to graze the spun softness of the golden curls she'd inherited from him. He noticed that Lady Cooper, while she had not accompanied them into the garden, kept watch through the open bay windows. The garden itself offered a modicum of privacy, bordered by lush green hedges, and only one corner of it was visible from the road. Grey made sure to keep well away from that side. He did not need to cause any heartache or scandal for the Coopers. "Shall we play catch?" he said, finding a red ball lying beside a rosebush. Sophia's eyes lit up as he threw the ball. She chased after it, giggling, and tried to hide it behind another shrub. "Naughty ball," Sophia said. He supposed he was meant to find the hidden ball, and did so to the child's great delight. Their game lasted for a few minutes before she became distracted by a butterfly and ran toward one of the rose bushes at the far end of the garden nearest the gate to grasp it. A startled wail escaped her lips, her blue eyes filling with tears as she clutched her fingers to her chest. Grey rushed to her side, only to discover that she had pricked herself on a thorn. "There, there, Norie's got you, little one." He wiped the tears from her eyes, dismissing the hovering maid, and signalling to Lady Cooper standing anxiously at the window that all was well. Drawing his handkerchief from his pocket, he dabbed the tiny blood stain and bent his lips to her fingers. He took a perch on the low garden wall before pulling a package from his pocket and opening the wrapping to offer Sophia a sugared date. Her tears disappeared. Grey smiled. "All better?"
Unable to help himself, he pulled the little girl into his arms and sat her upon his knee, where she promptly stuffed the fruit into her mouth and chewed happily. He had never felt such a sense of contentment, the perfection in the moment, something to be savoured and tucked away for the times he could not see her. A smile still on his face. He looked up. The smile froze as his eyes clashed with a pair of sombre green ones. Time stood still for an endless moment as Lana, standing on the road in front of the cooper's home, slid her gaze from him to the child in his arms, and then back to him. Gray knew the resemblance between them would be evident, even to a stranger. Once more he found himself at a loss for words. But this time there was nothing he could say. His mind was utterly blank. "Lady," Sophia said, looking through the gate with a winsome wave. Startled, Lana raised her fingers in return, and then caught herself. With one last unfathomable look, she hurried away. Gray wrenched his eyes from her retreating form and stood, allowing the child to go to the waiting maid. He swallowed hard. Damn it all to hell. What had Lana been doing here? Had the incorrigible woman followed him? His stomach twisted into a knot, followed by a hot sweep of anger that drained away as abruptly as it came. She knew his secret. With a sinking heart, he wondered what she would do with the knowledge, and what the price of her silence would be. Chapter 6. A flood of emotions crashed through Lana as she rounded the corner, out of sight of the pretty manor house and out of sight of what she'd witnessed. Her heart was racing at an erratic pace, and her breath came in short, sharp, painful bursts. She had never had a panic attack. Irina was more prone to them, but she was certain that she was about to swoon. Leaning against a low stone wall in the shadow of a large oak tree, she hauled deep gulps of air into her aching lungs. She shouldn't have followed him. She shouldn't have been so absurdly curious about his whereabouts, or let her feelings dictate her actions. She shouldn't have engaged with Lord Northridge whatsoever, or let him get under her skin. Now she'd risked her safety and Irina's just to feel vindicated in her opinion of him. She'd thought he had a mistress, and indeed she had found him with someone of the opposite sex. Only it had been a child. His child. Of that she had no doubt. She recalled the cherubic features of the little girl. 2 or 3 years at the most. She was the spitting image of her father, down to the wide blue eyes, the blonde hair, the stubborn chin, the full rosy lips. And if she'd had any uncertainty as to the child's identity, the doting expression on Lord Northridge's face as he held her would have left little doubt. Lana thought back to the woman she'd glimpsed watching from the window. She'd appeared older, too old to be the child's mother and Lord Northridge's mistress, but Lana claimed no understanding as to the desires of men. Her mind raced with scenarios, but they all came back to one thing. She had just stumbled upon Lord Northridge's secret, a secret that could put her out of her position and in danger. Lana cursed herself savagely. She wanted to stomp her feet in frustration. If only she hadn't been so provoked by that man in the first place, she never would have followed him. But now he would undoubtedly take swift action against her. Lord Northridge was volatile enough to retaliate, even if he had kissed her. He'd been angry then, but now she worried what he'd choose to do. Her fears swelled, threatening to suffocate her. She was a servant. She had no other home to flee to. Viktor Zakharov was in London, and her uncle was most certainly not far behind. Sweat broke out in a hot wave beneath the uncomfortable bodice that seemed to tighten with each breath. Lord help her, she truly was about to swoon. Steadying herself, her hands gripping the stones behind her, she closed her eyes as her knees threatened to give way. "Miss, are you unwell?" The voice pierced through the fog suffocating her brain. Lana blinked, her eyes adjusting to the dappled afternoon sunlight. A young woman's concerned face swam into view as she extended a vial of hartshorn and a fan toward her. Lana declined the smelling salts, but accepted the fan gratefully. Her benefactor wore a wide-brimmed hat and light veil to protect against the sun.
"Thank you, my lady," Lana said, bobbing a quick curtsy. Another woman accompanied the young lady, undoubtedly her chaperone. The comely girl was impeccably dressed and bore an unmistakable stamp of nobility. Her manner, however, did not. She was warm and friendly, despite realizing that Lana would be no one of consequence. Lana held the fan out, attempting to return the item. Sparkling blue eyes behind the veil echoed the unaffected smile stretching on the young lady's lips. "Please keep it. I find myself prone to the vapors on exceedingly hot days. I have a number of fans and will not miss this one." "Thank you," Lana said with another bob of her head. After a pause, the woman said, "Are we acquainted?" "Pardon?" Lana asked, her attention divided. She glanced over her shoulder, expecting to see Lord Northridge chasing after her, but was relieved to see only an empty lane. She did not have the wherewithal to handle him right at that moment. "I know you." Lana froze at the three innocuous words that shook her to the core. She exhaled before replying, trying to bring her frazzled nerves under control to deal with the new and immediate threat of recognition. "I do not expect that we socialize in the same circles, my lady." "Perhaps not, but you remind me of someone. She was someone I met a year ago in St. Petersburg. Truly, you could be sisters, the resemblance is so striking." St. Petersburg. Lana sucked in a short breath, her back and shoulders tensing with worry and no small amount of fear. For months she had been so careful. To be discovered now would be frightening, especially with Zakharov so close. Panic set in like a cold chill in her veins. She tried not to show any emotion as she slowly lifted her eyes to the woman standing before her. The lady was frowning, as if still struggling to place her. Her determined gaze swept past Lana's plain navy-blue gown and her capped head, and returned to scrutinize her features. Although she did not recognize the young woman's face, Lana knew that it was a high probability that they could have met if she had indeed been to St. Petersburg. Lana dipped her head again. "I'm afraid that's not possible, my lady. I come from Moscow." "Moscow, you say?" the lady asked. Her expression then lit up. "Ah, that's it, then. You're Lady Briannon's maid. She pointed you out last Michaelmas at Ferndale's annual ball, and said that you were from Moscow. I was certain I knew you from somewhere." Lana forced a smile. "I am Lady Cordelia Vandermeer," the woman went on. "One of your mistress's friends." Lana's eyes widened in recognition at the name. "It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, my lady." She frowned, recalling a previous conversation between Bryn and Lord Northridge that suggested the girl was an unemotional block of ice. She certainly did not seem like one now. Intelligence and humour shone in her eyes. "Is your mistress with you?" Lady Cordelia asked. "No, my lady, I am running errands, and I must insist that I return your fan. You are far too generous." Lady Cordelia smiled. "I won't hear of it. 'Tis only a bit of silk." She looked around as if searching for the Dinsmore carriage. "May I offer you a ride to Ferndale? We were coming through Essex ourselves on our way to London," she added by way of explanation. "I needed a bit of a stroll after being cooped up in the carriage for so many hours." Lana shook her head. "Thank you for your kind offer, but my carriage is waiting a few streets away. Good day, then." Lana inclined her head graciously. "My lady." After Cordelia and her companion continued along the lane, Lana composed herself and made her way back to where Colton would be waiting. She held her breath, wondering whether Lord Northridge would pounce on her at any moment, but her walk to the carriage was uninterrupted. As they made their way back to Ferndale, Lana knew that she'd had a narrow escape with Lady Cordelia as well. She usually tried to keep a low profile with any guests of the Findlays, knowing that there were decent odds that a visiting aristocrat could recognize Princess Svetlanka Volkonsky. But the likelihood was slim. She was, after all, just an invisible servant. And Lana knew that the Tongs' view of the help would solidify her disguise. But the more she thought about Cordelia, the better she could pinpoint exactly when they had met in St. Petersburg, and even recall the burgundy tulle gown that Lana had worn that evening. It had been in the retiring room at the Bobrinsky Ball, one of the few society events she'd attended last season. Lana loosed a shaky breath. She had to be more careful. If Lady Cordelia had come that close to recognizing her, it stood to reason that others would too. Worse yet, if Lord Northridge were to terminate her position because of her cursed curiosity today, she would have nowhere to go but to Langlevitt's Cumbria estate. Having Irina there was risk enough, but the two of them would surely draw more attention. Lana sank into the velvet seat, her nerves crumbling by the moment. Perhaps her only option would be to find Northridge and explain that she had only seen him by chance. She shook her head. He'd never believe that. Not when the residence he'd visited had been on the other side of town. He had to know that she had followed him, that she'd been spying. No, she had to come up with a better excuse. Something, anything that would make him open to her appeal. Lana wondered what it would take to buy his goodwill. She could lie and say that Lady Dinsmore sent her to find him. She could beg for his mercy. I could seduce him. Lana almost laughed out loud at the last thought. Though Mrs. Frommer had practically accused her of being a harlot, Lana's powers of seduction were rusty at best. Yes, he'd kissed her, but Lord Northridge would kiss a tree if it were willing. Besides, the whole idea was a sad, terrible cliché. Instead of the master titillating the servants, it would be the servant seducing the master. However, something had provoked him enough to kiss her in the hallway, which meant he wasn't immune to what little charms she did possess. "Lana, you're being foolish," she whispered to herself. "If you offered your virtue to Lord Northridge, where would that leave you?" As the carriage pulled into the lane at the top of the estate, Lana knew that she would have to find another way to convince him. She would not, could not, barter her body for his goodwill. She wouldn't be a maid forever, and she had to think of her future. Thankfully, Lord Northridge had not yet returned, but Lana moved cautiously for the rest of the afternoon, expecting his looming presence at every turn. To keep herself busy, she spent several hours organizing Bryn's trunks and boxes, while creating a comprehensive inventory of every item in her mind. She would be required to unpack everything upon their arrival at Bishop House in London, and was determined to keep things as orderly as possible, thus producing fewer hassles arranging Bryn's rooms and closets in town. Concentrating on the correct placement of every hairpin and stocking, every slipper and chemise, meant Lana did not have any room in her mind for the things she had seen earlier that morning in the village. Lord Northridge, with a little girl on his knee, his lips kissing away the pain of a small injury, the pure joy in his smile when he looked at the beautiful child. Lana shook the images away and realized she'd wrapped one of Bryn's cotton night rails in 5 layers of tissue, 4 more than was needed. She sighed and fixed her mistake, her feet growing weary. Never while growing up in St. Petersburg had she thought in depth about the tasks her maids and other servants performed with such precision and quiet fortitude. A life of service was no easy thing, and now she knew firsthand. When she returned home and was restored to her old life, she would be sure to never forget the toll such dedication took. Lana didn't know how she would continually thank her staff, but she would think of something. She pulled out a pair of Bryn's newest dress slippers, purchased this winter, and swore under her breath when she saw 3 cut glass beads hanging loose from the floral design on the right toe. She should have noticed them earlier. She glanced at the clock on the mantel. Nearly 10 o'clock. Bryn would still be downstairs in the sitting-room with her mother. Lord Northridge and Lord Dinsmore would likely be in the billiards-room or library. Perhaps a study somewhere discussing Parliament or horseflesh. She would have at least an hour to herself before Bryn retired for the evening. Earlier, Lana had attended to Bryn after her excursion to the village, listening silently as Lady Dinsmore, seated in a chair in Bryn's bedchamber, announced her delight at Cordelia's unexpected visit. "She has grown more handsome since last we saw her, has she not?" Lady Dinsmore asked, her eyes alight with the pleasant thought. "She has slimmed a bit, and the colour in her cheeks has improved. I dare say she will be attending most of the functions we've been invited to, and considering it is your coming out as well, Graham will be required to act as your escort." Bryn had met Lana's gaze in the mirror and rolled her eyes. Lady Dinsmore was scheming, of course, wanting her son to marry and produce the next heir to the earldom. But as kind as Lady Cordelia had been that morning in Breckenham, Lana could not picture her at Lord Northridge's side, as his wife. They didn't suit, though she didn't quite know why she thought so. Just the idea of him falling at Cordelia's feet had left her feeling slightly ill. "Don't think about him," she'd scolded herself. Fiddling with Bryn's slippers, Lana decided to go below stairs and sew the beads back into place. She did not want to forget them. The preparation over the next few days would be hectic enough. Her legs were aching, and her stomach rumbling with hunger, as she took the servants' stairs to the basement level. She'd dined with the rest of the staff as usual, but she'd barely been able to take more than a few bites of her meal. The impending departure for London, her discovery of Lord Northridge's deepest secret, and the encounter with Lady Cordelia and her near recognition had soured her appetite. On her way to the sewing-room, tucked between the butler's pantry and the still-room, Lana snatched a slice of rosemary bread. She devoured it before entering the sewing-room and lighting a lamp. The kitchen staff had cleaned up and turned in, and Lana guessed only Braxton remained in uniform and awake to tend to the needs of Lord and Lady Dinsmore. She sat at a table and rummaged through the sewing-box for needle and thread, her shoulders relaxing as she carried on with the mindless work of repairing Bryn's slipper. She filled the quiet with a song, humming a lullaby her mother had sung so many years before. With it came the memory of her long, graceful fingers running through Lana's hair as she drifted off to sleep. The memory was comforting, and for the first time all day Lana found herself relaxing. She was so engrossed in the work that she didn't hear anyone approaching until the floorboard behind her creaked. She gave a start and twisted around in her chair. Her eyes landed on a figure who stood just inside the threshold, his arms crossed over his chest as he kicked the door shut. Lord Northridge's expression was unreadable, adding to her sudden unrest. "What are you doing here?" Lana blurted out, before becoming aware of a prick of pain growing on her index finger. She looked down and saw blood welling up on the pad. She dropped Bryn's slipper as quickly as she could, but it was too late. Her blood had already leached into the silk in the center of the beads. "Oh, no!" she cried, shoving back the chair and dropping the needle and thread as well. She popped her fingertip into her mouth, frustrated and ready to scream. She sucked on the pricked skin instead, knowing any outburst would only plunge her into deeper trouble. "Let me see," came Lord Northridge's voice at her back. She dodged him, stepping around the corner of the table and picking up a scrap of cloth, left behind from some unknown project earlier that day. She wrapped her finger tightly, her eyes watering. It wasn't so very painful, but she was angry and upset, and that always made her teary. "I've ruined this slipper now," she said, blinking back the mortifying rush of tears. It chafed that she'd damaged yet another of Bryn's possessions with her carelessness. The slipper would have to be replaced, and Mrs. Frommer would not miss the additional accounting. Lord Northridge picked up the tossed slipper and sighed. "It was my fault. I apologize for startling you. I didn't hear you sneaking up behind me. You could have said something or knocked," Lana said, appalled at the whiny, fractious note in her voice. He set the slipper back onto the table. "Let me see your finger." "It's fine," she replied, but he followed her around the edge of the table. "Your finger." Lana pinched her lower lip between her teeth and swallowed the urge to snap at him. His calmness unnerved her. She removed the strip of cloth and extended her hand. Gray held her infuriated gaze another moment before taking her fingers into his. He flipped her hand so that her palm faced up and cradled it. His skin was warm and dry, and oddly calloused for a gentleman. He inspected the pricked fingertip, and Lana suddenly felt absurd for having reacted the way she had. The blood was already clotting,
and in the dim lamplight the wound was so small she could barely see more than a red dot. Lana attempted to pull her hand back, but Lord Northridge's fingers tensed and held on. To her surprise, he pressed his lips together and blew a gust of cool air over her fingers and palm. It shivered up her arm, and she felt it burrow under her skin and into her core. Lana drew a breath and successfully retracted her hand this time. "You shall see another sunrise, I expect," he said, his teasing humour poked as sharply as the needle had done. "I told you I was fine." He settled his eyes on her again, and she found she could not hold the gaze. She glanced at his crisp white dinner shirt, his jacket gone and his cravat loose, though not undone, and found herself noticing how well the fabric sat upon his broad shoulders. Lana squeezed her eyes shut, and when she opened them again, centered them upon the slipper she'd ruined. She reached for it, though she didn't know why. She just knew she had to focus on something, anything to avoid looking at him. "This is the second wounded finger I've tended today," he said quietly. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have followed you." "Then why did you?" There was no anger in his tone, only curiosity. But Lana knew enough of Lord Northridge not to misjudge his moods. He could sway from one to the other in the blink of an eye. As such, she opted for the truth. She set the slipper down again and backed away from him along the length of the table's edge. "I thought you were meeting someone." Heavens, she sounded ridiculous. She felt petty and completely humiliated. He followed her along the side of the table as well, his hand sliding over the tabletop. "Our mistress?" She nodded, her ankle striking the table leg. "And that concerned you?" "I know it shouldn't have, but—" She struggled not to bungle her words. Her native Russian always wanted to take over when her nerves swelled. "You had accused me of meeting a lover, of having a tryst, of immoral behavior, and I wanted to see for myself if you were—" Lana lifted her eyes to meet his, though only for a moment. There was a storm brewing in their cool blue depths, and she knew by pressing on she would only bring it closer to her. But she could not back down. A hypocrite. She saw his chest rise under his elegant dinner shirt and braced herself for an angry response, one she undoubtedly deserved. However, he seemed to be taking a moment to gather his reply, resisting his natural desire to eviscerate with words. She had no idea how she knew what his natural desire was. Usually they always ended up at 6s and 7s with each other. This time, though, Lord Northridge paused. Her eyes lifted to his once more in surprise. "And now you have seen the outcome of my own immoral behavior," Gray murmured, his attention riveted to the sewing notions scattered over the table. The little girl. Lana had known, of course, but hearing it come from him made it all the more real. "She is yours." He nodded once, his hand reaching for a silver thimble. He fiddled with it a moment before setting it down again. "And no one knows?" Lana pressed gently. "No one beyond Sir and Lady Cooper," he answered, his eyes finally lifting to hers. "And now you." He'd kept his daughter a secret from his whole family, from all of those he loved. Lana blinked, unable to grasp how difficult such a task must have been. "The girl's mother?" she ventured, sensing that he would be amenable. Lord Northridge tipped back his head and drew in another deep breath. He exhaled and turned on his heel, walking back toward the other end of the table. Lana relaxed a little. The closer he stood to her, the tenser she became, as if his very presence held her hostage. "A previous liaison," he answered, his back to Lana. Out of his range of vision, she admired the breadth of his shoulders again, and the pleated cut of his shirt, but her stomach turned at the thought of Lord Northridge being intimate with this unknown, unnamed woman. "We are no longer connected." She chose to give up the child. "Oh, how awful. But you did not?" He faced her, his eyes sparkling with offense. "Of course I didn't."
She took a cautious step in reverse. An irritable Lord Northridge was an unpredictable Lord Northridge, and the last time he'd become rattled, he'd claimed her mouth with his. His hands had found their way to places on her body where they should not have touched. And she had not wanted him to stop. If he noticed her retreat, he didn't react. His expression went distant again, as if he'd become distracted by his own thoughts. "I am not unfeeling," he said, less force behind his voice this time. "I would never have allowed a child of mine to land in some pestilent foundling home, or overcrowded orphanage, or with a family I knew nothing about. The Coopers have taken exemplary care of her, and until you saw us today, Sophia had been a well-kept secret." With those words, he seemed to lose every ounce of his agitation. His hand rose to his forehead and attempted to rub away some worry or stress. "The truth is, I followed you down here to speak to you in private. I need to know I have your confidence in the matter, Lana. Please." Hearing her given name whispered in his cultured aristocratic tones gave her the slightest start. Perhaps he wasn't talking down to her or reprimanding her as he usually did. Or perhaps it was the supplicating look in his eyes that accompanied the request. Lord Northridge had so much to lose should his secret about his illegitimate daughter come to light, and he was asking whether he could trust her. Not ordering, asking. "I will not breathe a word, my lord," she said. Lord Northridge stared at her a moment, as if trying to decipher whether or not she was telling the truth. Finally, he must have decided to believe her. He stood taller, bringing both arms straight down at his sides. The tension drained out of his shoulders, as if he'd been carrying an enormous weight there. "Thank you," he said in a gruff, emotional voice. "You don't know what it is like, keeping a secret you would do anything to protect." "I understand more than you know," Lana whispered before she could stop herself, and sealed her lips. The confession had simply slipped out, and now she wished she could rewind the clock and take the confession back. He cocked his head and moved a few paces closer to where she stood, at the head of the table. "Yes, it would seem that we both have secrets." Feeling panicked at her blunder, Lana glanced over her shoulder. The door to the sewing room was shut. He'd kicked it closed after she'd startled and stabbed her finger. "Everyone keeps secrets," she replied, trying to keep her tone light. Instead it trembled. His sharp and serious stare narrowed in, picking up on her nervousness. He ambled closer, his manner unthreatening, but Lana felt menaced nonetheless. Despite that, she stood her ground. She would not run from him like some frightened rabbit. "Then what are yours, I wonder? Tell me, Lana, what are you hiding?" The subtle shift in the way his tongue rolled over her name had her senses on alert. It wasn't soft and beseeching like the prior time. This time he was testing it, tasting its weaknesses, as if her name held the answers he sought. She swallowed hard as he stepped closer, his eyes and manner unreadable. "I still think you were meeting with someone." Lana couldn't outright deny it. She was in hiding, and desperate to stay that way, but she could not stoop to blatant lying, especially after Lord Northridge had been open with her about Sophia. "You may think what you like," she replied. He finished closing the space between them. Lana refused to retreat another step. "However, you may not take what you like." Lord Northridge's mouth turned up at the corners, as if her stand had amused him. "I take only what is willingly offered. I don't recall offering my body for you to paw last evening." "I hardly pawed," he said with a soft huff of laughter. "Did you truly find me so detestable?" Lana wanted to say yes. Admitting otherwise felt like a form of surrender. She'd done well pretending to turn to ice underneath his hands and mouth, when inside she'd felt the slow scorch of desire. She hadn't expected to feel that during Lord Northridge's surprisingly tender kiss. But she had. For those few moments, she'd forgotten her dislike of him entirely. "I did not," she said in a shameful whisper, her fingers tangling together in front of her stomach as she tried to avoid his direct stare. "But I am a servant here." "Then why is it, I wonder," he began, inching forward, "that you do not behave as other servants do?" Lana's throat closed off as she felt the bracing heat from his body. She would not cower. She would not scuttle back. He was testing her mettle. He wanted her to back down. And yes, perhaps she should. She was to him nothing more than a lady's maid after all. But everything inside of her, everything born and bred and royal, absolutely refused. "I am rather obstinate, I suppose," she said instead. She felt his warm gust of laughter against her forehead. "You are a mule." Lana gasped at the insult and snapped her eyes to his. It was a mistake. She saw the longing in them, the desire, even a glint of admiration, unless she was fooling herself. "You're extraordinary," he whispered. She parted her lips at the unexpected compliment, especially as it rode on the heels of an insult. "Lord Northridge," she began, and then cut her eyes away, staring instead at his loosened cravat and the barest hint of bronzed skin above it. She felt the oddest desire to press her lips to that hollow, to feel his pulse throbbing there below the tip of her tongue. Stirring, she dragged in a shaky breath and licked dry lips. "I am like any other." "Gray," he said thickly, focusing on her mouth. "My name is Gray, and I do not want any other. I do not think of any other, not as I have found myself thinking of you." It was wrong of him. He shouldn't have been saying these things to her, or asking her, a servant, to address him by his given name. And he should most definitely not have just brought his body to within a scant inch of hers. The air between them shimmered into something reminiscent of a lightning storm, powerful and elemental. She could barely breathe from the longing to have his hands on her. She was mad to want him to touch her again, and yet she did. If she was being honest with herself, she'd wanted their return ever since he'd removed them from her body the night before. "Only because I am considered forbidden, only because I am an exciting risk," she said, her chest beginning to strain from the lack of steady breaths. She wasn't sure whom she was trying to convince. "No, it is something more." His quiet words were so certain, so supremely sanguine, that Lana couldn't help but be taken in by his conviction. More than what? A fleeting attraction? A desperate tumble below stairs? She couldn't be so foolish as to hope that he was about to profess his undying love. Men of his station, and women of her current one, had only one route open to them, and it did not involve marriage. It involved ruination, hers particularly. "You feel it too, Lana. I know you do." His hand lifted to dislodge the white cap from her head. She watched it in silence as he placed it on the table. Oddly, the removal felt like he was evening the footing between them, and she had the strangest urge to snatch it to her chest. Her only defense against him was her position, and here he was, discarding it, showing her that it didn't matter. Her mouth went dry. "Feel what?" she croaked. "The connection between us that has been there from the start, from the moment you walked through the doors at Ferndale." She swallowed a hysterical giggle. "You mean the one that makes me want to pummel you into the next fortnight?" His lips twitched, but his next words erased the momentary humor. "Physical attraction." Long, slender fingers hovered in the air next to her cheek, but he didn't touch her. "Tell me you feel nothing, and I'll leave this room. Say the word, Lana, and I'll go." His words catapulted through her, bursting through her defenses like cannons on a battlefield. She knew better. She knew better than to trust the aching look in those wide blue eyes, or the feeling that this man needed someone to trust, needed someone to hold him, if only for a moment. She could give him that, couldn't she? God knew she was no stranger to loneliness and the need for physical comfort. But Lana was wary. He was so exasperatingly difficult to fathom. Cold one minute, hot the next, hubristic to a fault, and then achingly gentle as she'd seen with his daughter. She was not impervious to his looks, but she'd never been the sort of maiden to be swayed by a handsome face. Despite his high-handed nature, Lana found herself drawn to this man, to the tenderness she sensed beneath the surface. She didn't want to think of him like this, so open and vulnerable. No, she didn't want to feel anything for him at all, especially when he was staring at her just so. It was a losing battle. He made her want to do unreasonable things, foolish things. No, she didn't want him to leave. Not even when his eyes flared at her silence and he breached the remaining space between them, the moment for retreat vanishing. Panting softly, Lana made no move to stop him when his hand came up and his fingers touched the column of her neck. They slid to her nape and pressed into her skin, sinking up into the mass of her hair. "Regardless of what I feel, you know nothing of who I am," she breathed, her willpower threatening to dissolve at the touch of his fingertips on her tingling scalp. "Then show me," he replied, before setting his mouth to hers. Lana's shaky reserve held firm for all of one heartbeat before it crumbled like a fortress built on sand. Gray's tongue drew across her sealed lips, and her mouth, as if governed by another mind, betrayed her. Her lips parted on a tremulous sigh, allowing him entry, and he swept in without hesitation. God, it was even better than what she had imagined so many times in her dreams. Warmer, hotter, brighter, addictive. She wanted more. Her hands slid up around his neck, her tongue touching his tentatively. He groaned his approval and deepened the kiss. Lana's entire body trembled at the sensual onslaught as he sought the soft interior of her mouth, drawing her lips between his and coaxing her to respond. Unlike the last time he kissed her, now all she wanted to do was open to him, savor the sleek glide of his tongue, welcome the warm press of his lips, delight in the hard strength of his body. He was all she could feel and taste and breathe, consuming every single rational thought in her head as bursts of heat kindled and ignited along her quivering limbs. Lana moaned into his mouth, lost to the erotic storm he was arousing within her. Gray swiveled her around, edging her backward until the lip of the sewing table pushed against her lower back. His palms rounded over the curves of her bottom and lifted, hefting her up and settling her on top of the table, even as his mouth continued to ply hers with soft nudges and wet bites. Breaking the heated embrace after an eternity, his eyes impaled hers, so deeply blue and unfathomable, like the ocean she'd crossed to get here, that Lana couldn't speak. After a long moment, he bent to feather every inch of her face with soft grazes of his lips, as if memorizing every contour and every rise. The aching tenderness of his touch left her speechless. Without realizing it, her anxious fingers had worked their way into the loose linen of his cravat, tugging at it until it fell away, exposing his neck. He smelled of lemon and cedar, and Lana couldn't help herself. She touched her mouth to his throbbing pulse, tasting his warm, salted skin. "We must stop," she whispered as his own busy lips trailed above her brow and around to her ear. "Do you want me to stop?" He took her lobe between his teeth, his breath hot. Gray tugged gently, his tongue sweeping out to lick the sensitive skin there. Lana shivered and moaned her answer. "No, God, no, don't stop." In response, he slipped his fingers under the cap of one sleeve of her serviceable dress and tugged it down. He brought his kisses to her bared shoulder while sliding down the opposite sleeve. And then, with the fingers of both hands still hooked into the rim of her muslin bodice, Gray pulled again. The top of her dress came down, her chemise with it, and Lana's breasts, completely unhindered, spilled out into the dim light of the single lamp. She gasped,
her breath coming short, but Grey held her panicked eyes, calming her, reassuring her, before letting his gaze descend to feast on the sight of her. "Do you know how beautiful you are, Lana?" he said thickly. "So perfect. I knew you would be. I've never seen such skin like yours, like a luminous pearl." She blushed deeply, everything falling away, the room, the manner, all of it, until it was only them, only him, and the way he was looking at her. "Do you want me to stop?" he murmured again, his eyes rising to connect with hers. Would he? Lana had never been anywhere near this intimate with a man, but she had heard rumors from others, that men could be beasts, that they would simply do as they pleased. She did not doubt Grey's honor, though, not after learning how he had been unable to abandon his child. If she changed her mind in another few seconds, she trusted he would stop. But the shocking, shameless truth was, she didn't want to. Not yet. Flushing with brazen shame, she shook her head in answer. With a smile, Grey lowered over one peach-pink nipple and touched his tongue to the tip before drawing it into his mouth. Gasping at the wicked swirl of his tongue, Lana's back arched like a tightened bow at the instant streak of fire that torched a path from her breasts to her hips. He suckled her, taking her between his teeth and gently tugging. She had never felt anything so sublime, so indecently delicious in her life. As Grey's hands bracketed the span of her ribs and his mouth travelled to her other breast, lavishing his tongue and teeth on that one as well, she couldn't imagine asking him to stop. It felt exquisite. He made her feel exquisite. A clatter down the hallway broke her lust-filled trance. Lana bolted upright, her eyes springing open to land on the closed door. Grey straightened, his gaze following the same route her eyes had taken, his own narrowing with understanding of their predicament. In an instant Lana saw the peril of their situation. She, spread upon the table in a wanton display with the master leering above her, her breasts swinging free like a common tavern wench. The utterly mortifying truth of it. What the devil had she been thinking? She'd let emotion and lust overcome her good sense. She was risking everything. And for what? A few scattered embraces with a man who could destroy her fragile house of cards on a whim? Cursing her stupidity, Lana yanked up one sleeve while Grey slid the other into place. She battered his hand away, covering herself once again and hopping off the table. The distinct sound of footsteps came toward the sewing-room door, and Lana's heart tumbled to her feet. Even fully clothed she couldn't be caught with him like this. She'd be tossed out on her ear with no alternative but to find her way to Lord Langlevitt alone, her perfect cover in tatters, not to mention the scandal that would follow in her wake. She cursed herself again in several languages. How could she have been so reckless? Wild-eyed, she shushed Grey and shoved him backward, toward the space against the wall next to the door. There was no closet to hide in, no adjoining door for him to escape through. He'd have to hide behind the opened door and pray not to be seen. He stumbled back, his frown telling her he didn't like hiding, but he must have understood what was at risk for her, because he stayed quiet. The door opened a mere second after Lana caught sight of Grey's discarded cravat beneath the table. She kicked it farther underneath and turned to greet her visitor. She thought she might be ill at the dour face that appeared. The ever-vigilant Mrs. Frommer had opened the door, wide enough to block Grey from Lana's view. Her eyes narrowed on Lana, and then canvassed the room in an efficient sweep. Lana felt true fear rise in her chest for a moment, as the housekeeper's gaze lingered near the table where she'd kicked the loosened cravat out of view. She held her breath until Mrs. Frommer's cold eyes returned to her person, certain that the housekeeper would see right through the cloud of sin surrounding her. "I saw the light under the door," she said in a clipped voice, not bothering to disguise her enmity. "I wanted to be sure someone hadn't left a lamp lit." Lana swiped up Bryn's slippers and shot the housekeeper a false smile, hoping she didn't sound as breathless as she felt. "I was repairing something for Lady Brianon before tomorrow." Mrs. Frommer kept a hand on the doorknob,
remaining in the doorway with one pencil-thin eyebrow raised. "You look flushed, Miss Volchek." Cringing, Lana licked her lips and gathered her sewing supplies. "It is rather overwarming here," she replied in as agreeable a tone as she could manage. "But luckily I finished just as you arrived and was about to leave. I will follow you out, Mrs. Frommer." Though she loathed the housekeeper, if Lana left with her she wouldn't have to face Gray. The spell his touch had woven through her had lifted just enough for shame to take its place. The throb of her breasts compounded it. Lana nodded at the stony-faced housekeeper, distinctly aware of the virile man hidden not a half-step away from her. Her cheeks burned with the scalding memory of his mouth and hands, and her shameless response to them. She was a coward to run, she knew, but it was clear that she could no longer trust herself with Lord Northridge. With a shaky breath, she reached for the lamp and lowered the wick, extinguishing the flame. She rushed through the door and into the hallway, sighing with relief when the housekeeper closed it behind them. Chapter 7. "Lord Northridge!" a lilting female voice called out. Gray turned to see Lady Cordelia Vandermeer strolling toward him as he was descending from his coach on St. James's Street in London. At the sight of his sister's friend, he stifled the immediate urge to duck into the entrance to White's. It would be unforgivably rude. It wasn't Cordelia's fault that his mother had chosen her as top prospect for a daughter-in-law, in spite of his own recalcitrant feelings on the matter. He greeted her nonetheless with unfailing courtesy as she reached him, her maid and chaperone hovering a short distance away. "Lady Cordelia, a pleasure to see you." "And you." She smiled winsomely, and for a moment Gray stared at her. Despite her purported frigidity, Cordelia was indeed a lovely girl. His mother was right. She had the right pedigree and circumstances to make him an excellent match, and she certainly was young and attractive. But Gray felt nothing but mild appreciation for her beauty, much the same way as one would appreciate a beautiful portrait. For one, her flaxen hair seemed too pale and weightless. It lacked the supple substance a darker shade might hold, hair the colour of warm chocolate, for instance. Nor were her eyes the kind of bottomless green that made a man want to lose himself in them. Simply put, she wasn't Lana. Gray groaned inwardly. If he had any sense in his head at all, he would be setting his cap at Cordelia instead of lusting after impossible outcomes with a servant who deserved better than some lord rutting after her. Common sense, however, seemed to be in short supply, especially where his sister's beguiling maid was concerned. She haunted his thoughts every waking moment. He focused on the lady in front of him. "I trust you are well?" "Very well, my lord, thank you." Cordelia nodded, a trifle breathless. "We were visiting the apothecary down the street, and I happened to notice your coach. How was your mother and Lady Brianon? I haven't seen either of them since our arrival in London." "They are both well," he replied. "I believe my sister was out shopping with her lady's maid this afternoon for a dinner later this evening." He clenched his jaw. There had been no reason for him to mention Bryn's lady's maid, but alas, his tongue had formed the words anyhow. "Ah, yes, the Russian girl," Cordelia said. "I saw her briefly in Breckenham on the journey here a few days ago, and to my great mortification I quite mistook her for someone else." She laughed, and Gray notched an eyebrow at her decidedly unusual display of humour. Normally, Cordelia was far more reserved, particularly when in the presence of her mother. He glanced to her waiting companion, an attractive young woman not much older than she. Perhaps her mother's absence explained her surprising break from habit. "Well, I shall not tarry longer, my lord, as I expect you are engaged at the moment. I bid you good evening." "And you, Lady Cordelia?" Gray blinked at his unexpected fortune as she departed down St. James's Street arm in arm with her companion. He'd half expected her to wrangle a dinner invitation out of him, or at least convince him to accompany her on a stroll or ride in the park. But then, perhaps, those machinations were her mother's doing, not hers. White's, he thought as he entered the establishment, was unusually quiet. Only a few members of the private gentlemen's club graced its tables, including one who was not known for small talk. It suited Gray's current mood just fine. "Langlevitt," he greeted the Earl. "May I join you?" "Of course." Nodding politely to the others at the table, Gray settled himself into an empty chair with a large glass of whisky as play at the table resumed. Placing his bet, he stared distractedly at the hand of cards he'd been dealt, his mind occupied. He'd ridden ahead to London, foregoing a strained carriage journey along rough, rutted roads for a bruising ride on faro. It had done little to clear his head, or his capricious temper. The last few days had taken a brutal toll on his patience. Signalling a hovering footman for a second drink, he downed the liquor in one gulp as another round of cards was dealt. Notwithstanding his own scandalous behaviour with Lana, he'd been forced to endure his mother's Herculean match-making efforts with Lady Cordelia by singing the girl's praises every half-hour. He'd also had to hold himself back from insulting their odious neighbour, the Duke of Bradburn, who seemed intent on pursuing Brianon and procuring a wife less than half his age. Each day following the Gainsbridge crush, the manor house at Ferndale had been filled to bursting with flowers, and it seemed that Bishop House in London was doomed to follow the same fate. He could barely breathe this morning with the scent of lilies in the house, and neither could Bryn for that matter. His mother was thrilled at the prospect of her daughter becoming a duchess, no matter that Bryn was as repulsed by the thought of the match as he. Bradburn was old, but that wasn't his greatest fault. He was a lecher, a complete and utter reprobate who collected lovers and mistresses the way some men collected horseflesh or lands. And yet the Duke's intentions toward Bryn had been more than clear. They'd been invited to an 11th-hour dinner that very evening at the Duke's residence on Park Lane, but Gray would have suffered a public flogging rather than attend. He'd declined to his mother's and Bryn's infinite disappointment. Unease trickled into his chest and stomach whenever Gray thought of Bradburn or his son, the Marquis of Hawksfield. Both were libertines, though Hawksfield was not as flagrant in his lifestyle as the Duke. Gray knew the dark pleasures that came with charming a willing woman in order to satisfy his own base desires. Using, discarding, and then forgetting her, sometimes all within the course of one evening. It was disgusting how much Gray had once had in common with the Duke and Marquis. Could a man change? He'd thought he could. He'd tried. His self-imposed celibacy had been a tremendous test of will. But this last week with Lana had sown seeds of doubt within him. He wanted her with an overwhelming swell of lust, stronger than he could ever remember feeling. And Gray saw the same simmering thirst in the Marquis of Hawksfield's eyes whenever the man looked upon Bryn. He wanted nothing more than to keep his sister far away from both him and his lecherous father. Bryn deserved to be something more than just an object of desire, something that a man fancied for a short while. So does Lana. The thought struck him with the force of a mallet. His conscience was merciless, it seemed, and accurate. Perhaps that was at the core of what needled him so deeply. He recognized the debauched, most primitive side of himself in those men, one that Lana had unknowingly awakened. He craved her with a raw need that demanded he satiate his body with hers, consequences be damned. And there would be consequences if he gave in, for himself, for her, for his family. So maybe he was far worse than Bradburn or Hawksfield. Perhaps he loathed them because he loathed himself more. For while either of them could do right by Bryn, there was nothing Gray could offer Lana, especially marriage. She could only be his mistress. The little he knew of her told him that, despite her heated response to him, she would never accept, and he would never suggest such a thing, not if he wished to maintain some degree of honour. She was a lady's maid. He was a viscount. They'd be shunned by polite society. While the ton would tolerate him because of his family's influence, they would publicly humiliate her at every turn. Gray didn't know what it was about her that bewitched him. She carried herself with bafflingly quiet poise,
and though he knew that she was from a genteel family, that innate sang-froid gave him pause. Even compared to someone such as Lady Cooper, Lana possessed a refined self-confidence that surpassed hers. It was something that could not be taught. Lana was a mystery, one that he was determined to unravel. Gray remembered those slender, unblemished fingers of hers, and felt an indescribable need to feel them upon him right at that moment. He'd forced himself not to think about that night below stairs in the sewing room, but now it seemed that his memories wanted to torture him. Her nervous hands sliding along his arms, her intoxicating scent, her mouth, her sweet tongue pushing against his, her taste, God, her full, satiny breasts. On cue, Gray's trousers grew uncomfortably tight right there in the middle of the goddamned card-room, from a days-old memory. Rattled by his body's untimely response, he composed himself with a rough shake and sat upright in his chair. He focused on the game, and dead puppies being trampled by a herd of drunken elephants. The resulting appalling image helped, somewhat. With a strangled breath, Gray placed a bet and drained the contents of his glass, signaling for another. It appeared that he was doomed to remain at the table for at least the next hand, as standing would invite considerable ridicule from the other men seated around him, all of them barely acquaintances. Growing stiff in the middle of a card game, he'd never imagined he'd be so pitiable. Then again, he hadn't been with a woman in ages. That probably had much to do with his terrible humour and near-constant state of half-arousal. There were measures he could take to prevent unwanted pregnancies, avoiding the very situation that had befallen his prior mistress, but Gray hadn't felt inclined to satisfy his baser urges, at least not until Lana. Now it felt as if he had a raging mongrel in his trousers every time he thought of her, which was far too often. He adjusted himself again, resigned to the sorry fate he had created for himself. "Northridge," a cynical voice intoned. "Surprised to see you in town so early for the season." Gray's head craned in slow motion, although he had already recognized the voice's owner as the subject of his earlier murderous thoughts. His jaw clenched. "Hawksfield? May I?" the Marquis said, taking one of the empty seats at the table. He lowered himself into a chair beside Lord Langlevitt, receiving a courteous nod of welcome from the Earl. "Suit yourself," Gray replied, his ill-humour only slightly dulled by the whisky he'd consumed. At least the Marquis's disagreeable presence appeared to be marginally more distracting than the puppies and rampaging elephants. As always, Hawksfield was impeccably dressed from the crown of his head to the tips of his polished boots. He wore his arrogance like a second skin, and it rankled Gray like no other. He'd seen the man disappear with Bryn onto the balcony at the Gainsbridge masquerade, and though his sister had insisted nothing untoward had happened with the Marquis, she'd been inexplicably agitated upon her return. He'd bet his last farthing that Hawk had overstepped his bounds. "It's been a while, Hawk," Langlevitt said. "Although I'm not sure I'm keen to have you divest me of my coin. Northridge has been on a colossal losing streak all night, and has fattened up my purse." "Langlevitt," Hawk greeted him. "Good to see you returned from duty in one piece. I haven't yet congratulated you on your promotion. Field Marshal, eh?" The Earl shrugged off the impressive new ranking. After so many years of service in the Royal Army, he'd received the highest honour a military man could achieve. "Thank you," was all Langlevitt replied. "A man of many words," Hawk joked, toasting him. "How is your mother?" Gray noticed the Earl tense, but then relax as he answered the question. "Sadly, my mother is unwell of late and has retired to the country for some peace and quiet. I expect it shall be good for her to have a break from a constant stream of guests." He cleared his throat, his expression turning solemn. "Will Lady Eloise be joining you in London for the season?" Gray eyed him. The Earl had danced with Hawksfield's sister 3 times at the Gainsbridge masquerade, igniting rumours that he had set his cap at her. Looking at him now, Gray nearly laughed.
The man was practically perched on the edge of his seat waiting for Hawke's answer. "No," Hawke returned. "She is to remain at Worthington Abbey." Disappointment clouded Langlevitt's face. "That is a pity. My sister does not enjoy crowds." "Neither do I," Langlevitt said, "although at times it is a necessary evil." Grey frowned at the Earl's cryptic words. Just returned from the military overseas, Langlevitt would be considered a splendid catch by all the matchmaking mammas of the ton. He was handsome, titled, wealthy, and most importantly unattached. The tendre he'd developed for Hawksfield's sister had come as a surprise to more than just Grey, and not only because of the burns upon Lady Eloise's face, inflicted long ago. Bryn had always seemed fond of the girl, but Grey had never quite known how to take her. She was kind and had all the right mannerisms, but something about her struck him as orchestrated. She bore her illegitimacy with the perfect balance of poise and humility. She wore her veils with the perfect amount of grace and courage. And yet Grey found Eloise, on the whole, to be somewhat unsettling, as if she were a projection of someone instead of a real person. Play resumed, along with chatter across the gaming table, though Grey could hardly bring himself to focus. He lost 3 more hands because of it. He could either go home to an empty house, with the object of his lust far too close in proximity, or he could stay here in relative safety and contribute to everyone else's pockets. There was no choice in the matter. The lost coin was a small price to pay for the retention of his sanity, and what little was left of his dignity. Lana's indifference over the last 2 days had been a bitter tonic to swallow. He knew she'd been occupied with the unpacking and beleaguered by his mother's incessant demands to get everything just right, but she'd gone out of her way to avoid being in his presence. If he entered a room, she vacated it. If he tried to gain her attention, she busied herself with something else. If he tried to corner her, she found clever ways to extricate herself. It was damned provoking. No, if he returned to Bishop House, he would not be responsible for his actions. She would likely find herself on her back with her skirts tossed over her head before she could blink. His erection rose anew. Grey raked a hand through his hair and loosened the cravat at his neck. "Looks like you are settling in for the night," Hawke noted over the rim of his whisky glass. "Drowning your devils or your sorrows?" "I've no better place to be," Grey said mildly, lifting his own glass and ignoring Hawke's question. "What's better than the company of you fine gentlemen?" Toasts of "Hear, hear" filled the room. "Although I am surprised to see you here, Hawksfield." "Why is that?" "I would have thought you'd be at the Duke's impromptu dinner tonight. My mother was all aflutter at the prospect of encouraging your father's intentions toward my sister." Hawke's eyes flew to his. "A dinner, you say?" "At your own residence." Grey paused and smirked. "What? Did the Duke cut you from the guest list?" Hawke set his jaw in answer. It was so, then. Bradburn hadn't wanted his son present. Grey could guess why. He was not the only one, it seemed, who had noticed Hawksfield ogling Bryn like a lusty rooster. "Bryn will be there." "Lady Brianon," Grey corrected in a lazy tone, "has the unfortunate duty of being forced to accompany my parents, seeing as the invitation specifically requested her presence. And, well, one can't refuse a duke, can one? Or a viscount." Grey went cold with the realization. Bryn, who sat only a few rungs below the Duke's own ranking, had known she could not deny him without consequence. Had Lana, who was not even within the same social sphere as Grey, felt the same way, unable to deny his kisses, his advances, for fear of consequence? Had he been fooling himself, thinking she had wanted them? Grey felt sick, and had nearly forgotten the other players at the table until he heard his name being mentioned. "So it's true, then, that the dancing Duke is courting your sister, North?" one player, Lord Finton, asked with a waggish grin. "Heard she swooned with delight when his Grace asked her to dance at the Gainsbridge affair." Hawksfield snorted his derision. "The lady was likely overwrought from unwanted attention." "At least we agree on that," Grey said in a deprecating tone, meeting the Marquis's stare. "Though the Duke seems to be the only one who is courting my sister properly, and perhaps willing to make a legitimate offer." There was a sudden hush at the gaming table. A muscle ticked in Hawke's cheek. "Is there something you wish to say to me, Northridge?" "I just did," Grey answered, though his reply lacked any real force. They glared at each other with mutual hostility until the Marquis pushed back his chair with such force that it tipped over. He stalked from the room without another word. Truly, Grey felt nothing but self-disgust. He was a sodding hypocrite. He had done exactly the same as Hawksfield. The conversation picked up slowly around the table, though the others were still eyeing him with wary looks. He ignored them, and several rounds later White's had become considerably more crowded. The occupants of his own table had shifted as the earlier players took their leave, to be replaced by others Grey knew. Members and guests wove between tables, stopping to speak and make introductions. One such man approached Grey's table, a smile of recognition lighting his face when he made eye contact. Helmford Monty's crop of thick and wild white hair was his most arresting feature. It reminded Grey of the beaches he'd seen in Crete when he'd taken his grand tour of the continent 3 summers ago. Greece had been enjoyable, but it was Monty's home country of Italy, where Grey would happily return at the drop of a hat. "Monty, haven't seen you in a while. Back for the season?" Grey asked, as the Italian ambassador arrived at the table. Monty, who spent more time at social functions than he did at the court of St. James, nodded and clapped Grey on the back with a lascivious grin. "You know I could not miss the parade of all the lovely English roses. Don't they have enough beautiful women in Italy to keep you satisfied?" Grey laughed. Monty grinned. "Variety, my lord, variety. Besides, I like to share the wealth of my culture. Your English women can only benefit from knowing the fire of an Italian amante." "I assure you our English women are doing quite well without your heavy-handed flirtations," Grey replied, his eyes flicking to an unfamiliar man who had just stepped up to Monty's side. He cut a brutish figure and sported a heavy, dark moustache. The ambassador made a quick, short, apologetic motion with his hands. "Gentlemen, Lord Northridge, may I present Baron Viktor Zakharov. He is a Russian diplomat visiting from St. Petersburg on urgent business. I managed to convince him to take a respite and enjoy what your gentlemanly establishments have to offer." Monty eyed 2 recently vacated seats at Grey's table and quirked an eyebrow. "Please join us." Grey answered the unspoken question with the grace expected of a peer, though the Russian appeared too silent and surly to be diverting company. Grey gestured around the table. "Monty, I'm sure you know Lords Marsham, Esteborough, Finton, and Langlevitt." The others offered their greetings, but Langlevitt kept his head down with a grim look upon his face. Grey frowned at his sudden coolness. Strange, the Earl was usually a friendly fellow, but he'd become rigid and tense with the arrival of the 2 men. "What business are you upon, Lord Zakharov?" Grey meant it simply as polite conversation, but he was unprepared for the swift, icy glare the Russian shot in his direction. "Confidential." His speech was heavily accented. "Of course," Grey said, with a smile that stayed only on his lips. "Though it is a well-heeded rule that what is divulged at White's remains at White's." Marsham, Esteborough, and Finton all chuckled at that, though Langlevitt's grim expression didn't change. Perhaps it was the news Hawksfield had delivered about Lady Eloise remaining in Essex for the season that had turned the Earl's attitude sour. Monty clapped Zakharov on the shoulder before lighting a thin cheroot. "Why not tell them?" he suggested. "They may be able to help you. Lord Northridge is a man of many connections, as are the others." Zakharov looked clearly disinclined to do so, but at the sudden interest from everyone at the table he nodded, after a long pause. "I am searching for 2 women, Princesses Svetlanka and Irina Volkonsky. They are wanted for crimes against the Tsar." Lord Finton piped up. That sounds ominous. 2 princesses, you say? What are they wanted for?
They are spies for the French, masterminding an assassination plot. My sources say they are here in London.
Russian princess spies, Finton mused to himself. Sounds rather too fantastic to believe.
Esterborough laughed.
Like something out of one of the halfpenny novels my sisters entertain themselves with.
Zakharov's thick eyebrows slammed together. This is no trifling fantasy. They are traitors and must be found.
Lord Finton seemed oblivious to the man's ire, his guileless blue eyes confused. Even if they were spies, how can 2 princesses simply disappear? Someone must know of their whereabouts.
That is why I am here. Zakharov snapped the words through his teeth. To find them.
I am sure you will be successful in your task, Lord Marsham offered, as if trying to deflect Zakharov's thin-lipped fury. They are women, after all, and there aren't many visiting Russians in town. And with the season getting underway, 2 Russian princesses are certain to be on everyone's invitation list. Grey shook his head, taking Marsham's cue. I've not heard of any Russian princesses in London.
Esterborough grinned.
Trust me, if Northridge had, his mother would have arranged an introduction to be sure. She is a marriage juggernaut.
Grey smiled around his next sip of whiskey.
Indeed.
He nodded at Zakharov, whose hooded gaze met his.
I do not have any information on the matter, but my sister does have a maid from Moscow. I could ask if she has heard of anything.
Thank you, Zakharov said. But that will not be necessary. I fail to see how a maid from another city could provide assistance.
As you say. Grey looked away from the diplomat who had dismissed him and focused intently on his cards, just as Langlevitt had been during the whole of the conversation. Like the unwitting Lord Finton, the Earl seemed oblivious to Zakharov's abrasive manner and short temper. Langlevitt spoke barely a word the next quarter hour, before standing up and announcing his departure with a curt nod. Grey played for the better part of an hour, until he, too, decided that he'd more than recouped his losses. "Gentlemen, enjoy the rest of your evening." He stood and signalled to the factotum. "Mr. Simmons, please settle my accounts and call for my carriage." "Yes, at once, Lord Northridge." Thankfully the ride to Bishop House was short, for Grey wanted nothing more than to go to sleep. His head was beginning to ache from the copious amounts of liquor he'd consumed, and as the carriage made a slow turn into their street, the twinge of pain in his temple sharpened. About halfway around the square, he noticed a hired hack waiting at the curb adjacent to his residence. He wouldn't have paid any extra notice to the coach, had it not been for the cloaked female form hurrying up the below-stairs entrance steps of Bishop House, where the servants came and went. She glanced up and down the street, her profile visible for the briefest of moments. Even in the shadowy lighting, Grey recognized her in a heartbeat. He blinked in disbelief as Lana crossed to the curb and climbed into the awaiting conveyance. Chapter 8. Lana knew the minute she stepped into the coach and seated herself across from the Earl that something was wrong. Truth was, she'd known the moment the messenger arrived at Bishop House with a man's card, stamped with what she recognized as Langlevitt's distinctive coat of arms, instead of the leaping hare. There was no flowery language, only a direct command. "I must see you. Black coach outside. L." It was too rushed, too unlike him to risk sending someone to her at so late an hour, and take no steps to disguise the correspondence, but luckily the family was still at dinner, and most of the servants were abed. Instantly panicked, she'd thrown on her cloak and slipped the note into her pocket. She didn't have time to burn it, and she could not risk leaving it lying around the kitchen for someone to find. Now, all the blood deserted her body at the look on Langlevitt's face. Her bones followed suit at his next words. "I have seen Zakharov." She swallowed past the lump of fear in her throat, her numb fingers winding into the folds of her skirts. The moment she had dreaded for months was here. Panic threatened to erupt, but she forced herself to breathe and stay calm. "You are sure?" "I had the misfortune of running into the bastard at White's," He didn't apologize for his language. Instead, Langlevitt leaned forward to take her cold palms in his. "He is looking for you."
"Irina?"
Her voice almost broke. "Is safe for the moment, as are you. No one suspects your disguise, but you must be vigilant. Northridge mentioned something about his sister's lady's maid in passing, but I do not believe Zakharov paid him much heed." Lana tensed.
"Lord Northridge was there?"
"Yes," he replied with a frustrated nod. "Your Highness, I cannot caution you enough to remain alert. Although Zakharov will not be looking amongst the servant class, if he sees you, he will recognize you." He squeezed her fingers. "There is something more." Lana didn't know if she could endure more. She gathered a breath.
"What is it?"
"The Baron is accusing you and Princess Irina of treason. He says you've both committed crimes against the Tsar, and claims that he has been sent here to apprehend you." Lana tore her hands from his.
"He is accusing us of treason!"
She checked her rising voice at the Earl's worried glance toward the window. The shade was drawn, and the guttering carriage lamp hanging inside threw shadows over his face. "He is openly searching for 2 Russian princesses. He needs to feed some convincing story to those who can help him," Langlevitt replied. He reached for her hands again, his white gloves warming her as they closed tightly around her fingers. Lana sighed, grateful for his support, more grateful than she could ever express. "We both know he is the one who has committed crimes against the Tsar, that he and your uncle are the criminals, not you, not Irina. And when the letters you were wise enough to hold on to are deciphered, everyone else will know as well." Lana closed her eyes and lowered her head. She felt so defeated. It had been 8 months, 8 long, torturous months, and they were no closer to figuring out the coding in her uncle's false love letters. She and Langlevitt were certain they contained treasonous information intended for a French contact, but she only had theories regarding how her father had intercepted the letters. Nothing solid. At least that is what she thought. "I didn't want to tell you until I had more to say, but I have been attempting to contact a certain man, formerly of St. Petersburg, someone who has been known to determine ciphered text, and in some cases create it. I have reason to believe this man was an acquaintance of your father's." Lana raised her face to his, her tears of frustration drying almost instantly.
"Do you think he will be able to decipher the letters?"
The Earl dragged in a long breath. "I can't be sure, not until I meet with him, and it looks as if he is willing to do just that, though not in London and not for another week. There are, it seems, certain figures in town that he would not wish to cross paths with." She nodded, understanding on the surface, but this level of intrigue was not natural to her. It perhaps was to Langlevitt, who over the last many months had let it be known that his military tasks were of a sensitive nature. He had seen battle before on the peninsula, but these days he aided the Prince Regent in other ways.
"So I am to stay out of sight,"
Lana said, scrunching up her nose and gritting her teeth.
"I was out this morning on Bond Street with Lady Brianon."
Langlevitt squeezed her hands gently. Had he seen you, he would not have been at White's this evening looking as though he had been served rancid mutton for dinner. Lana nodded, certain he was correct, but she would have to be more careful, especially when Bryn requested her presence outside her normal duties at Bishop House.
"I should go,"
she said, taking her hands from the Earl's once more.
"You'll let me know how your meeting next week goes?"
"Of course," he replied, rapping the ceiling twice with his walking stick to alert the driver. "And as usual, leave your correspondence for Irina with Mrs. Blakely." Mrs. Blakely was the wife of a butcher in Knightsbridge who knew Earl Langlevitt and was indebted to him. The Earl had vaguely explained that he'd helped her son escape a burning munitions bunker, but had been reluctant to elaborate further. Mrs. Blakely had promised to help him in any way she could, and collecting Lana's letters and handing them off to one of Langlevitt's messenger boys was her pleasure.
"Thank you, my lord,"
Lana said, her worry slightly soothed by the Earl's insistence that all would be well. "I have given you permission to call me Henry a number of times," he said, smiling. And I have given you permission to address me as Lana."
"I could not, Your Highness," he replied with a solemn shake of his head.
She sighed. "Very well, then. Good evening, Lord Langlevitt." He tipped his hat at her, still smiling, as the door opened. Lana accepted the driver's hand as she descended onto the curb. She brought up the hood of her cape and started immediately for the steps leading down from the street level to the kitchen entrance. The hack pulled away a moment later, and the comfort she felt whenever she was in the Earl's presence dissipated. He alone knew the truth. He alone knew the danger she still faced. And now Victor was here. Lana paused with her hand on the doorknob. She had to compose herself before entering, in case Mrs. Braxton was still puttering about the kitchen, getting ready for next morning's breakfast. It was not so out of the ordinary that Victor would come to London, she supposed. It was a large city, a hub of politics, and he, a diplomat, had every right to be here. She should have expected that he would arrive at some point. She thought she'd be better ready for it, though. "You will not avoid me this time." Lana jumped in fright, slamming her shoulder against the door as she turned to see who had crept up behind her. A dark-stamped figure wearing a greatcoat and top hat stood at the top of the stairs at street level. Though she could not make out his face, she knew his voice, and when he descended the steps toward her, she realized she knew the motions of his body as well. "Lord Northridge," she said, then hiked her chin. Good Lord, had he seen her descend from the hack? "I was just going in." "You will first answer my question," he said, deliberately placing his palm against the door so that she could not open it. "You were meeting with someone in that hackney cab. Who was it? For the love of God, did the man have to turn up at every inconvenient moment? What did he do, wait under rocks and between hedges for her to do something suspicious?" Lana attempted to shrug, though her muscles quivered in her arms. "I don't know what you mean. It's rather foggy out tonight. Perhaps you saw someone else?" He cut her off again, only this time with his hand curling around her elbow. "Enough, Lana. You will tell me the truth. No more of your lies, now." Lana considered launching yet another verbal tete-a-tete, in which she could accuse him of ungentlemanly behavior and maybe emerge victorious. She considered, seriously and for at least 3 full seconds, seducing him to distraction. But Langlevitt's news of Victor's presence in London, and his advice for her to stay hidden and safe, had scared her enough to subdue her, enough to do anything in order to keep her position as lady's maid, even tell the truth. "All right," she conceded. "I'll tell you, but not here." Being discovered in the stairwell with Lord Northridge by another servant, or worse, the eagle-eyed Mrs. Frommer, who also seemed to wait in the shadows for Lana to step out of line, would ensure disaster. Gray exhaled, his grip on her elbow loosening. "Go inside. Come to my rooms." "Absolutely not." Being alone with him there would ensure worse than disaster, and honestly, Lana wasn't certain she could resist him should he make another advance. "It's the only place we can be certain we aren't disturbed or overheard, and I give you my word," he said, inclining his head and placing his gloved hand over his heart in a faintly mocking salute. "I will restrain every desire I have to touch you." Warmth flooded her lower abdomen. It reached down her thighs and threatened the integrity of her maidenhood. He wants to touch me. But he wouldn't, and for that Lana both ached and sighed in relief. For if Gray put his hands or mouth upon her again, she may say things she regretted, like the entire truth, rather than the limited one she planned to divulge. She nodded, opened the door, and swept inside. Standing at his window and staring blindly out into the shadowy courtyard beyond, Gray waited in silence. He'd dismissed his valet almost as soon as Harrison had entered his chamber, claiming he could see to his own nightly ablutions. He presumed Lana would have known to wait out Harrison's departure before sneaking into Gray's bedchamber. Once he was dismissed, there would be no one else to disturb them. But as the perpetual tick-tock of the clock wore on, he wondered if he'd made a mistake in allowing her to go to her room first. For a moment he worried Lana wouldn't keep her word, that she'd take any opportunity to escape a confrontation with him. Something she'd become curiously adept at lately. But his instinct told him she wasn't so cowardly. No, regardless of her station, Lana possessed an innate strength and stubborn pride. She'd given him her word, and he had given her his. He would not touch her. He would not give her any cause to feel pressured or forced. And hell, he would make certain she did not run from him, not when she had promised to tell him the truth. Gray had no idea what that truth would be, though the half-formed presumptions rollicking around inside his mind tortured him. The person she'd been meeting with in the unmarked coach. Was he her lover? Had she kissed him, allowed him to undress her, as Gray had at Ferndale? Had this unknown lover sampled other secrets her body had to offer? Who was he? The question tortured him, and Gray understood the core reason beneath it. He was jealous of some unknown man who seemed to have won Lana's trust, among other things. Gray grunted and turned from the window, stalking toward the cushioned mahogany settee beside the lit fireplace. He stared at the crystal decanter of whiskey sitting on the mantel, and had to force himself not to down the entire bottle. For all he'd already consumed, he wanted his wits about him when Lana finally told him what she was hiding. If it was a lover, he decided, he would give her the chance to end the relationship. It had nothing to do with his own feelings on the matter, or the jealousy that still coiled like a venomous snake within him. Nothing. No, he would do it to protect his sister. She was sheltered in the ways of the opposite sex, and the last thing he wanted was for her to be exposed to such lewd, scandalous behavior. Though his own reasoning was flimsy at best, he latched on to it with the desperation of a man thrown a life-preserver in perilous waters. It was his duty to protect Bryn. Gray turned from the fire and approached his bed, trying to regain focus. Despite seeing her descend from the hired hackney cab that night, and the few times he'd caught her walking alone along Ferndale's Drive, with a convicted look about her person, Gray found it difficult to believe Lana was a woman of loose moral character. Her response to him in the sewing room at Ferndale had been passionate, yes, but her innocence had been evident as well. It had announced itself in her every caress, from the shake of her hands as she'd pulled off his cravat, to the gasp of surprise when his tongue had stroked and parried with hers. His body tensed at the memory. Damnation! He drew a ragged breath and slammed his fist into the solid wooden bedpost, swearing as agony lanced through his fingers. The pain eclipsed everything else, just as he had intended. He'd made a promise to restrain his every desire where Lana was concerned. A daunting task, to be sure, but the fresh ache in his knuckles would serve as a reminder. Nursing his bruised hand, his eyes flicked to the clock. Where was she? A quarter of an hour had passed. He whirled on his heel, determined to drag the infuriating girl down by her hair if necessary. Gray flung open the door and drew to a halt. Lana stood before him, her hand poised to knock, her mouth parted in surprise. "Lord Northridge," she said with a nervous glance down the empty hallway. Gray stood aside. She passed him in a swish of skirts, honey and wild flowers drifting in her wake. Another faint scent followed the first. This one he recognized as the richer odor of cigar smoke. All of his recent rationale regarding her innocence shriveled. With cigar smoke came the certain knowledge that she had indeed been in close quarters with a man inside that hackney. His scent remained on her clothing. Gray squeezed his injured fist, and clarity returned. "I didn't think you were coming," he said gruffly, swiftly closing the door behind her. "I told you I would." She stood with her hands clasped in front of her and eyed him with trepidation. Her gaze slid to the closed door as if considering escape. Gray forced himself to relax and attempted to remove the scowl he knew had taken up permanent residence on his brow. Lana stood now at rigid attention with her back to the door. No longer garbed in her black cloak, she wore a simple dress and, oddly enough, a butter-yellow spencer, as if she were about to go out for a stroll. The cropped jacket covered her arms, neck, and bosom almost completely. Ah, she had worn it for protection from his prying eyes. Wise girl. Lana's wary gaze roamed the room. She'd likely never been in this wing of the house, or his bedroom for that matter. He witnessed her eyes flick to the massive four-poster bed that dominated the space. They almost immediately fell away, a rosy blush staining her cheeks. Hiding a smile, Gray steered her toward the sofa and walked to the mantel. "Please sit. Drink?" "No, thank you," she said, perching on the very edge of the seat. Lana looked pale and fragile, the vibrant spark that normally lit her eyes not present. He noticed her shaking fingers and poured the brandy anyway. It would help settle her nerves. After handing her the glass, instead of sitting beside her, Gray took the armchair diagonal from her. He crossed one booted foot atop the other and tried to appear relaxed. She did, at least. The tension had left her shoulders now that he was a safe distance away. Gray almost didn't want to press her, but relenting was out of the question. Clearing his throat, he leaned forward. "Well, who were you meeting?" She stared at him, her green eyes dulled and shadowed. "A friend, not who you think," she rushed to add. "He is not a lover or a beau or anything of that sort. He is a friend of my family in St. Petersburg." Gray frowned. "I thought you were from Moscow." Her teeth worried her lower lip, and he knew she'd revealed something she hadn't meant to. "The Countess of Langlevitz said you were the daughter of a respected modiste in Moscow." "I have family in St. Petersburg as well," she said softly, and then took a deep breath. "My sister and I left Moscow when our mother died. We first went to St. Petersburg, and then our family's friend escorted us here to England. We wanted a better life here, but we were forced to separate. My friend is helping me to stay in touch with her. She is with a family in the north." He wanted to believe her, but he sensed that she wasn't telling him the whole truth. Even if they weren't lovers, he still wanted to know the man's identity. "This friend of yours?" Gray asked. "What sort of a man is he?" Lana frowned. "What do you mean? He is a good man." "If he has the resources to keep you in contact with your sister in the north, I assume he is well off? A peer of the realm, perhaps?" She hesitated before answering with apparent caution. "Yes." "Then there's a good chance I know him. Who is he?" "I cannot say." His mind considered and discarded the possibilities with the speed of a possessed racehorse, and then seized upon the Earl of Langlevitt. It made sense. It was his mother who had referred Lana. But when he recalled the Earl's stringent and distant manner since returning from the peninsula, Gray doubted his own logic. Coming to the aid of a mere servant who was not part of his own household seemed unlikely, even a young and beautiful one. Like Gray as of late, Langlevitt was not the type who made it a habit to interact with women. No, it had to be someone who had designs upon Lana. Someone who wanted her favors in future, he assumed. He ground his teeth in renewed frustration and eyed her. "Cannot or will not?" "Whichever you prefer, my lord." Her evasive answer was to be expected, so Gray opted for another tactic to keep her talking. "Why didn't you simply say you had a sister? We too would have been more than willing to keep the two of you in contact." Why had she relied on this unnamed man instead? "It was not your burden, nor that of Lord or Lady Dinsmore," she answered with a dogged jut of her chin. "I was more than capable of arranging correspondence with her on my own." "Yes, with the aid of this friend. The two of you are close, you and your sister, I mean." "Yes," she whispered. Gray noticed something like pain flicker in her eyes, a number of emotions playing out at once, the same ones he suffered whenever he thought of Bryn's illness: love, powerlessness, fear, sadness. "Is she younger or older?" "She is younger than I." "What is her name?" She swallowed hard, her fingers winding in her skirt as if the mere thought of it was painful. I cannot see how her name should concern you." Gray stood and crossed the space to sit on the other end of the sofa. Lana stiffened at his proximity but remained still. His gaze locked on hers. "You know my secret," he said gently. "Why is it I cannot know yours?" "Your secret cannot get you killed." She shut her eyes and sealed her lips, as if her confession had surprised her. Gray sat forward. "What do you mean?" She half stood, weaving on unsteady feet, and then sat back down with a strangled sound. It sounded like a sob. "Lord Northridge, I must go. I shouldn't be here." "Lana!" Gray placed his hands on her arms, and she froze mid-motion, her breath coming in small, short bursts. He kept his voice even and soft. "Please, if you are in trouble, I want to help." "You can't help," she said without looking at him. He could feel her entire body shaking beneath the sleeves of her spencer. She was terrified. Of what he did not know, but he was determined to find out. A shuddering breath rolled through her, and an unexpected surge of protectiveness overcame him. He rubbed his hands along her upper arms, attempting to soothe her. He wanted to do more, hold her, take her into his arms. He refrained, knowing she would bolt if he came an inch closer. "I can try," he said. Damp, jade-green eyes rose to meet his, and Gray felt something within him come to a halt. He'd always been struck by her uncommon beauty, but now he noticed other details, like the creamy, fine-grained perfection of her skin, the delicate arch of her eyebrows, and the golden flecks in her irises. He wanted to memorize every freckle and every curve, but most of all, he wanted the defeated sadness in her eyes to disappear. "Whatever it is, we can fix it, together, I promise you." "Why would you bother? This does not concern you. It concerns me and my sister, and involving anyone else would be—" She shook her head decisively. "No, I'm nothing to you." "You are not nothing. I don't like seeing you unhappy." Her eyes met his. "Why?" "Many reasons. One of them being Briannon. Sensing you are unhappy would make her unhappy, and I would do anything to protect my sister." Gray was unprepared for the fall of tears down Lana's cheeks. He was desperate to comfort her, but he did not move, knowing instinctively it would be the wrong thing to do. She was far too guarded, and that stubborn pride of hers would force her to push him away. So he waited, watching as she fought valiantly to compose herself, but it was as if a dam had been broken, and her walls, now breached, were starting to crumble. "I am sorry," she wept in earnest now, her head dropping into her palms. "I would do anything to protect mine too, but I can't. I feel so powerless, so trapped." "I know what you mean." And he did. He was all too familiar with the powerlessness Lana spoke of. "I gave away my daughter to protect her from the ridicule that would follow her throughout her life for being illegitimate, something she had no control over. I handed Sophia over to another family less than 2 days after her birth, even though she belonged with me. Damn society and its unyielding rules. He'd had no choice, and yet he felt as if he'd abandoned her. And Lana, he suspected, likely felt as if she had abandoned her sister when they'd been separated upon their arrival in England. Helpless in his desire to soothe her, Gray took a risk and slid closer. He put his arm around her shoulders and tucked her body against his, fully expecting her to flee his touch. But instead, Lana leaned into him, accepting the consolation he offered. She shook as she cried, her tears dampening his waistcoat. She felt small in his arms, so small and fragile. As much as his body craved hers, it was a different kind of need that overtook him right then. His arms curled around her as a familiar emotion gripped him. It tugged at the very center of his chest. He'd felt it countless times, usually whenever he was visiting Sophia or worrying over Bryn. Gray bent his cheek to the white cap Lana wore atop her head of dark curls, and in that moment something shifted within him. He didn't care about the man in the hack. He didn't care that she had lied to him to protect her sister. Gray's fingers brushed her wet cheek and pushed aside a few tendrils of her silky hair. "You can't keep all this inside, Lana. You're going to break apart if you do. I know I've behaved abominably with you, but you can trust me. Her cheek rubbed against his chest as she shook her head. "I can't trust anyone." "Why?" "I can't put anyone else in danger." Her words broke on another sob. "You don't understand. I've already put you at risk by telling you this. You don't know what they're capable of." He gripped her arms again and held her back so he could see into her face. "Then help me to understand. Are you hiding from someone?" She didn't answer aloud, but nodded. "Who?" he prodded. She shook her head, refusing to speak. "A man from St. Petersburg," he hedged. Her arms tensed under his hands, and her eyes snapped to his. Gray frowned, recalling his earlier conversation at White's. It was too coincidental, though the surly baron had been looking for 2 princesses, not a maid. Still, it niggled at him, especially considering Lana had just confessed to being in St. Petersburg for a time. Perhaps she knew something of the missing princesses. Were the 3 of them connected somehow? There was only one way to know for sure. He tipped her chin up with gentle fingers. "Does this have anything to do with a fellow called Zakharov?" Chapter 9. Lana jerked her chin out of Gray's hand and stared up at him, the tears she'd been unable to staunch moments ago drying almost instantly. A block of ice formed in her chest at the sound of that name. She no longer felt overwrought. She only felt cold, piercing fear. Understanding settled on the grim line of Gray's mouth. "I can see you know him. Who is Viktor Zakharov to you?" The name lashed at her again, cutting through Gray's warm words and the cocoon of safety he'd managed to weave around her. She shot to her feet, furious once more at her apparent idiocy where he was concerned. Her cheeks were still wet and chilled. Blast it, she'd been weeping like a babe into his waistcoat, and telling him partial secrets with the hope that he'd leave her be. Only she hadn't bargained on how good it would feel to share some of her burden, or to be held in those strong, comforting arms, her fingers fisted at her sides in frustration. She'd planned out her explanation beforehand as she'd gone from the kitchens to her room, and then up the home's main stairwell, to avoid passing servants on the back staircases. Her one slip about being from St. Petersburg instead of Moscow had been the first crack in her carefully rehearsed tale. And then admitting to Gray that her secret could kill her. How foolish could she have possibly been? She needed to fix this, and quickly. "You're mistaken, my lord. I don't believe I've heard of this man," Lana said, spinning on her heel and trying to move away toward the door. Gray's hand on her wrist stopped her. He closed his fingers as securely as a manacle. "Do not insult my intelligence. You recognized his name, Lana. Hell, you nearly swooned." "Swoon?" She tried to wrest her arm from his grip, forcing a firm note into her tone. "Do not insult me. I did no such thing." He released her wrist, and Lana rubbed at the skin as if he'd stung her. He hadn't, of course, but any bodily contact with him was a dangerous thing. She'd thrown on her spencer before coming to his rooms, just so he would not be tempted to, lower her dress again. Just the memory of this man's eyes on her exposed breasts, his tongue curling around their tight peaks, made her feel light-headed. "Zakharov was at White's tonight," Gray said, slowly circling around her, blocking her access to the door. He spoke of 2 Russian princesses who had fled under accusations of traitorous behavior. Langlevitt had told her that Gray had been there listening, but it hadn't prepared her for being blindsided like this. And Langlevitt had also not known that Gray had already caught wind of her secret activities, that he was already suspicious of her. "What exactly are you accusing me of, Lord Northridge?" she asked, her natural pride slipping back over her shoulders and causing her to stand taller. Acting docile had been a challenge from the start, and now that he knew a sliver of her story and was on the verge of guessing the rest of it, Lana could not suffer another moment of such subservience. Gray pulled at the cuffs of his jacket sleeves and started to take it off. He kept his eyes fastened on her. "I believe I know your secret, Lana." She held still as he finished removing his jacket and laid it on the back of a chair. She could disappear tonight, send a note to Mrs. Blakely, and stay holed up in an inn somewhere until Lord Langlevitt could come for her. She could go north to Cumbria, fetch her sister, and then continue on to Scotland. But then she thought of Langlevitt's meeting with the fellow who might be able to decipher the letters. She couldn't distract him from that, not to see her up to Cumbria. It was all such terrible timing, and it was only happening because of her and her damned weakness for this man standing before her. Gray crossed his arms over his waistcoat and stared her down. "I believe you accompanied the princesses out of St. Petersburg," he said. Lana realized she hadn't been breathing and dragged in a sharp breath. Accompanied the princesses? He didn't know. He hadn't guessed her secret at all. She nearly wanted to weep again. He saw her stricken look, and, likely thinking it surprise rather than relief, came forward. He didn't touch her, though. Gray kept his hands clenched at his sides. "You arrived in England with the desire to be in service, and Countess Langlevitt said you had a small amount of experience. Did you enter into service in St. Petersburg?" Lana said nothing. She'd already destroyed her first pretext, the one Langlevitt and his mother had gone to such lengths to perfect. She didn't wish to damage this new one Gray was weaving all on his own. "You know where the princesses are, don't you? And you're protecting them," he went on. When she again said nothing, he groaned. "And what of you? How are they protecting you, Lana? By sending you away the moment they reach English soil, separating you from your sister?" He cocked his head, suspicion flashing. "Do you even have a sister? Or was that a lie?" "I did not lie about that," she replied. "And yes, I am protecting the princesses. They are innocent. Viktor Zakharov is the traitor. He is the one the Tsar should be intent on apprehending. Treason is a serious charge, Lana. No more serious than the one he has made. What proof does he have? Nothing." Gray held up his hands and hushed her. She was losing her temper, and if she continued to shout she'd chance being overheard and traced to Gray's room. She swallowed her mounting frustration and turned to pace, but found herself standing next to his bed. It was a man's bed, dressed with a black satin counterpane and pillows. The counterpane had been turned down, exposing blue-black satin sheets. The desire to run her hand over the sumptuous material nearly overwhelmed her, as did the image of Gray sliding between these sheets, wearing nothing at all. Lana backed away from the bed and sidestepped the Viscount, needing more space between them. She'd forgotten for a moment the danger this room posed. "What proof have you against Zakharov?" Gray asked. She twisted her fingers together, uncertain if she should mention the letters or not. It may be a mistake, but to say she had absolutely no proof would only make him doubt her more, and that she could not risk. "Correspondence the princess's father intercepted," she whispered, leaving out any mention of her uncle. Or the princess's uncle. "It is encoded, and I am not the only one who believes it is treasonous." She felt him approach her from behind. The floor did not creak, nor did his clothes rustle. Lana merely felt the arrival of his warmth. She sensed him, as if the nearness of his body was an invisible touch. "Where is this correspondence? Perhaps I could help decipher it." "I do not have the letters," she said. It was at least the truth. "Where are the princesses hiding?" "I cannot tell you." Gray took 2 strides to stand in front of her. His hands cupped her cheeks and angled her face up to his. She saw tenderness edged with something inflexible, and it made her want to sink into his arms, into him. "I want to help you, Lana." She closed her eyes and rubbed her cheeks against his palms. She already had Langlevitt helping her expose Victor, and their break in deciphering the letters was almost at hand. All they had to do was determine what her uncle had been saying, and to whom. What she wanted now was to know that Gray trusted her, believed her. Even though she wasn't being entirely truthful, it wasn't as though she was deceiving him out of malice. It was only to protect herself and Irina. If he discerned she was the princess in question, Lana did not know what he would do. "I want you to believe me," she whispered. Gray's thumb caressed her cheek, her bottom lip, the soft stroking blissfully distracting. "I didn't like him," he admitted, then clarified. "Zakharov." Lana peered up at him. "You didn't. There is something off-putting about him. But he's determined. He doesn't strike me as the kind of man who simply gives up the hunt." "That is why I did not wish to involve you," she replied. "He's dangerous, Gray." She startled at the sound of his given name, his nickname at that, coming off her own tongue. Lana pulled back, horrified. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have—" "Nonsense." He dismissed her apology with a rough shake of his head. "It is my name, and it's only fair after all. I address you as Lana, don't I?" "Yes, but my position here—" He hushed her with a firm press of his thumb against her lips. "Is secure. You have my word." So long as no one, especially Mrs. Frommer, who needed no easy excuse to send her packing, discovered she and Gray were carrying on in such a manner. His thumb tugged her lower lip, and Lana had the strangest desire to draw it deeper into her mouth, taste the salt of his skin, and torture him as he was torturing her. "Stop, Lana. Focus." The last thing she needed to do was encourage him, especially with a bed of black satin resting directly behind them. He would kiss her, and she already knew her willpower turned to mist at the first touch of his tongue. She didn't want to imagine what she would do should he try to seduce her here in this room. It would involve things that gently bred ladies shouldn't think about. "Will you say it again?" "Say what?" she asked, her mouth's full range of motion impeded by the stalwart press of his thumb. Her breath deserted her at the languid look in those deep blue eyes, as if he could read the heated turn of her thoughts. He brushed the tip of his nose to hers. "My name." "Don't kiss me, Gray," she said instead. "That isn't my name," he teased, his thumb finally freeing her lip. "But you are right. I gave you my word that I would not." He took a long step in reverse, putting one arm's length between them. The loss of his hands left her cold. She wanted their return. She wanted more than that. The desire to feel those black sheets at her back, and Gray's warm body against her front, had to be the most scandalous desire she'd ever experienced. Searching for something to distract herself, she took a gulp of the brandy sitting on the side table. The spirits burned a path to her stomach, forcing her unladylike desires at bay. "Lord Northridge." "Gray." "Lord Northridge," she said stubbornly. "I should leave. The hour is late." He nodded and stroked his chin, but made no move to escort her out. "If Zakharov is as dangerous as you claim, then I will not rest until he is no longer a threat to you." He was in earnest, and the vow drew out the needle of fear that had pierced her earlier. "Your friend, the peer, he has knowledge of Zakharov?" Gray asked next, all business now. She almost preferred the more flirtatious side of him to this grimly focused and solemn side. Drat it, he'd root out it was Langlevitt in an instant. "No." He quirked his lips into a sly grin. "The next time you attempt to lie, keep your chin down. You always kick it up an inch before you fib." She scowled at him and started for the door again. It was late. Bryn would be returning from the Duke's dinner soon, and Lana hadn't readied her room yet. Gray stayed where he was, as if he didn't trust getting closer to her again. "I am going to help you, Lana, whether you wish for it or not." She paused, her fingers fluttering over the doorknob, her eyes flicking over her shoulder. "I do not wish for it, my lord." "Yes, you do. You need me." Lana wasn't sure whether he was talking about his help or something else entirely, and her tongue nearly tripped over its immediate response. "No." It was a lie. Gray's answer was a smile, because he knew it was, too. The corridor was empty when she stepped out of his room and closed the door behind her without another word. She braced against it, her legs wanting to give way beneath her. She forced her hammering heart to slow its fevered pace. His sweet parting offer had almost been her undoing. For an instant she felt the same tug of warmth on the other side of the door, and knew instinctively that Grey stood there. She turned around, her fingers tracing a path on the burnished wood where his face would have been, dragging them across his stern jaw and the firm mould of his lips. Lana pressed her cheek to the wood as a wave of longing overtook her. In another world, or another time, perhaps she and Grey could have found happiness together. Right now, she could only offer half-truths and deceit. And he, though attracted to her, only took the liberties he did because he thought she was a maid. Perhaps he meant well, offering his aid and protection. However, Lana doubted he would be so forward with a female of his own station. They would court and dance and exchange chaste kisses in the arbour. They would not want to tear each other's clothes off at every god-forsaken turn, or devour each other with their eyes, as he had done moments before. If she wasn't careful, she could lose her wits to this man, or much more. He could reach deep into her soul with a single glance, strip her reason away with a whispered word. He made her want to trust him. But she couldn't, not when her life, Irina's life, hung in the balance. Regardless of her own desires, her sister's safety was paramount. Lana flushed and levered her body away from the door, and from the man beyond it. Lord Northridge may be a master seducer, but he was also a very proud man, a proud, honourable man. If he found out the truth about who she really was and the extent of her deceit, his humiliation would know no bounds, which was why she intended to be long gone before that happened. Chapter 10. It was late morning when Grey returned to Bishop House. He hadn't slept the night before, and had finally gotten dressed and gone out about town just after dawn. First for a brisk morning ride, to attempt to alleviate the pent-up desire for a certain beautiful and entirely off-limits maid. Second, to hunt down information on Viktor Zakharov. He entered the dining room, where his parents and his sister were finishing a late breakfast. A footman rushed to set another place at the table to the right of Lord Dinsmore. His father looked haggard and pale, and his mother even more so. Her eyes were red-rimmed from crying. "I should have gone with you," Grey grit out, taking his seat. His Grace, the Duke of Bradburn, and Hawksfield's father, had been found dead in his study during the dinner party the night before. From what Grey had pieced together from his family's account, delivered when they had returned home after midnight, it appeared that a burglar had broken into the house and been confronted by the Duke. A struggle had ensued, resulting in Bradburn's death. Bow Street could not rule out that it had not been one of the Duke's own guests, and a full-scale inquiry had been ordered, led by one of their top agents. The guests from last night had been ordered back to Hadley Gardens that morning for questioning by the Bow Street agent. Grey regretted not having been at the dinner last evening, and he had wanted to be there that morning as well. Then again, had he attended the Duke's dinner, he wouldn't have met Zakharov or coaxed Lana to reveal a few of her secrets. "We weren't in danger, Grey. And as I told you, there was no reason for you to attend this morning," Bryn replied. "Truly, you would have only made things worse." He snapped out his cloth napkin, offended. "How was that?" "I fear you would have strangled the inquiry agent," she replied. "The gall of the man!" Lord Dinsmore exploded. "Wants to make a name for himself. His questions bordered on impertinence. The gall! As if one of us could be capable of something so horrific." Now Grey really wished he had ignored his sister's protests and gone with them to the meeting. Instead, he'd gone in search of information on Baron Zakharov. "The agent was a trifle excessive," his mother conceded. Lord Dinsmore choked on a mouthful of poached eggs. "Excessive? The man was atrocious. His questions to Brianon were appalling, insinuating that she had visited the Duke's rooms, questioning her virtue. The utter impudence." Grey set down his toast before taking a bite. "What's this?" "Papa," Bryn said, her pleading gaze sliding to Grey a moment. "You're going to give yourself indigestion," she said to Lord Dinsmore. "He was only doing his job. After all, the criminal is still at large." "It really is awful," Lady Dinsmore was saying, dabbing a snow-white handkerchief to the corner of her eyes. "They think it was the masked marauder." "It could have been anyone," Bryn was quick to say. "Mr. Thompson isn't convinced that it is the work of the bandit." Her father's eyes popped with affront. "Well, it certainly isn't anyone we are likely to know. The effrontery of that inquiry agent, questioning us all, even Hawksfield. He is many things, but that boy is not a murderer. I'd stake my title and my fortune on it." As would Gray. Despite his personal feelings toward Hawksfield, he knew that Hawk had too much integrity to kill his own father. He was arrogant and had an ego the size of the entire country, but he was no murderer. "Where have you been this morning, Gray?" Bryn asked. She too looked drawn. The past night's events had taken a brutal toll on her. "I was attending to some business matters," he said with an evasive wave. "Nothing of import." After pacing his rooms all night, and then seeing to his parents and Bryn when they'd arrived home in a furor, Gray's mind had been stretched to its limits. He'd needed sleep, but though he'd closed his eyes and tried, it hadn't come. Instead, his mind had swung back toward Zakharov at the card table at White's. The other men had questioned him about the princesses. They had tried to make small talk with the visiting Russian. All of them except Lord Langlevitt, who'd almost purposefully ignored Zakharov. At the time, Gray had put it down to the Earl's disappointment over learning Lady Eloise was not in London, but as the first streaks of dawn had reached through Gray's bedroom windows, something continued to feel off about the Earl's chilly reception. He'd taken Ferro to Langlevitt's house after his morning ride, on his way back towards St. James's Square. Langlevitt had not been available, but Gray had left his card and an intention to return later that afternoon. With any luck, the Earl would help him bring the pieces of the puzzle together. "Perhaps you should rest this afternoon, Bryn," Gray said, eyeing her. She'd barely touched her food, and she seemed listless and distracted. "We have an appointment at the modiste to be fitted for the appropriate gowns," Lady Dinsmore said, dabbing at her eyes again. He frowned. "Must you go today?" "We were lucky Madame Despins could fit us in so quickly." Lady Dinsmore sniffed. "No one was prepared for something like this. Such an unexpected tragedy. And, of course, we are expected to attend the funeral." The thought of being fitted for gowns at such a time seemed to be as distasteful to his sister as it did to him, if the look on her face was any signal. But it was a necessary evil. He nodded decisively. "Then I shall accompany you." "Gray," Bryn began, "it really is not necessary." "I insist." She shot him a grateful look as she stood. Her hands were shaking, he noticed. Gray leaped to his feet, worry lancing through him. "Do you feel faint?" "I'm fine," she said, though her eyes did not meet his. Gray knew his sister well enough to know that she was hiding something, but he did not press her. Between last night's events and today's questioning, he'd be surprised if she weren't overwrought. But he knew that Bryn would confide in him when she was ready. "I'm only tired. I promise I will rest when we return." "Come then," he said, walking around the table to link his arm in hers. "Shall we fetch your cloak?" The ride to Bond Street was one of the quietest Gray had ever experienced. Normally he and Bryn would be amusedly rolling their eyes at each other over their mother's incessant chatter, but today the interior of the carriage had taken on a sombre silence. Bryn seemed preoccupied with her own thoughts, and Gray couldn't fault her for wanting a moment's peace. She had, after all, been in close proximity to a murderer. It would surely test anyone's mettle. His mother, too, seemed cowed. The terrible crime had been too close to home, and if there was one thing she prized most, it was her family. Upon their arrival at the modiste, Gray escorted his mother and sister into the shop. He bowed to the owner, who knew him by name, thanks largely to his misspent past, and proceeded to ensconce himself in a comfortable chair, while two assistants took Bryn into the back of the shop and set to work upon her. Her wan colouring worried him, and after a quarter hour had passed, he stood up and walked toward the partition closing off the back of the shop. "Bryn, may I enter?" he asked. "I am dressed," she replied, and he stepped through the open door.
His sister stood in the centre of the room upon a small dais, cloaked in a black crepe dress. Madame Despin's two assistants were crouched at her hem. They stifled gasps and grins when they saw him. Gray approached the dais and reached for Bryn's hand. "Are you well?" Her skin was chilled, and she looked ready to collapse in exhaustion. "As I already told you, I am fine." He did not believe that for a second. His sister could be as stubborn as a pile of rocks when she chose to be. "You were in the same house as a murderer last evening," Gray replied. "You are not fine." The two assistants quit their giggling and exchanged wide-eyed looks of alarm. They continued to pin Bryn's cuff, and Gray promised himself that he would bite his tongue and not make a scene. "Yes, well, I am lucky enough to still be breathing, so I cannot rightfully complain." Gray let out a sigh and tapped his hat against his thigh. She was lucky. All the guests at last night's doomed dinner were. "You should not be in here," Bryn said, her eyes fluttering to open boxes containing ladies' lacy unmentionables. "Don't be ridiculous. I am your brother," he said. "And besides that, I'm furious. Father told me what that inquiry agent insinuated with his questions. Mr. Thompson was simply doing his job as an investigator." "That or igniting a scandal," he said. "There you are, m'lady," one of the assistants said, placing one last pin. She turned her eyes to Gray, who did not notice her pointed look. Bryn sighed aloud. "Dear brother, this is your cue to exit, as I am about to undress." With an uncomfortable scowl, Gray swiftly left to wait at the front of the shop again. His mind was a jumble of emotions, pulled every which way by his sister's condition, the Duke's death, Lana's troubles, and the mysterious and dangerous Zakharov. He wondered briefly whether the two events were connected, but discarded the idea immediately. Zakharov was not here to kill a duke. He was here to find two rogue princesses. No, it was likely that the masked marauder, terrorizing his way from the countryside to the city, had thought to steal extra coin by attacking homes. Gray would send a warning to the Coopers, though with the bandit here in London, they were likely out of harm's way. Still, he needed to make sure Sophia was safe. As he stared out at the crowded street, his thoughts wandered back to Langlevitt's unnatural demeanour after Zakharov's arrival at White's. Gray wondered if the Earl had had previous interaction with the man, which could account for his sudden shift in humour and his stony reception. It was a logical possibility, one his gut supported. Lana had suggested that the princesses were innocent and that Zakharov was the true traitor. And truth was, he wanted to believe her. But he was also a pragmatic man, one who considered all the evidence at hand before acting. A part of him had mistrusted Zakharov on sight, but that didn't make the man automatically guilty. Gray would have to dig deeper. It was the sole reason he'd sought Langlevitt out that morning. If the Earl knew something of Zakharov, Gray was determined to uncover it. Gray sat lost in thought until his sister appeared, looking far worse than when they'd arrived. Her face was pale, except for the bruised, sleep-deprived shadows under her eyes. Their mother also seemed to notice, and rushed over from where she and Madame Despin had been seated, their heads bent together in hushed whispers. "It's just a headache," Bryn said. Gray took her arm and sat beside her on the window bench. "You never could lie worth a damn," he muttered. Their mother chastised him for his language, and left to finalize the arrangements for the gowns. Bryn seemed to avoid his stare, her attention wandering out the front window instead. Her expression went distant, then distraught. Remembering last night, he figured, or perhaps the morning's questioning with this Mr. Thompson. "You've lost more colour," Gray said, standing up and extending his arm as their mother returned. "I'll escort you to the carriage, and do not even think to refuse." "I think a rest would be the best thing," Bryn said quietly, once they'd settled in and started along Bond Street. The traffic so congested the horses were hardly able to move. Gray eyed her, even more concerned. Since when did Lady Briannon Findlay capitulate so easily? "I will ask Cook to prepare one of her draughts." "No, I just want to sleep," she replied. Gray watched her closely the rest of the ride, but true to her word,
Bryn was almost asleep by the time they arrived back at Bishop House. As soon as she was escorted to her chamber by Lana, who did not meet Grey's eyes once, he signalled for Colton to bring the curricle around and took his leave once more. A short drive later, Grey arrived at Leicester Square for the second time that day. Thankfully, the Earl was at home. His butler announced Grey's presence after escorting him to the study. "Northridge," the Earl said with a guarded expression. "I received your card earlier. I apologize I wasn't at home to receive you. Did we have a meeting that I forgot? My secretary has bungled a few of my appointments lately." "No, nothing like that. I wanted to speak on a matter. Is this a bad time?" Langlevitt shook his head. "Not at all. Please, have a seat." He dismissed his butler with a curt nod and then went to the bar. "Is it too early in the afternoon for whiskey?" "Not so long as it's good whiskey," Grey replied. "And I doubt you have anything but the finest." Langlevitt poured 2 glasses. "I wouldn't claim my family's distillery produces the finest whiskey," he said, handing Grey his generous dram. "But it certainly is drinkable." Grey had sipped Langlevitt's whiskey before, distilled north of the border near Dumfries, and it was more than drinkable. "How may I be of service?" the Earl said as he sank back into his chair. Grey cleared his throat and cut to the chase. "I want to know about Baron Zakorov." "Zakorov? The man at White's last night," Grey clarified. "What do you wish to know about him?" "Everything." The Earl hedged, taking a deliberate swallow of his drink and then swirling the remaining contents, an attentive eye on the amber liquid. "What gives you the impression that I know anything about the fellow?" Grey sat back in his chair, crossing one ankle over his knee. "I've played cards with you for a while now, Langlevitt. I know when you're holding a winning hand. You go quiet. You protect that hand by not becoming an object of attention. When Zakorov joined our table last evening, you reacted the same way. I think you would have been content to have disappeared into the chair in which you were seated. You didn't want him to notice you, which leads me to believe you know something of the man." "Or perhaps I was only holding a decent hand of cards," Langlevitt replied. "You folded, if I remember correctly." The Earl conceded with a laugh. "Very astute, Lord Northridge. But might I inquire as to the root of your interest? Zakorov is not exactly a man in your social circle. I find your interest in him strange after only just making his acquaintance." Grey had not yet tasted the whiskey in his hand. He brought it to his nose. "He claims he is looking for 2 princesses who have committed crimes. I may have information, and I would like to know why I should not approach him with it." Langlevitt drew his back straight and set his glass upon the desk. His eyes drifted to Grey's before a blank, indifferent mask dropped down over his features, like clockwork. Grey had most definitely played enough hands of cards with the Earl to detect his tells. Grey's gut had not failed him. Langlevitt did indeed know something about the Russian. "Zakorov is a dangerous man, Northridge. He is not to be trusted." Grey sat forward, surprised by the hushed intensity of his reply. "How do you know him?" "I am an officer in the army. His name is well known." A vague answer, and Grey presumed purposefully so. "I suggest keeping your distance from Zakorov," Langlevitt continued, pinning Grey with a pointed stare. "Especially if you think you have information regarding the whereabouts of these 2 princesses." Grey sipped his whiskey, but he didn't taste it. The liquid burned flavourless down his throat, his mind once again slipping back to the conversation with Lana the night before, the promise he'd made her. He hesitated, choosing his words carefully. "Say I did know something. Say I wanted to help these princesses, rather than turn them over to Zakorov," he said, earning an arched brow from Langlevitt. "May I remind you we are allies with Russia? Aiding 2 women wanted for crimes against the Tsar would be extremely poor for our international relations." Grey watched the Earl closely and saw the ghost of a smile twitch at the corner of his mouth. Encouraged, Grey was frank with his reply. "I do not believe they are criminals." Langlevitt took up his glass again, his finger tapping the cut crystal. "Will you tell me what you know?" He shook his head once. "I have pledged an oath of protection." He would not speak of Lana and risk connecting her to Zakharov or the princesses. "I came here curious to know if you have heard talk of Zakharov himself being under suspicion of treasonous activities." The Earl stood from his chair. "Treason? It sounds as though you are after information an officer in the diplomatic corps might have, not I." No, perhaps he would not be privy to such information after all, not even with his newest promotion to field marshal. It was, Grey understood, bequeathed to those who had shown formidable gallantry and valour on the field of duty. The Earl had seen battle on the peninsula. Rumour had it he had suffered terrible injuries, and though he had returned to London to heal with no visible wounds, he did, Grey noted, often sit and stand with obvious discomfort. "Forgive me. It seems I was wrong in assuming you might know something more discerning of Zakharov." He stood as well, meeting Langlevitt's challenging glare. "However, if you can think of anyone else I might be able to call upon, someone perhaps who agrees with me that the princesses are being wrongly hunted, I would appreciate your introduction." Langlevitt gave a stiff nod, his hand clenched around his glass of whisky as he came around his desk. "I wish I could tell you more. From what I do know, you would be wise to keep your investigation as confidential as possible. Alerting Zakharov to your suspicions would only draw the man's attentions, and if it is your desire to protect the princesses—" "It is my vow," Grey corrected. He had promised Lana to eliminate the threat being made to her and the princesses, as selfish as the two girls may have been for abandoning their maid. The Earl cocked his head. "Is it? Then choose to whom you speak with extreme care. Men who cross Zakharov have a propensity to disappear. Do not underestimate him, no matter your intentions, Lord Northridge." For a man who claimed to know nothing of Zakharov, he had certainly sounded confident in his warning. Grey held the Earl's stare for a moment. Langlevitt might have been withholding information, but coming here had not been in vain. The Earl had more than verified Lana's claims that Zakharov was a dangerous and slippery character. "Thank you for your time," Grey said, setting his practically untouched glass of whisky down upon the desk. "I'll see myself out." Outside, Grey hesitated as he entered his waiting carriage at the curb. Langlevitt knew more about Zakharov than he was letting on, but the man wasn't going to part with anything specific unless Grey returned the favour in kind and confessed the details he knew about the princesses, about Lana. He trusted Langlevitt to a degree, though not enough to risk exposing her to his scrutiny. Without pausing for a beat once he arrived at Bishop House, Grey discarded his hat, cloak, and gloves and strode into the foyer. The house appeared to be deserted. "Where is everyone?" he asked Braxton. "Resting, my lord," the butler replied, draping Grey's things over his arm to put away properly. "Lady Dinsmore has taken to her rooms and asked not to be disturbed, as has Lady Briannon. Mrs. Braxton fixed her a draught. Lord Dinsmore is in his study." Braxton's noticeable pause in explaining his father's whereabouts hadn't been for lack of the butler's knowing. He knew perfectly well, as did Grey now, that the Earl of Dinsmore had settled himself in with a bottle of brandy or Scotch, perhaps both. Last evening and that morning had been taxing. It had seemed to affect Grey's entire family. And yet he could hardly think of anything but Zakharov's austere face and disapproving frown, and what he might do if he sniffed his way to Bishop House and requested to speak to the maid hailing from Moscow that Grey had so idiotically claimed to have. He could have flogged himself for revealing that. Yet at the time he hadn't known Lana had been covering her tracks. From here on out, he'd take Langlevitt's warning to dig carefully and quietly for information about Zakharov to heart. Grey climbed the stairs 2 at a time and turned toward Bryn's room, set at the front corner of the house, with windows overlooking St. James's Square and a side street. He wanted to be sure she was well, especially after her odd concession to rest after the visit to Madame Despins. He knocked twice before cracking the door open on soundless hinges. The room was shrouded in darkness. The thick curtains blocked out all but a few rays of afternoon light, causing the form on the bed to appear as nothing more than an indistinct lump of blankets. Gray took in the sight of the breathing apparatus their father had ordered specially made for Bryn years ago, when her lungs were far weaker than they were now. He hadn't seen her wear the contraption in months. The cloth face shield and the rubber tubing connected to a glass bottle that contained Cook's draught. He would have thought she was sleeping, if not for the outline of fingers beneath the sheet, drumming restlessly at her side. "Bryn?" The fingers stilled. He knew she couldn't speak while breathing in the aromatic brew. He glanced around her room, but saw no other persons present in any of the adjoining chambers. "Is anyone else here? Tap once for yes, twice for no." Her fingers tapped twice. She must have sent Lana on an errand then, or perhaps below stairs to wait until she rang for help removing the breathing apparatus. Disappointment bit at his chest, though it was strangely followed by relief. Being in the same room as Lana while she acted as maid to his sister would have only exacerbated his shame. He was no better than Hawkesfield, or the Duke of Bradburn, God rest his soul, whenever he was alone with Lana. A servant. He'd known celibacy would not be easy, but hell, he had not thought he'd grow so desperate as to chase a servant's skirts around his own home. And yet lately, whenever he was with Lana, he found himself forgetting she was a lady's maid. He found himself speaking to her as if she were his peer, and he didn't feel desperate for just any woman's body. He felt desperate for hers. "I'm sorry, I don't wish to bother you," he said to Bryn, lowering himself into the armchair at the side of the bed. He rubbed his temples, the beginnings of a headache gripping him. A sudden waft of Lana's scent, warmed honey and wildflowers, brought his head up, and his eyes focused. The room, however, remained empty except for the two of them. Hellfire! Even when she was absent, he could not escape her presence. He ran his palms over the arms of the chair. Perhaps Lana had simply been seated here earlier. He imagined her petite body filling only half the amount of space on the cushion than his larger frame did right now. He then imagined her sitting upon his lap, her legs tucked up, her arms wound around his neck. The emotion that image wrought, of pure contentedness, threatened to choke him with the impossibility of it. "Have you ever done something so stupid, so nonsensical, that you wish you could take it back?" Gray whispered, needing to speak, needing to rid himself of his burdens. Bryn was the only one who would not pry for more details than he was willing to give, especially right now with that mask covering her face. His eyes slid to his sister's hand. After a long moment, her fingers tapped once. "But time cannot be regained, can it? Just as actions cannot be undone," he went on. "I have made mistakes, Bryn, and I have sacrificed much of my own happiness because of them. I let go of someone I cared for, deeply, because of the ton and their skewed sense of what is right. I obeyed by their rules once before, but I am loath to do it again." He lowered his voice to a violent rasp. "Why should they hold such power? Why can things not change and evolve?" He huffed a mirthless laugh. "I am certain I'm not the first to ask such questions. Many men before me have found their lot in life and their heart's desire at odds." Bryn's fingers gripped the soft sheets. He swallowed hard and exhaled. He was revealing too much, and his sister was intelligent. He stared at the glowing embers of the fireplace and rubbed his fingers along the velvet material of the armchair again, another phantom cloud of Lana's scent assaulting his nose. He imagined her fingers lying just so below his on the soft material. He was out of his mind, an utterly lost fool. "Has anything ever been nearly in your grasp, and all you had to do was reach out and take it, but you were too afraid of what the consequences would bring?" It was a rhetorical question, but her fingers flexed and tapped once. He paused, his breathing ragged. She'd said yes, but Bryn couldn't possibly empathize with what he was talking about. How could she? She didn't know about Sophia, and she certainly would not know what he felt for her maid. He sighed. Forgive me, Bryn. I know I'm speaking in riddles. I should allow you to get some rest." He stood and grasped her slim fingers. They gripped his and squeezed tightly, telling him without words that she loved him. He took comfort from it. "I love you. Sleep well." Chapter 11. Madame Despins bustled into the second-floor morning-room at Bishop House, accompanied by only one of her young assistants. The modiste had seemed to become a fixture in the Findlay household, Lana thought, as she stood behind the sofa in which Lady Brianon was seated. First an emergency gown for the Duke's dinner, next an emergency mourning dress for the Duke's funeral, and now an emergency wedding gown for Bryn's engagement ball. Lana could still not believe all that had happened in the last 2 days. One day after the Duke's murder, Lady Brianon and Lord Archer Croft, the former Marquis of Hawksfield and the new Duke of Bradburn, had announced their engagement, and all hell had broken loose. To say their betrothal had shocked London was a gross understatement. Screams had filled the halls of Bishop House, those of rapturous joy from Lady Dinsmore, and those of utter fury from Lord Northridge. Grey. Lana had barely had enough time to revel in the secret confessions he'd made to the person he'd believed was arresting Lady Brianon, her face completely covered by the breathing apparatus. But it had been Lana lying abed with the strange cloth and metal-framed shield over her face, the tube misting in Mrs. Braxton's minty draught. Bryn had pleaded with her to agree to the farce, saying she had to see Archer and she must go alone. No one could know she had left Bishop House, and so she'd convinced Lana to take her place, reposing under the blankets and listening for any approaching feet for nearly 2 hours. Lana had started to think it had all been for naught when she heard a pair of heavy footsteps coming toward Bryn's bedroom door. She'd barely got the contraption turned on and the cloth shield over her face before Grey had come inside. She'd only been able to make out his figure through the white linen. His hair tossed into disarray, his muscular shoulders and narrow waist. Lana had lain still, terrified. She had covered her dark hair with a cap, but Lana was taller, with slimmer hips. She'd prayed the piled-on blankets would disguise their differences. Then Grey had started speaking, asking only for finger taps in answer. Any other man might have asked her to remove the apparatus, but not Grey. He was patient and understanding when it came to Bryn. Protective. Lana had seen that side of him when he'd been holding his daughter as well. Kissing her injured finger, bouncing her on his knee to distract her from the pain. Lana had been subjected to that same care, she'd realized. When she'd confessed some of her secrets, Grey had promised to help her. And he'd kept his word, not touching her in any inappropriate way. Not that her body had not wished for his touch. It had. She had. And while she'd lain in her mistress's bed, pretending to be Bryn and listening to his private admissions of past mistakes and present longings to go against what the ton decreed proper, Lana's body had reacted once again. If not for her own sense of self-preservation, she would have ripped the contraption from her face and climbed into Grey's lap. She would have kissed him and massaged the worry from his tensed body in ways no decent lady should ever dream of. And yet her mind had travelled that wicked path. Madame Despins' voice lanced through Lana's heated thoughts, and she reluctantly returned to the conversation at hand, the designing of Lady Brianon's engagement ball gown. "You have become the debutante of the season, my lady. Every young woman making her bow will be looking upon your person this coming Saturday in different shades of envy and awe. You must give them exactly as they desire, and something more, something unexpected." Lana saw her mistress nod, though it wasn't as enthusiastic as Lady Dinsmore's bobbing head. "Oh, yes, of course, something that will leave them all desperate to follow in her footsteps. Though, of course, his Grace is the only eligible Duke to be had," Lady Dinsmore said with a proud hike of her chin. Madame Despins was staring up at the ceiling, where white doves had been frescoed into the plaster, and made no show of having heard the Countess at all. "They call him Hawk, I am told, and he is a sombre sort of man, yes?" The modiste looked to Bryn for confirmation.
"It seems you have him made out," Bryn replied in a lacklustre tone. Bryn's argument with her brother after the betrothal announcement had set her back on her heels. She had slipped into a strange state of despondency, but Lana knew the argument wasn't the only reason for it. Bryn had confided to Lana that the engagement was all a farce, that she and Archer, the former Marquis, had been about to become suspects in the late Duke's murder. Each of them had gone off into Hadley Gardens on their own after the dinner, and neither of them had an alibi for when the Duke was killed. Mr. Thompson from Bow Street had sussed it out, and, well, Bryn had stunned both Mr. Thompson and Archer by claiming she and Archer had been getting engaged at the time. After the row she'd had with Grey, Bryn had broken down in tears, sobbing that she'd made a mess of everything. Lana's chest still ached for her, and these last 2 days she'd shoved aside her own troubles with Zakharov and her uncle to care for her mistress. It had been, Lana admitted guiltily, rather a relief. "Then you shall be a foil to him," Madame Despins declared, her assistant making furious little notes on a sheet of paper. "Where he is serious, you will be merry. You will shine, my lady, and your glow will shed over your Duke as well." "My glow?" Bryn echoed. "I am afraid I will disappoint you. His Grace is hardly one to glow." Madame Despins held up a finger. "You shall see, my lady. Now let us begin. I think a bright jade satin will do marvels with your colouring." The modiste continued to spout her ideas for the gown, pausing only to make sure her assistant had written everything down. Lana tried to pay attention, but as much as she once enjoyed speaking of gowns and fabrics and overlays, trimming and beading and necklines, she could not concentrate on such details right then. Bryn was hardly paying attention either. She stood up and turned to Lana, her pinched smile looking forced. Lady Dinsmore clapped her hands, drawing both their eyes. "Oh, while I'm thinking of it, Lana, if Madame Despins insists on a black lace overlay, then I will have you put aside Lady Briannon's blue silk that has a similar overlay. You know the one, I'm sure. We are hosting a dinner on Wednesday, and I would not want her to wear anything that could be too akin to Madame Despins' new gown." Bryn roused herself from her obvious distraction. "A dinner?" Lady Dinsmore sighed. "A handful of your father's acquaintances, and not one wife among them. I suspect they'll speak of politics all evening." "Acquaintances from Parliament?" Bryn asked, her distraction seeming to settle back into place as she took up pacing the rug between the sofa and the divan. "Yes, and a few foreign dignitaries as well. I will be sure to seat you away from the Duke of Basford. You know how Italians can be." Lady Dinsmore fluttered her lashes. "Though I do wish I'd thought to bring my Genoese lace. Mr. Monty hails from Genoa, you see. No matter, I may place you beside the Russian ambassador instead. According to Lord Dinsmore, the fellow is rather taciturn." Lana stared at Lady Dinsmore, a quick intake of air scraping down her throat and causing all 4 women in the morning-room to turn toward her with expressions of concern. "Forgive me," Lana said, her mind scrambling, her mouth opening and closing like a landed fish. I have a tickle in my throat." Bryn waved a hand toward the tray of lemonade and cakes a footman had delivered earlier. "Do have something to drink, if you like." Lana held up her hand. "No, I am fine. Thank you, my lady." Her arms would shake like a woman possessed if she tried to pour herself a glass of lemonade right then. A taciturn Russian ambassador? It had to be Viktor Zakharov, but of course there was no proper way to ask for the ambassador's name without drawing certain attention to herself. "Well, you needn't stay, Lana," Bryn said. "I don't believe I'll require your help trying anything on, will I, Madame Despins?" The modiste was leaning over her assistant's shoulder, whispering more things for the girl to jot down. "Not until the fitting." Bryn looked relieved, and Lana felt much the same. For a moment. Victor was going to be here at Bishop House, under the same roof as Lana. She felt her colour draining rapidly at the thought. "Thank you, my lady," she whispered, moving toward the door on shaky legs. "I fear I am rather faint." Bryn came toward her, concern etched on her brow.
"Will you be all right? Should I call for anything from Mrs. Braxton?" "No, please, I'll be fine. I only need a moment," she replied. She needed air and the chance to think, a chance to talk herself away from the edge of panic. Bryn shooed Lana away, telling her to rest for as long as she liked. On her way down the servants' stairwell, she fought the desire to turn around, climb to the top floor, and hide in her room for the next 3 days. What if Victor found out that Lord Dinsmore had employed a Russian maid? What if he asked to see and speak to her? He would know her without a shade of a doubt. Lana would have to be ready to run. She'd send word to Lord Langlevitt immediately. Perhaps he could have a carriage waiting outside Bishop House the night of the dinner, in case she needed to make a hasty departure. But then, what about Lady Briannon and the wedding? Bryn trusted Lana, depended upon her. Lana couldn't just abandon her, not now. And then there was Gray. He shouldn't have mattered, but somehow he did. I can't leave him. Lana walked through the kitchens and out the servant entrance, stopping to gulp in the late April air. She felt caught between 2 impossible things. She couldn't flee, and she couldn't stay. Perhaps she could feign illness, but that wouldn't stop Lady Dinsmore or any of the other family members from inadvertently giving too much away, should the subject of her employment arise. She would have to let Lord Langlevitt know. He'd know what to do. If Lana could get Percival, the stable boy, to deliver a message to Mrs. Blakely, she would see that it got to the Earl. Even if he were busy, Percival would make the run for her. Nodding to herself, Lana turned back into the kitchens and went to the still-room. There she tore a scrap of parchment from a roll Mrs. Braxton used to jot down items she needed at the markets. She found a pencil and wrote a hastily coded poem to Lord Langlevitt. Once finished, she folded the parchment, tied it closed with twine, and made her way to the stable-house. She didn't pause to notice the meticulously manicured garden with its bright yellow tulips in full bloom as she normally would have. Her mind was too distracted to appreciate the lush arbour and the flowering cherry blossom trees she so loved. The garden was small in comparison to the one at Volkonsky Palace, but it was well cared for, and Lana took every opportunity she was afforded to walk its gravel paths. Perhaps she would take a turn through them to collect herself after speaking to Percival, but not now. She was so intent on her thoughts that she nearly crashed into a person exiting the stable door. "Oh," she said breathlessly, her heart scattering at the sight of him. Gray looked tired, his blue eyes shadowed. His mouth was a thin slash in his face, and his hair looked as if it hadn't been combed in days. She eyed him, noticing the crumpled shirt and cravat hanging from his fingertips. Gray's dishevelled, sleep-deprived, and surly appearance did nothing to alter the startling effect he had on her. Her knees turned to water. He looked haggard, as if he'd slept in the barn. She guessed it was a distinct possibility, given the sharp-edged tension between he and Bryn. "Lord Northridge, I didn't expect to see you." "That is surprising, considering I live here." "I meant here at the stables." Lana awaited a tart and witty response, as she'd come to expect from him, but this time there was only silence. Normally she knew that Gray wouldn't be able to resist a verbal volley with her, but for once he did. He drew a preoccupied breath and nodded toward the house. "Is the modiste still here?" "Yes, but they are finishing up," Lana said, watching as a pained frown worried his brow. He was not himself. He hadn't been himself since Bryn's engagement had been announced. Lana knew he cared deeply for his sister's well-being, and for whatever reason loathed the late Duke and his son. Lana had heard the rumours of the rakish dancing Duke, of course, but the gossip surrounding his son, the former Lord Hawksfield, leaned toward him possessing a more ruthless temperament than one of carefree debauchery. He was rumoured to be as cold as his father had been hot. Still, the ill-fated announcement of Briannon's engagement to the newly seated Duke had created a rift between Gray and Bryn. "You do not approve of the match?" she asked. His eyes turned to frost in the mid-afternoon sunlight as they latched on to hers. "Would you want your sister to be wed to the son of a known rake-hell?" The fruit doesn't fall far from the tree, and Bryn will be in for a life of misery, while Hawke does as he pleases. Lana wondered whether she should test his temper, given his current state of mind, but she couldn't curb her tongue. "You do not know that? From what I have heard, Lord Lord Bradburn now, of course, is nothing like his sire, and Lady Briannon seems to care for him. She does not seem opposed to the match." Grey eyed her. "Has my sister confided this to you?" "If she has, my lord, it is her confidence to share." His lips tightened at her soft rejoinder, but he did not press further. "Walk with me," he said. It was not a harsh command, but it was not a request either. Her gaze slanted to the open stable door. She would likely not have another opportunity to send word to Langlevitt before Wednesday's dinner. She'd risk drawing Grey's suspicion too, especially since he was so focused on knowing the identity of her friend. But she didn't have much choice. "I need to speak with Percival for a moment," she said, and hastily added, "regarding an errand for Lady Dinsmore." "I'll wait." Lana made quick work of finding the young Percival, who was mucking out one of the stalls in the back. As always, he was happy to do her tiniest bidding. "Yes, miss," Percival repeated. "I'll go as soon as my chores are done." "Thank you, Percy." Despite feeling a smidge of guilt for taking advantage of his obvious affection for her, Lana flashed her brightest smile as she gave him the directions to Mrs. Blakely's house and handed him the missive. The boy flushed red and bowed halfway. Just before going back outside, Lana composed herself and ran a self-conscious hand to redirect the curls escaping her cap. Grey was waiting as promised, a booted foot resting upon the side of the building, his jacket slung over his shoulder with casual elegance. He looked so utterly desirable that Lana felt a rush of heat pool in the core of her body. She would never understand why the very look of him had such an impact on her. He was attractive, but it wasn't the only thing that drew her. It was the gentleness that lay beneath his topmost layers, the sensitivity she'd glimpsed when he was with his daughter, and the protectiveness that he'd shown when he'd offered to help Lana without knowing the entire truth of Victor or who she really was. Grey seemed to keep people at a distance with his cool, arrogant charm, but with her he was different. He didn't hide behind a facade of indifference. She cleared her throat. "Where would you like to walk, Lord Northridge?" "Anywhere but there," he said with a nod toward the house. They strolled in silence, their feet taking them into the garden. Once inside, they paused to admire the blushing roses in bloom. Grey made no move to converse, and oddly the quiet between them was a comfortable one. Her fingers drew across one velvet petal of a dusky pink rose, and she winced as a sharp thorn caught her on the wrist. "Roses are strange things, aren't they?" she murmured, soothing the scratch. Grey shot her a sidelong glance. "How so?" "That something so lovely can come out of a bush full of so many prickles and thorns." Her gaze swept his. "They are worth the injuries one may have to endure." "Is that supposed to be a metaphor?" "Do you wish it to be?" He cocked his head and with a wry expression replied, "Then the Duke of Bradburn is an entire garden full of thorns." Lana laughed. "Surely not an entire garden, my lord." "Thorns or not, it is a terrible match, although my mother could scarcely contain her delight at having a duchess for a daughter." His lips thinned as they pressed deeper into the arbour and out of view of the house. "The ways of the ton disgust me, coveting fortunes and titles like common whores covet coin." Lana did not react outwardly at Grey's coarse words and bitter tone, though he sent her an apologetic glance. She had heard his whispered confessions one day past when he'd thought her to be his own sister. She knew not being able to claim his own daughter because of her illegitimacy gutted him. How he must have suffered, feeling trapped by his social position. And now he was afraid that his sister had chosen to let herself be swayed by the whims of the ton instead of following her heart. His obvious despair made Lana desperate to comfort him. "You do not mean that," she said gently, her fingers fluttering to his sleeve. Grey froze at the light contact, his eyes flicking to her hand. A muscle jerked in his cheek, and Lana wondered if he felt the same as she did when he looked at her. The inflammatory thought made her tear her fingers away as if she'd been burned, but Gray stalled them mid-flight. The space between them turned electric as his bare hands caressed hers. "But I do." "Gray," she began, and then caught herself. "Why don't you trust me?" She tugged futilely against his hold. "I do." "Then tell me everything." "I have already told you." "What I can," she added silently. His grip tightened. He drew her toward him as if he'd understood the unspoken part of her response. It seemed he could read her in ways no one else could, and she'd always prided herself on not being an open book. She tried to resist, but took the step that made the front of her skirts brush his trousers. "Lord North—" "I like Gray better," he said. "Your mother—" she gasped as his free arm curved around her waist. "Is busy." She craned her neck to see around the tall hedge, the shuttered peaks of Bishop House just visible. "The gardeners will know better than to follow us. Please don't kiss me." The words were her only defense against him, against this hypnotic, mind-drugging power he held over her. Even now, her limbs trembled from the merest graze of his body. His blue eyes held hers, his fingers flexing convulsively at her waist. The truth was, while she was afraid of discovery, she was more afraid of what giving in to Gray would mean. She had already proven herself to be foolhardy where he was concerned. He made her common sense scatter. Gray swallowed, his voice soft. "As you wish." Lana didn't know if it was the simplicity of those 3 words or the yearning buried within them, but something fragmented inside her. She understood the driving force of his desire, his need, because it mirrored hers. He shifted as if to break the loose union of their hands, and of their own volition. Lana's fingers gripped his, stalling him. He tensed as her free hand wandered up to his jaw, smoothing over the stubble-roughened skin and skimming past the underside of his full lower lip. Gray's eyes widened at her bold touch. "It's not what I wish," she confessed in a whisper. "Not truly." With an inarticulate sound, Gray closed the remaining space between them, crushing their joined palms between their bodies. And when he bent to kiss her, Lana reached to meet him halfway. It wasn't the chaste kiss she imagined that he would experience in an arbor with women of his own set. No, it was a kiss to shame all other kisses, hot, sweet, demanding, and wholly consensual. Gray's mouth took hers, his lips savoring every curve, every recess, every line. His tongue delved past her parted lips, finding hers, and she offered it willingly. She rose up onto her toes to deepen the kiss, mimicking his movements, kissing him as ferociously as he was kissing her. He groaned low in his throat, his hand skimming down her sides to cup her buttocks and draw her flush against his aroused length. Lana's body froze at the intimate contact, her eyes going wide at the foreign shock shivering through her. He broke the kiss, but held the apex of their bodies together as his gaze met hers. Gray's eyes continued the work of his tongue, seducing her just as easily as his mouth had. They were dark and dreamy with heat, hinting at the sublime promises of things to come. Her center went liquid with simmering want. Gray released her only when a man's voice pierced through the fog surrounding them. It belonged to one of the footmen. "Lord Northridge?" "Yes, what is it?" he called out, his voice restrained. She could see him gritting his teeth as he strode briskly to meet the footman before the man could come around the corner of a boxwood and see Lana. "I have an urgent letter marked to your attention, my lord," she could hear the servant say. As Gray disappeared around the hedge, she rationalized that the footman, or someone from the main house, must have spied them entering the arbor together. How else would the footman have known to find him here? A chill ran ragged through her, nearly suffocating the heat that had suffused her body over the last handful of minutes. Why was she so weak and impetuous around this man? She was normally so cautious and pragmatic, and here she was alone in the arbor with Lord Northridge. Should they be seen together, it would spark gossip.
Lana shuddered at the thought of any such gossip reaching the housekeeper. Mrs. Frommer would not be forgiving if she were made to look the fool in front of Lady Dinsmore. Nor would Lana expect Lady Dinsmore to take it well that her precious son was gallivanting with the servants. And with Zakorov so close, Lana could not chance losing her position or drawing undue attention to herself. Grey returned a few moments later with an unfolded letter in hand. His face was ashen as his eyes skipped over the writing. "What is it?" Lana asked, hurrying to his side and immediately forgetting her own worries. She half expected him to fold the letter and insist she not concern herself. But Grey surprised her. "It's from the Coopers." His voice broke mid-sentence. "Sophia is ill." Chapter 12. "Must you return to Essex right at this moment, Graham? We have been invited to the Hillensbury ball tomorrow, and Lady Cordelia was so looking forward to seeing you." Grey eyed his mother, curbing his frustration as best he could. She wasn't to be blamed for not knowing or understanding just how swiftly he needed to return to Ferndale and the village of Breckenham. Lady Dinsmore's displeasure was evident, but the letter? It had burned his hands when he'd first read it, and in the half-hour since it had smouldered a hole within his breast-pocket. Sophia's simple cold had developed into a fever, and instead of breaking, as the physician had said it would, it had worsened. "Surely you are much too busy with Bryn's pending nuptials to be concerned with mine," he replied, his nerves snapping with impatience to be gone. "A mother's job is never done," she said, with an emphatic wave to where Bryn sat in the front parlour, sipping her tea. "And I have 2 children, not 1, who would blame me to want to see both happily wed." His eyes slid to his sister's maid standing quietly in the corner of the room. Lana wasn't looking at him, but at the carpet at her feet. "I am not interested in Cordelia Vandermeer or any other simpering debutante on parade this season. I shall go to Ferndale and return with all haste." So long as Sophia recovered without complication, he could not allow himself to think otherwise and expect to maintain his composure, or at least the facade of it. It was all such a facade, and it weighed heavier than ever right then. Lady Dinsmore shook her head, muttering to herself. "I fail to see how a foaling requires your urgent presence. Surely the stable-master is capable and can do his job." "I asked to be summoned," he said, cringing inwardly at the white lie. One of the mares was indeed to foal in a few weeks, though no such request for Grey's presence had been made. However, he'd needed an excuse to go back to Essex, and this one was as good as any. Lady Dinsmore sighed and capitulated. "If you must, perhaps this is a blessing in disguise. There is a pair of silk gloves that will be perfect for Briannon's engagement ball in my armoire, along with some lace I have been saving for a special occasion such as this one." Grey's eyes narrowed at the thought of rifling through his mother's possessions. "Anything else? Gowns you may have forgotten? Slippers?" She levelled him with an unimpressed glare. "No need to take that tone. I had planned to ride Pharaoh," he replied, thinking only of how quickly he could arrive in Essex. "But now it seems I shall have to take the carriage." He could not stuff boxes of lace and silk into his saddle-bags and expect them to weather a ride back to London. "Of course you will," his mother said. She then brightened. "Take Lana with you. She knows well the lace I am speaking about. Briannon's undermaid shall perform her duties until your return." Again Grey's eyes went to Lana, and he knew he was not the only one struck by the surprise of his mother's suggestion. Her gaze had peeled free of the carpet, and now fairly goggled between Lady Dinsmore and himself. "Oh, but I could not, my lady," she said. "This is much too important of a week for Lady Briannon, and Mrs. Frommer needs my help. Yes, it is, far too important to be falling ill. You were dismissed this morning for not feeling well, were you not?" Lady Dinsmore shook her head. "And Mrs. Frommer will have more than enough help. I insist upon it." Lana's lips remained parted with shock, and for the briefest moment Grey imagined the things he could do to them, and with them. He felt a dangerous stirring low in his stomach, the very kind of stirring he fought so rigidly to stamp out every morning with vigorous horse rides and cold baths. "Yes, my lady, but I cannot see around it, Lana. Briannon's health is far too precarious as it stands. A day or two should put you to rights." "Mamma, please, my health is not precarious," Bryn groaned as she settled her teacup in its saucer. But Lady Dinsmore waved her hand and stopped her from insisting she was perfectly well. "No, I won't hear another word of argument. Lana, ready your things, and don't forget the silk gloves, the ones with the abalone cuff buttons, dear, not the pearls." Lana managed to hinge her jaw shut and nod obediently, though Gray's pulse continued to thud at the thought of a lengthy confined carriage ride with her. He could barely restrain himself in open quarters where she was concerned, and he had no doubt that such a prospect would be a special kind of purgatory. In the arbour, Lana had responded to him. She had been the one to initiate the kiss. Something had shifted between them, he realized. Something subtle and infinitely hazardous. It was nearly mid-afternoon. Leaving now meant they would arrive in Essex well after nightfall. Once he arrived, he would make his way directly to Sir Cooper's home, and damn the late arrival. But that left over 6 hours in the carriage with Lana. 6 protracted hours to endure, and to do with as he wished. His mind gorged itself on the possibilities, making his groin clench even as he forced his depraved thoughts at bay. He would be a gentleman, he vowed. He would have to, for her sake and his. Gray squared his shoulders, and his eyes met the maid's clear green ones for a scant second. "Fine. We leave within the hour." Lana took the stairs to a small room, tucked high in the eaves of Bishop House. Her ears had not stopped ringing since Lady Dinsmore had announced the order for Lana to travel with Gray to Essex. Lace gloves. She was being sent off, practically in the arms of her seducer, to fetch a pair of lace gloves. It was absurd, and yet it was her own fault. She had claimed feeling faint, and of course Lady Dinsmore would not want to risk Bryn's health during such an important week. She rubbed her forehead as she hurried along the warm, slightly claustrophobic attic corridor toward her room. They wouldn't be entirely alone at Ferndale, what with a skeleton staff left to oversee the house and grounds during the London season. However, there would not be nearly as many eyes upon them there as there were here. Then again, his daughter was ill. The prospect of being alone with Lana was most likely the last thing on his mind right now. It should be the last thing on her mind as well. The more she thought of him, it seemed, the less control she had over her own desires. Lana opened the door to her room, trying to push the kiss in the arbour out of her mind, and came to an abrupt halt. She stared, open-mouthed, as Mrs. Frommer straightened her back, having been stooped over Lana's bed. Lana's valises, the ones she'd taken with her the night she'd fled Volkonsky Palace, lay open, the contents of both in a scattered mess. "What are you doing?" Lana whispered, her throat bound in a knot of dread. Copies of her uncle's coded love letters, the originals still with Lord Langlevitt, were among her exposed belongings, as was the miniature painted portrait of her family, a few articles of clothing, and all that was left of her mother's jewels, a stunning diamond bracelet worth more than 5 times Lana's yearly earnings. She had slowly pawned the rest of her mother's jewellery over the last many months, accumulating a small fortune of British pounds and sterling, of which all was divided up and hidden within her room. While she knew Lord Langlevitt and his mother would do anything to help her, she also did not want to be naive. There could very well come a time when she had no one to depend upon. Should that day come to pass, Lana would need immediate funds. A large portion of her savings was divided and sewn inside the silk lining in both of her valises, right underneath Mrs. Frommer's nose. Mrs. Frommer snatched the diamond bracelet from the bed and held it aloft for Lana to see. "Proving my suspicions correct, Miss Volchek. What is a lady's maid doing with such valuable jewels hidden among her things?" Lana entered her room fully and closed the door behind her, not wanting the housekeeper's voice to carry, or her own. "And by whose authority do you
dare enter my room and search my possessions?" she asked, her temper flaring alongside her dread, each one urging the other on. Mrs. Frommer came out from behind the bed, toward Lana, the bracelet still raised and on display in her hand. "My own authority, as I am housekeeper here, and in charge of maintaining a decent and moral staff of employees for this household. Now answer me, where did you get this?" Lana did not shift her stare from Mrs. Frommer's in order to view the bracelet, gleaming in her upheld fist. She could not believe the woman had let herself into this room and gone snooping. "I don't recognize these as one of her ladyship's pieces. Did you take this bracelet from Countess Langlevitt before you left employment there?" The housekeeper spat, her voice rising. "Of course not," Lana reacted, both insulted and shocked that the woman would accuse her of thievery. Mrs. Frommer lifted her chin, bearing down on Lana with a cold gaze. "Then perhaps they were a gift for a job well done, from a certain lord?" She scoffed as Lana's cheeks blazed red. "I know exactly what sort of a girl you are, Miss Volchek. The kind that goes panting like a dog in heat around the masters, hoping for cast-offs and favours, perhaps even a future set-up in the country as a mistress." Lana's blood boiled just beneath her skin, her heart an unsteady cadence in her chest. This woman was a beast, a horrible lashing snake. Lana intensely wished for the right to fire her from her position, and, better still, the ability to banish her from England. "I hardly require a set-up in the country, Mrs. Frommer," she said through a tight jaw. "And those diamonds are a family heirloom, not a trinket from any man of my acquaintance. I demand you give them back to me at once." The housekeeper snorted her amusement and disbelief, her fingers still curled around the bracelet. "There you go again, putting on airs, pretending to be the lady of the manor. Do you expect me to believe such poppycock? If these are a family heirloom, you wouldn't need employment here, and you will not have employment here if I ever catch you dallying with Lord Northridge again." She stepped forward, practically lunging at Lana. "Make no mistake, Miss Volchek. Lady Briannon's fondness for you is the only thing protecting you from your immediate dismissal, and with no references. How far would you get? Without my goodwill, you'd be on your back, whoring for coin in Covent Garden." Lana gasped at the vile words, but she held her tongue. If she opened her trembling mouth, she could not be certain of what would emerge. And she had to be calm. She had to be smart, not like the last time the housekeeper had accused her of trying to seduce Gray. Mrs. Frommer's eyes glittered with malice, as if also recalling their conversation in the sewing-room. "You think you are the first girl in this household to turn the eye of Lord Northridge? You're a fool if you think his lordship can secure you anything at all. I'll see you out on your ear before that happens." Flinching at the threat, Lana's temple pulsed, her patience nearing its limit. She gritted her teeth and held out her hand. "My property, Mrs. Frommer. Now!" The woman's thin nostrils flared, her upper lip pulling into a sneer. She leaned closer and hissed, "You have no property here. You are nothing." She walked swiftly by Lana, brushing against her shoulder. "These I will keep. One misstep, and I will turn them over to Lady Dinsmore. I highly doubt she will believe your story either. Once you are accused of thievery, you will find no estate in the whole of England willing to take you on." Mrs. Frommer slammed the door behind her as she left. Lana's skin prickled with unspent energy. The woman had not just stolen from her, but threatened her as well. Lady Dinsmore would dismiss Lana in a flash if her trusted housekeeper brought her those diamonds. She knew how it appeared, a servant in possession of such fine jewellery, and if her hidden money was also found, oh Lord, one would only have to put two and two together, and she would have no believable defence, not for a mere maid. Her cover was thin enough as it was. No genteel woman fallen on hard times would have such a fortune at her disposal. She wouldn't be able to send word to Langlevitt, and without him to vouch for her in the short term, she would be carted off to Newgate. Once there, it would be easy for a powerful man such as her uncle to silence her for good. Even Gray would not be able to help her then. Or Irina. With shaking hands, Lana started to collect her things and stuff them into her valises, remembering then that she was supposed to be packing for her trip to Essex, with Gray. Once Mrs. Frommer learned of that, no doubt it would add fuel to the fire, placing her in even more jeopardy. But it seemed that the bracelet had bought her some goodwill. It was a small price to pay for Mrs. Frommer's silence, but who knew how long that would last? Lana's safety, and Irina's, now hinged on the housekeeper's capricious humour. It was her own fault. Curse her infernal pride. She should have done whatever was necessary to gain Mrs. Frommer's trust, and now it was far too late. Lana closed her eyes, feeling trapped. Chapter 13. The roads leading out of London and into the countryside, whether one's carriage was headed south to Sussex or Surrey, west to Hampshire, Devon or Cornwall, or far north to Derbyshire or Yorkshire, were well known as narrow, rutted, and generally painful to travel. After nearly an hour of lurching and jolting along the dirt road that led directly northeast, toward their country seat nestled in the heart of Essex, Gray was quite certain he could have gotten out and run on foot to Ferndale faster than this god-forsaken carriage was managing, and with less exhaustion as well. His knee would not quit jumping, and his muscles were tight with intolerance for his stationary position upon the forward-facing bench within the carriage. His daughter was ill, for Christ's sake. He should already have been at her side, not riding at a snail's pace to reach her. Not even the beautiful woman sitting opposite him could detract from his restlessness. If anything, she added to it. Lana had barely spoken a single word since departing Bishop House. As lady's maid, she should have been seated up front with the driver. However, Lady Dinsmore had insisted she break from position and ride inside the warm carriage, to avoid catching a chill and worsening whatever ailed her. For that, Gray cursed and thanked his mother in the same breath. Lana had deigned to remove her bonnet and gloves for the long journey, but otherwise sat primly, her back ramrod stiff. She'd seated herself on the backward-facing bench seat, garbed in the plainly cut dress and cloak common to a woman of her position, and had insisted on staring out the window ever since. Not that she could manage to appear plain, even in such practical clothing. There was a graceful délicatesse to her, one that lived deep within. Gray saw it in the way she held her chin high and looked down the slope of her pert nose at the passing countryside. A cool, almost untouchable reserve had settled over her features, one that looked entirely at home. It was as though the attentive, subservient expression she wore while tending to Bryn were the mask instead. The contradiction drove him to distraction, and perhaps, given the current situation, that was not a bad thing. If he had to endure 5 more hours in this carriage with nothing to think about than little Sophia, feverish in a bed far away, he would go insane. He needed such a diversion badly right now. But the freedom Lana had felt earlier, to speak plainly as they'd walked through the arbour, had been left behind in town. The passion and desire she'd shown him as they had kissed had dried up as well. Instead, as their driver had taken them from the crowded, bustling city streets, Lana had seemed to be practically sinking backward into the squabs, avoiding him. No more. "Are you truly unwell, as my mother said?" He should have asked sooner. These roads were not easy on the hale and hearty, let alone those who were ailing. Perhaps that was why she had grown silent, yet he knew deep down that was not it. Lana stopped gazing out the window, but she did not look directly at him. "No, I'm afraid it was only an excuse to be granted a dismissal from Madame Despin's visit earlier." "Why?" he asked, crossing one leg over the other to try to cease fidgeting. Her attention sprang at him like a cat onto a windowsill. "Have you heard about the dinner Lady Dinsmore is hosting 2 evenings from now?" Gray had not. His mother's failure to inform him could mean only one thing. There would be no marriageable ladies in attendance. He shook his head. Lana's eyes fell to the harsh clamp of her fingers in her lap. "Viktor Zakharov is attending." He sat forward, his crossed leg coming down hard onto the floor. "Are you certain?" At Lana's jerky nod, Gray swore under his breath and shifted even closer to the edge of the bench. He wanted to stand and pace, but he was stuck in this cramped box. How the bloody hell had Zakharov secured an invitation to Bishop House? His father hosted dignitaries and men from the House of Lords from time to time, like Helmford Monty, but the timing was too coincidental. Perhaps the Russian had not dismissed Gray's comment about having a maid from Moscow on staff after all. He closed his eyes and berated himself for having been so free with his words. "I'll be there," he said, his fingers flexing and releasing. "Whatever conversation he attempts to begin regarding the princesses will be smothered, and you will stay tucked away below stairs, out of his sight." The warnings Langlevitt had given Gray regarding Zakharov had not faded. Men who cross Zakharov have a propensity to disappear. Do not underestimate him, no matter your intentions. Clearly this Russian was a dangerous man. Lana nodded but was still strangling her fingers. He slid forward until his knees were nearly touching hers. "Lana," he began. She stilled, as if sensing what he was about to say. "Tell me where the princesses are. If they are in trouble, in danger of being rooted out by this Zakharov fellow, then they will require adequate protection." Her mouth remained sealed, her eyes drifting back to the window. "They are being protected." He sat taller. "By this friend of yours, the peer." Her lashes flitted a bit, but she didn't face him, nor did she answer. Gray rubbed his jaw. The bristle his valet, Harrison, had taken a straight razor too early that morning, starting to return. The woman was a fortress. How to breach her walls? The question had both his mind and his loins kicking into gear. He was alone with her, hours of privacy stretching before them. Should he decide to risk it, he knew that she would allow his advances. She had welcomed his kisses in the arbour, and when she'd felt the evidence of his arousal pressing against her, she had been shocked, but not horrified, not disgusted. Had the footman bearing the letter from Sir Cooper not interrupted them, what more would she have allowed? Gray craved her willing body in his arms, but he also wanted answers. He wanted to know what she hid from him, and he knew that it was more than just the princess's whereabouts and the unsupported claim that their father had evidence of Zakharov's own traitorous activities. "The letters you spoke of," he said, trying another tactic. "The correspondences that require ciphering. You said you don't have them. Do the princesses?" She shook her head. He considered the tempered response an encouraging victory. "Where are they, then?" Lana finally turned to face him. When she spoke, her voice shook. "I am sorry, but the more you know, the more danger you face." It sounded similar to what Langlevitt had said. Langlevitt. Gray took a measured breath. His time in the Royal Army might have afforded him the ability to cipher code. Langlevitt, whose mother had recommended her to Lady Dinsmore in the first place. Gray had already discarded the possibility once before, but what if Langlevitt did serve the princesses and Lana because of his ties to the War Office? Could he be Lana's ally of means? He would not get any confirmation from Langlevitt himself. His only option was to source it from Lana, and here was the perfect opportunity. His gaze slid to the woman seated primly across from him. She thought she was protecting him by not divulging what she knew, and her conviction made him feel an odd sense of admiration. He knew several men of his acquaintance who did not have the same force of will and courage as she. It was a noble quality, if unwarranted in this case. He set his jaw. He'd do whatever was necessary to get her to confide in him. A small part of him acknowledged that if Langlevitt were Lana's ally of means, he was far better suited to assisting her than Gray. After all, he was a highly decorated military man and an earl. Gray didn't stop to consider that his interest in Lana's affairs was bordering on obsession, or the why of it. He only knew that he wanted her to trust him, fully and not conditionally, as she'd done out of some misplaced desire to protect him. She was the one who needed protecting. He would begin by exploiting a weakness of hers.
Tell me about your sister." She reacted to the command with a small line of worry creasing her forehead. "What do you wish to know?" Her voice remained cool, and she quickly smoothed her brow, as if she wanted him to know that she could see through his ploy. Gray almost smiled. "What is she like? Is she funny, smart, or is she bratty like mine?" "Lady Briannan is far from bratty, my lord. She knows her own mind, which is a trait most men do not tend to admire in women." He smiled. "Luckily I'm not most men. I like a bit of fire in my women." The compliment was overt, and he was rewarded by a slight flush in her cheeks. "So tell me, is your sister anything like you?" Lana's eyes glinted with amusement then. "No, thank goodness. She's quiet, preferring to read instead of socialize. Then again, she's not yet 15. She is sweet and kind, and always has a thoughtful word for others." Warming to her subject, Lana's entire demeanor changed. The tension melted out of her cheeks, and her eyes sparked with humor. "She loves animals. Our home used to be filled with all manner of creatures she insisted needed good homes. Quite a menagerie at times. I fear my parents may have been a bit overindulgent." "Protective," Gray said. "Sounds like someone I know. Do you miss her?" "Terribly. Perhaps you could visit her. In Cheshire, did you say?" "Cumbria." She jerked her chin up, her hand flying to her mouth. Frustration and self-disgust flashed in her eyes, and Gray felt a sharp sense of accomplishment. He was one step closer than he'd been several minutes before. Lana's face resumed its shuttered expression, and she glared at him with ill-concealed resentment. Cumbria. He knew several peers who had estates there, including Langlevitt. The Earl was becoming a more obvious choice by the second. He didn't know whether to be relieved or worried. Langlevitt's entanglement meant that the princess's situation, and Lana's, was more than grave. After all, he wasn't a peer looking to collect favors with the Russian Tsar, but a man skilled in the art of war. And Lana was caught in the middle of it. A lump of dread settled in Gray's stomach, wrestling with the nervous worry already pooling there from news of Sophia's illness. It was the sole basis for the brusqueness of his next question. "Is your ally Lord Langlevitt?" Her expression betrayed nothing this time. "I do not believe I have to answer that, my lord." "You do." Their gazes clashed in a fierce battle of wills, but Gray did not give 1 inch. She more than met his challenge, and the tension in the coach spiked several notches. Grown men had cowered from the deadly look he knew was upon his face, but she did not. Lana set her jaw and stared down the length of her nose with disdain, as if he and his pernicious demands were beneath her. Despite himself, his admiration for her courage rose, along with a mad desire to take her into his arms and kiss the defiant temper from those trembling lips. "Lana, I only want to help." He realized Langlevitt had likely sworn the same thing, and while his military history and top ranking in the Prince Regent's army would have bolstered Lana's faith and trust, there were also associated risks to only trusting one person with the truth. As an officer, Langlevitt could be called away on some obscure duty for the crown. The man had disappeared time and again in the past, often for months on end. If that came to pass now, Lana would be left unguarded, unprotected. Gray could not abide that. "I do not require your help." Gray did not relent. "Is it Langlevitt?" "I cannot betray such a confidence." In spite of her stony expression, her hands had begun to fidget in her lap. Gray sensed victory within his grasp, but knew she would not fall to his trickery again. He only had one other tool at his disposal, one he had no shame employing. Without breaking eye contact, he lifted himself and settled upon the seat beside her. Apart from the slight flare of her nostrils, she stayed rigid and silent, glowering at him in mutinous defiance, as if she knew exactly what he was planning to do. He closed the distance between them, noting the shift in her breathing and the rapid rise and fall of her chest. She was not immune to him, he knew, and neither was he to her, if his stampeding pulse and the hardness of his groin were any signal.
A warning brewed in those transparent eyes of hers, fraught with anger, fright, and desire. She sank her teeth into her bottom lip, and Grey nearly lost his thin hold on his composure then and there. He pressed forward until mere inches separated them. Lana sighed theatrically and leaned back. He had to commend her change in tactic. "Must you be so high-handed? May I remind you that your seat is over there, Lord Northridge?" "I like this one." He hid his smile. Her tells were becoming more obvious. She addressed him properly and with scholarly diction when she meant to fortify herself. "Then I shall be forced to move." She stood, the skirts of her dress rustling in the carriage, but Grey reached out a quick hand, capturing hers. Her intake of breath was swift at the contact of their bare hands. She tugged futilely against his grasp, her eyes falling to the discarded gloves that had slipped from her lap. His thumb stroked the top of her knuckles, his eyes never leaving hers. "Release me," she whispered. "Do you truly wish me to?" "Yes." The pads of his fingers slid around to the soft underside of her wrist, feeling her pulse hammer beneath his touch. "If that's true, then why does your heart gallop so?" Her chin hiked its customary notch before the lie left her lips. "If you have not yet noticed, this god-forsaken road is perilous. I'm simply terrified of falling." Grey grinned, and was just about to release her wrist when the carriage hit a large rut. Lana clutched at his forearm wildly for balance before twisting and toppling right on top of him. The backs of her thighs slammed onto his lap, and Grey groaned, all restraint forgotten as his hands went to her arms to keep her from slipping off. They slid up to her neck and tipped her chin to the side, and then his mouth closed on hers. She didn't pull away. Instead, she twisted her head to meet him more fully. Though the position was awkward, they devoured each other, her deliciously curved backside pressing down on his raging arousal. Grey didn't want it to frighten her, but he could no more control himself than he could his desire to explore every inch of her sinful mouth. His palms wandered the expanse of her throat as she arched against him and moaned. She tasted every bit as good as he remembered. Better, even. Bracing her body with his left arm, his right hand curved around her to caress her breasts through the material before impatiently tugging the bodice down to free them. Grey was grateful that the shades were half closed, although no one would be able to see them while the carriage was in motion anyway. Her position, splayed atop him and exposed as she was both scandalous and scintillatingly arousing. If he grew any harder, the fabric of his trousers wouldn't be able to hold him. It had been ages since he'd lain with a woman. His self-imposed celibacy had been a trial, even without the warmth of a woman's body pressing against his. Now, his fingers roaming possessively over Lana's breasts, and her rounded bottom caressing him with every turn of the carriage wheels, Grey welcomed the sharp-edged torture. He wanted her pert nipples in his mouth, but he didn't want to give up her lips, not just yet. "Grey," she whispered, "we need to stop." Not you have to stop, but we. He loved that she did not claim to be non-compliant, as if she had no part in what was transpiring between them. It obliterated his earlier worry that she was allowing his kisses only because she did not want to risk his wrath should she reject him. No, she craved his touch as much as he did hers. The knowledge emboldened him. Keeping his mouth firmly locked on hers, Grey's hands slipped down her stomach to tug on her skirts, dragging them up, inch by torturous inch. "Not yet, Lana," he whispered. Her body froze above his, her eyes flying open, as if suddenly aware of his hands skimming her stockinged thighs. Grey sucked her lip into his mouth, holding her prisoner with his teeth and with his eyes, his fingers climbing higher. He watched her carefully for a sign, any sign, that she truly wanted him to stop. Her hands curled into the sides of her dress, and as his fingers pushed past her drawers, a soft cry of pleasure rushed into his mouth. Her hips arched into his palm with another desperate sigh. "Grey, shh," he said. "Let me touch you." Her eyes widened as his hand cupped her, and Gray almost spilled himself at the warm, velvety feel of her. She was hot and damp, her dewy skin clinging to his as his center finger moved gently into her core. Lana's head fell back to his shoulder. Gray shifted his body slightly so that he could claim her lips once more, his tongue imitating the indecent movements of his finger. Her hips pushed upward, rocking against him with instinctual need. He adored how responsive she was, holding back nothing. "Please," she moaned. Gray did not know what she was asking for, but he would give it to her. Even if the wild rocking of her bottom against his erection caused him to burst in his trousers, he would pleasure her. "Soon, love." He continued to stroke her, his thumb pressing against the small nub at her entrance. And then her body went still, a stifled cry escaping her lips as she found her release. Gray kissed her, smiling with pure satisfaction at the bemused look on her face. He straightened her skirts and took her lips in one more leisurely kiss before adjusting her to the seat beside him. He drew an aching breath into his lungs. His own arousal had not abated, but Gray did not care. He kissed the side of her jaw and caressed her arm. He couldn't stop himself from touching her. "Please stop," Lana whispered, turning her head away and dragging her dress up over her bared breasts. He frowned at her mortified tone. A bright flush suffused the skin of her nape. "Lana?" "Please, Lord Northridge, I must ask you to move away." "Move away?" Gray turned her shoulders to face him. The aloof, unreadable set of her features threw him. She'd lost herself to him moments before, and yet now her incurious expression was as impassive as that of a seasoned dowager. He hadn't misread the signs. She'd permitted his touch. She had wanted his touch. He moved to take her hand, but she pulled it away. I need a moment," she said, and without looking at him rapped on the side of the carriage. "Colton, please stop. I need some air." She reached for the carriage door before the conveyance had even come to a complete halt. "Lana, wait!" Gray snapped, afraid she'd shove the door wide and topple out. He reached for her again, but like before she recoiled. "Don't. We shouldn't have." But by then the footman had opened the door himself. Lana sealed her lips and quickly descended into a wooded lane. She disappeared beyond the tree line. As soon as he could be certain his arousal would not precede him out of the carriage, Gray took his leave as well. His eyes stayed on the trees as he leaned against the coach. He was such a fool. In the heat of the moment, he kept forgetting who Lana was, a lady's maid, and one who did not aim to dally with the lords of the manor. Not that he was one of those lords. At least, he had not thought he was. But Lana was so unlike any woman he had ever met. It was in the way she spoke and the way she carried herself. Perhaps working in the employ of royalty back in St. Petersburg had rubbed off, because, in truth, he had to remind himself of the imparity between them. Regardless of her unguarded response, Gray also suspected she was a virgin. The look of shocked surprise on her face when his hand had coaxed her over the edge hadn't been artifice, nor had her embarrassment moments before. No man had touched her as he had. The thought pleased him, even though it shouldn't have. There was no future for them, no way for him to do right by her, and if he took her innocence, she would have no future either. She should expect to marry one day and have a respectable place in a respectable household. Respectability. He was consumed by its polar and ignominious opposite. It was the last thing he could offer her. Gray sighed, scrubbing a hand across his face. The woman made him want unreasonable things, the same way his daughter made him want unreasonable things. He wanted desperately too many things he could not have. Lana's body, her trust, her affection. He wanted her to look at him as she did when she spoke of her sister, to hold him in such esteem. But he was bound to his station and his duty, and Lana was bound to hers. After a few moments she returned, every strand of hair tucked into place and her face serenely composed, as if nothing untoward had happened. Her swollen lips were the only things that hinted otherwise. She did not look at him, and Gray frowned, keenly conscious of the unsatisfied ache between his legs. He'd also lost any hope of getting Lana to trip up and admit who her ally was. But if he were being honest, he'd forgotten his motives entirely the moment Lana had landed in his lap. Hell, he would ride a while with Colton and take the air himself. Lord knew he needed it. Chapter 14. Gray stayed with Colton for the rest of the journey, and for that Lana was grateful, despite recalling every single moment in excruciating detail over and over. She was in a far calmer state by the time they arrived in Essex past nightfall. She had convinced herself that her moment of lunacy, of pure idiocy, had been nothing but a mistake, a ridiculous, foolish mistake, one that she would never repeat, and she could only do that by staying as far away from Lord Northridge as possible. Lana had no illusions that she'd been seduced by a master, but she also knew that she could have stopped Gray at any time. She hadn't wanted to. She never wanted to where he was concerned. The man made her daft, and she feared she'd offer up her innocence without a qualm in the world if he ever touched her that way again. A rush of heat flooded her thighs at the scandalous memory of where his fingers had been, and her breath caught on a silent tremor. It had felt too delicious for words. Her soul had splintered apart and then smashed back together at the exact point where his hand had pleasured her body. She'd never felt anything like it. The sensations had almost been too much to bear, but Gray had held her so tightly, anchored to him, that she'd felt safe even when she'd fallen apart. Lana blinked. If that was a part of what men and women did in the marriage bed, no wonder her parents' chamber door had been closed more often than it had been open. They'd always been more passionate than most. She blushed fiercely. Her parents had been married. She and Gray were not. They could never hope to be either, at least not in her current circumstances. The social rules were the same across the continent. She was a maid, and he was a lord. Lana shook her head. She was lying to herself. She was a princess dallying with a rake and putting her honor out for the taking. Good heavens, what was she thinking? Marriage was out of the question. She'd be lucky to make it out of England alive with Sokorov on the hunt for her and Irina. She needed to put Lord Northridge out of her head and not fill it with foolish fantasies of what could be. No matter which way she looked at it, they were from two different worlds. Furthermore, she told herself firmly, she did not like the man. You'll like him well enough, her inner voice countered slyly. He was nosy and demanding and overly protective, butting into her private life as though he believed he belonged there. Yet you'll like that he does, touching her in ways that weakened her resolve, making you want more. He made her want to trust him. He made her want to give herself over to him. And you do want to, body and soul. Bloody hell, she swore as another unwelcome rush of heat teased her body, and she grinned. Percy and James would be proud of her expanding vocabulary. It thrilled them to teach her words that wouldn't be tolerated in any polite society. The carriage came to a halt, and Lana sat forward. She looked out the window and realized they were not at Ferndale, but in Breckenham. The carriage door opened, and the very man who had been filling her thoughts for the last handful of hours stood within it. She tried to keep her expression one of cool composure, but the tense look upon his face chased away any apprehension she'd had. He was worried for his daughter, of course. "I'm sorry," Gray said in a low voice. "I can't wait until morning to see her. I'll walk to the Coopers from here, and Colton can take you the rest of the way." Walk? Understanding was quick, as Lana realized the lacquered family crest on the coach would be far too noticeable. Unwanted questions might arise, should Lord Northridge be seen visiting Sir Cooper at so late an hour. She shook her head, deciding in an instant. "No, I'll come with you." Gray hesitated, but then reached a hand out to her. She took it and descended to the dirt lane. "Thank you," he said as the carriage started away. "It isn't far." Gray pulled his hat low, and she followed along behind him. She had no idea why she hadn't let Colton take her the remainder of the way to Ferndale. Hadn't she just promised to herself that she would avoid any closer contact with Gray? And yet one glance at his anxious face had her rearing to help. He hadn't said much more to her other than that Sophia was sick, but Lana guessed that he feared the worst. He'd reached into his pocket numerous times in the first part of their journey to reread the letter that had arrived at Bishop House. He'd wanted to be at his daughter's side even then, and so his swift walk down the darkened road toward the softly lit windows of the Cooper's fine house did not surprise her. Lana's legs were warm with exertion when they finally turned into the circular drive and approached the home's front door. Gray brought down the knocker twice and then stood tall, bristling with impatience, and waited. "I am sure she is just fine," Lana whispered, wanting only to reassure him. To soothe the glare of worry he was currently burning into the wood of the door with his eyes. "I do not know what I shall do if she is not," he replied, his voice hoarse and nearly inaudible. Lana touched his hand, but the door opened and she pulled it away. An aging butler stood aside and permitted Gray in without so much as a blink. "This way, my lord," the man said. He shut the door as soon as Lana had stepped into the foyer and immediately led them both up the main staircase to the upper floor. The familiarity and warm welcome so close to a midnight hour struck Lana. They had anticipated Gray's eagerness to see his daughter. The butler led them to a room on the second floor, and with a firm knock upon the door, allowed Gray and Lana entrance. The nursery was lit by a single lamp and a small fire in the hearth. A little bed, half the size of the ones Lana slept in at Bishop House and Ferndale, was in the corner of the room, and underneath a blanket laid a small bundle of blonde curls and pink skin. The child was asleep, her lashes brushing against her over-rosy cheeks. The nursemaid, who had been knitting in a wooden chair beside the bed, stood up quickly, her needles slipping from her fingers as Gray rushed across the room toward her. "Lord Northridge," the young woman said, jumping out of his way. He lowered himself to the edge of the bed, careful not to jounce the mattress and startle the little girl awake. Lana watched, with a breath caught in her throat, as he gently pushed a few curls from Sophia's forehead. His hand shook as he withdrew it. "She is still feverish," he said. "Yes," replied a voice directly behind Lana, and she spun on her heels. A man in shirt-sleeves and breeches entered the nursery. Though he appeared rather rumpled, Lana suspected it was Sir Cooper. Gray stood from the bed. "Thank you for sending word." "Of course. I knew you would want to know, and I was correct in expecting your prompt arrival. A room has been prepared for you in the event you do not wish to open Ferndale for your stay." Sir Cooper's eyes found Lana. They were friendly but curious. No doubt he wondered what a maid was doing here as well. "Sir Cooper, this is Miss Lana Volchek, my sister's lady's maid. She is here on an errand for my mother." Lana curtsied, and Sir Cooper nodded in greeting. If he was surprised that Gray had allowed his deepest secret to be known by a maid, he did not show it. "How long has she been feverish?" Gray asked, taking his seat on Sophia's bedside again. "Has the physician been here today?" Lana saw that the little girl's forehead was dry, her cheeks flushed in comparison to the creamy lids of her closed eyes. A basin and a pitcher of water had been set up on a table, along with a stack of linens. Lana moved toward the table, removing her cloak and draping it over the arm of a rocking chair along the way. 4 days, Sir Cooper answered. "And yes, Dr. Jensen has been checking in on her regularly. He thought the fever would break by now." Lana poured lukewarm water into the basin and took a cloth from the stack. She wet it thoroughly and wrung it out before crossing to the bed and perching herself near the bedpost, next to Sophia's pillow. "Here," she said, folding the cloth and placing it upon the girl's forehead. She looked to the maid standing out of the way, her knitting now tucked into a basket. "Can you fetch some cold water from the kitchen?" The nursemaids my mamma always kept on staff folded damp towels and laid them on my head when I had a fever, and the cook would send up yarrow and peppermint tea from the kitchens. Sophia could sip some when she wakes."
Lana removed the now hot compress over the child's tiny forehead before lifting her eyes to Grey. He was staring at her, his brows furrowed. "Your nursemaid's on staff, and tea from the kitchens?" he echoed. It was then she realized her mistake.
"Yes, well, we did have a large home when Papa was alive, and, well—"
Before she could stammer another senseless word, Sir Cooper interjected. "Both excellent ideas. Becky, can you see that fresh linens and cold water are sent up and the tea is prepared?" The nursemaid bobbed and darted from the room. Lana avoided looking at Grey, instead staring at Sophia's sleeping figure. She was a beautiful little thing, with round cheeks made for kissing, and an upturned nose that index fingers everywhere would itch to tap lovingly. "Has there been anyone else in town with a fever like this?" Grey asked. Sir Cooper shook his head. "Not that Dr. Jensen is aware of. We have not been quarantined for yellow fever or the like, if that is what you are fearful of." Lana brushed the backs of her knuckles against Sophia's rosy brow, frowning at the heat of the child's skin. Grey covered her hand with his. "Nevertheless, she could be contagious. Perhaps you should wait in the kitchens." Lana took the compress and stood, but went to the pitcher and basin instead.
"I will stay, my lord."
And then, with a care for Sir Cooper, still looking on, added,
"If I may."
Neither Grey nor Sir Cooper argued, and she returned to the bed and placed the cloth on the child's forehead. Perhaps not with enough gentleness, however. The little girl's lashes fluttered, and she made a wakeful noise in her throat. Lana saw Grey's whole body tense as Sophia opened her eyes.
"Norrie?"
she said, her voice scratchy. Lana's heart swelled at the nickname for Lord Northridge, but she covered her smile by busying herself with pouring a glass of water. "Hello, sunshine," Grey replied. "I heard you were feeling low and thought I might pay you a visit." Again Lana's heart thudded with emotion. He didn't speak to Sophia with the saccharine tone so many adults took when addressing children. He spoke to her as easily as he would to any other person. Except Lana heard something in his voice that she hadn't before. It was so strange to hear something she had never even noticed was missing. Joy. There was a lightness and joy in each word Grey spoke to Sophia.
"Did you bring flowers?"
She mumbled her words, still half asleep. He laughed, and as Lana returned with the glass of water, she could no longer suppress her grin. He looked so pleased, so content, sitting there holding Sophia's small hand. "Whatever was I thinking? I have no flowers for you tonight, but I will bring the largest, most beautiful bouquet I can hunt down tomorrow. Are daisies still your favourite?" Sophia nodded, her head nearly engulfed within the feather pillow, and smiled bashfully at her admirer. "Good then," Grey said, his attention lifting to Lana. He gathered a breath, and Lana heard it rattle. He was still overwrought with worry. "Sophia, I've brought a new friend," he said, standing up and indicating for Lana to take his place on the bed. "This is Lana." She sat and smiled at the little girl, whose expression had changed from playfully shy to uncertain.
"Hello, Sophia. Are you thirsty?"
Lana helped her sit up and then guided the glass to her lips. "I'll be back in just a bit," Grey said. "Lana is going to sit with you for now." His eyes pinned her with a puzzled look as he added, "It seems she has had experience with scores of nursemaids in the past." Lana broke from his thoughtful stare and concentrated on Sophia, who had gulped half the glass of water. Curse her loose tongue. First he'd somehow determined Langlevitt was her friend within the peerage, then he'd wheedled the truth about her Rena hiding in Cumbria out of her. And now Lana had gone and blurted out yet another secret, this one perhaps the most damaging. She was supposed to be from a modest, genteel family, and such families did not employ entire staffs of nursemaids and cooks. Sophia finished her water, and Lana tucked her back in, glad she did not have to meet Grey's eyes again. She had to think of an excuse.
Perhaps her nursemaids had been aunts or family friends, her cook a helpful neighbour? She smiled at Sophia and waited for Gray and Sir Cooper to leave the bedroom before slumping her shoulders in defeat. She had known this charade would be difficult to pull off. She'd expected complications to arise. However, she'd never expected that complication to take the form of a man, one that she could not resist, one she could not have. Even if Victor and her uncle were captured and things went back to normal, Gray would never leave his family. He would not leave his daughter here in Breckenham, or take himself so far away that he would never be able to see her, play with her, or tend to her when she was ill. Lana would return to St. Petersburg, and Gray would stay here where he belonged. She would not make him choose. And if Gray knew the truth, he would insert himself even deeper into this trouble with Zakharov, putting himself at risk. If anything were to happen to him because of her, she would never forgive herself. He needed to be here for his daughter. Lana checked the compress and received a slight grin from Sophia. This little girl, whether she knew him as Norrie or as father, needed Gray too. Lana would not allow him to risk his own safety. As soon as she returned to London, she would quit her desperate hiding. Lord Langlevitt was supposed to be meeting with someone who might be able to cipher the coded letters, but if that did not turn out as expected, there had to be something else Lana could use. Some other evidence. Perhaps in Victor's rooms in London, wherever he was staying. Zakharov certainly would not expect her to seek him out, which meant he might not attempt to hide anything incriminating. Lana knew it was far-fetched and undoubtedly dangerous, but what else could she do? Continuing on as Bryn's lady's maid was just as dangerous. Gray would attempt to seduce her again, and she knew she would not be able to resist. She'd be ruined. She'd be a doxy at worst, or Gray's mistress at best. Neither was good enough, not for Princess Svetlanka Volkonsky. "Rest now. You'll be just fine, Princess," she whispered to Sophia, whose lids had started to grow heavy again. "You'll be just fine, Princess," Lana repeated to herself. And she would be. Chapter 15. Gray studied his valet's handiwork with an approving grunt. Following his return from Essex, Harrison had trimmed Gray's hair and shaved several days' worth of stubble. He looked more human than he had an hour ago. After the last 2 grueling days at Sophia's bedside in Breckenham, he'd looked worse than a sailor coming off a week of drinking and whoring on the wharves. Not that he'd had any of the latter, but he'd polished off the better part of a bottle of whiskey while waiting and praying for Sophia's fever to break. And break it had, partly in thanks to Lana, who had refused to leave the girl's side. Something stirred within Gray as he recalled the muted sounds of Lana's whispered stories and Sophia's rapt, if drowsy, attention, even as the maid convinced her tiny charge to consume enough broth to make her weak body combat the infection. Lana's vigilant ministrations had been the turning point, Gray knew. With such high, intense fevers, if a child did not have the strength to recover, they would often succumb. Even Dr. Jensen had been prepared for the worst, but Lana had simply refused to give up. She had taken turns with Gray sitting at the child's bedside, alternating between using cooling cloths, warm baths, and offering sips of soothing tea. Her stories had brightened Sophia's eyes in those few moments when the fever lessened. "You don't have to be here," he'd told Lana, seeing the shadows of exhaustion congregating beneath her eyes. "You should go to Ferndale and rest." "I want to be here." Her eyes had been unreadable, but something in her voice had tugged at him. Like him, Lana had not slept a wink, but because of her, Sophia was recovering. Gray was more than grateful. He would forever be in her debt. He sighed as Harrison straightened the shoulders of his fitted jacket, the thought of Lana all-consuming. It wasn't like before. Born solely of attraction and lust, something had evolved between them, something he wasn't sure he fully understood. Seeing her tenderness with Sophia had made him yearn for something he couldn't quite articulate, even in the privacy of his own mind. He'd felt the grasping need for his daughter and a home where she would be safe and loved. The Coopers were a loving family of means, but Grey still wanted more for her. He wanted a world where he could take care of her himself. But without a wife, that was a foolish dream. And no matter how loving she'd been towards Sophia, Lana was far from an appropriate candidate. Still, the image of her tending to a slightly older Sophia, Lana's own belly round with his child, wreaked havoc with Grey's senses. Impossible. It was not something even the most liberal of the ton would accept. Grey chuckled humorlessly, as if he cared a whit what any of those asinine highbrows thought. But the shame it would bring to his mother and his sister, who had only just secured her own engagement, was another matter entirely. Not to mention the fact that both he and Lana would become outcasts, and if he claimed her, Sophia as well. The situation was untenable. Even if he did marry according to his station, no young debutante would want to be saddled with another woman's child. No, despite his desires, a life with the Coopers was the best thing for Sophia, and for him. "Thank you, Harrison," Grey said, pinching the bridge of his nose with his thumb and forefinger. He hadn't quite recovered from the lack of sleep. "Please inform my father that I will be down shortly." "Of course, my lord." Bishop House was bustling, preparations for his father's dinner well under way, and their guests would be arriving at any moment. He needed a few minutes to clear his head. Viktor Zakharov would be in attendance, and Grey wanted all his wits about him. Perhaps he'd be able to suss out more of the truth about the two missing princesses, and figure a way to keep Lana safe. He frowned, thinking of her offhand comment about having more than one nursemaid and a cook working in the kitchens. If her parents had been landed gentry, it wasn't out of the realm of possibility that Lana could have been raised with a household staff, though it did seem far-fetched that a modiste of modest fortune would keep an entire staff of nursemaids on hand. And Lana had flushed profusely, as if she had made a terrible gaffe by mentioning it. She was keeping yet another secret, and it bothered him. He could not marry her, but that did not mean he didn't care what happened to her. And that meant keeping her out of the clutches of men like Zakharov. Thankfully, Lana was currently nowhere near the vicinity of Bishop House. She'd left that afternoon with Bryn and Lady Dinsmore. Something about yet another dress fitting for his sister's engagement ball gown. They were supposed to have been back in time for the dinner, but his mother had sent word with Colton that they had run into Lady Cordelia and her mother, Countess Vandermeer, and had accepted a last-minute invitation to a music hall at their home that evening. Grey knew the music hall would entertain the ladies far more than father's dinner, but he did not know if Lana would be joining her mistress and Lady Dinsmore for the evening, or if she had returned home. He'd considered asking Harrison if he knew, but had held his tongue instead. He trusted his valet, but displaying an interest in Lana's whereabouts was not a wise move. Most likely Lana had stayed with Bryn and would be occupied elsewhere while the dinner unfolded. Grey gritted his teeth and made his descent to the dining salon. "Monty!" he called out to the man standing at the foot of the staircase, waving a glass of brandy with emphatic gusto. "Good to see you again. Although I am disappointed it is not at the tables, I'd hoped to give you a chance to recoup some of your losses." Helmford Monty threw back his head and laughed. "I am smart enough to know when to fold, and you Northridge are a dangerous opponent. Perhaps I shall challenge you with dice next time." He turned to a dour-faced man, admiring the paintings along the salon walls a few feet away. "You remember Baron Zakharov?" "Of course," Grey said as the man strode toward them. Everything he knew about Zakharov rankled Grey, but it was his cold, shallow eyes that worried him. They held no empathy, no warmth. Langlevitt was right about this man. He was most certainly capable of terrible things. "Lord Zakharov?" "Lord Northridge," he replied, his rasping whisper free of inflection and just as depthless as his stare. Grey had little doubt that he was in the company of a very dangerous man indeed. "It is an honor to be in your home. Thank you for the invitation." "Thank my father," Grey said. "He hosts these monthly dinners for the House of Lords. Politics, cigars, and horses tend to be the favoured topics of discussion. I trust you will not be too bored. I do enjoy a good cigar on occasion. Gray suppressed a frown, offering only a bland smile in response. Zakharov would not be here without an ulterior motive. He doubted it had to do with Lana, but as he glanced around at the dozen or so guests, there were many powerful English lords and other dignitaries in attendance. He'd stake his title on the fact that Zakharov was here to glean what information he could, or perhaps further assistance to his cause. Gray excused himself and greeted some other men he knew. Though most of the guests were his father's acquaintances, he relaxed when he saw Stephen Kensington, the Earl of Thorndale. Though a few years older than Gray, Thorndale was one of the few men he admired, and even fewer in the circle he called friend. Recently married, to the daughter of a local physician, no less, Gray was surprised but glad to see him here. "Running from the bonds of marriage already, Thorn?" Gray asked, taking a glass of whisky from a passing tray. "Haven't you only been married a week?" 6 months, Thorndale said dryly, "and I could not refuse Dinsmore's invitation a second time." Gray nodded to a nearby footman, who replaced Thorndale's empty glass. He lifted his own in toast. "Well, here's to surviving all those months of being shackled." Thorndale smiled. "I'll be sure to toast you when you are as well chained as the rest of us. I'm surprised that you aren't off the marriage mart by now. Heard there was rumour of an offer for Lady Cordelia. She's a lovely girl." She was lovely, yes, but Gray felt cold at the idea of marrying her. No, he would not make an offer. "I intend to defend my bachelorhood for a while more, thank you." "Tell that to Lady Dinsmore." "Not a chance." Gray grinned, the light humour lessening his agitation over Zakharov. "You look well, Thorn. It appears marriage agrees with you." "It does," he said with a broad smile. There was something more behind it than pure accord. Gray peered at him. "What is it?" Thorndale's smile increased. "I am not supposed to announce anything just yet, but I hardly consider you a gossip." He lowered his voice. "Christine is with child." Gray felt a stab of something like envy lance through him at the unbridled happiness on his friend's face, at his friend's ability to make such an announcement. "Quick work, you old dog," Gray said, clapping Thorndale on the shoulder and swallowing his envy. "Congratulations to you both." "Thank you." Thorndale paused, staring at him as if the longing on Gray's face was visible. "You'll find your match one day, North." "I already have." The thought was ensnaring. Absurd. He'd enumerated all the reasons why Lana could never be his, but, damn it, he wanted her with a force that was unrecognizable. It tore through him like a storm's wind, leaving him battered. Hell, he was already halfway in love with her. This woman he could not have. Thorndale's laugh brought Gray back to attention. "Does she know?" Gray frowned. "Who? The one occupying your thoughts at this very moment?" He considered evading the issue, but knew Thorndale would not press for details. "No. Time is short, my friend," Thorndale said sagely, "and we must seize the days we have. Don't wait too long." Dinner was announced, saving Gray from having to reply, and they made their way into the dining room. The men took their seats. To his disappointment, Gray realized the seating arrangements had not positioned him near Zakharov. Instead, he was stuck at the far end of the table, several places away from the man. "How did your horses do in the last race, Northridge?" Monty asked, as the first course of succulent morels simmered in a delicate white sauce was served. "Not as well as I'd hoped." "Are you going to race them at Chatham?" Gray shrugged. "I haven't decided." And nor did he truly care. He had at one time, but the draw of the races had lost its shine. He could breed the finest thoroughbreds, but he could not control the outcome of each race. That fact used to thrill him. Not any longer. The only way he'd been able to maintain his own rigid restrictions when it came to women was through strict control. Risk introduced weakness. Lana is a risk. Gray set down his spoon and picked up his whiskey.
He had to put the woman out of his mind and concentrate on Zakharov, who was engaging in quiet conversation with one of his neighbours.
"What of this masked marauder tearing through London?"
Grey turned his attention from the Russian and directed it across the table to a doughy old man whose name he could not recall.
"There are rumours that he could be connected to the Duke of Bradburn's murder," the man concluded.
Lord Dinsmore, seated at the head of the table, perked up.
"I certainly believe him capable of it, especially after his attack on Lord Maynard. Shot his horse, the bandit did."
In the seat beside the doughy man, Mr. Armstrong, a well-respected barrister and a friend of Thorndale's, entered the conversation.
"There seems to be a disconnect between killing a horse during a highway robbery and murdering a duke in his own home. I'm not inclined to believe the two crimes were done by the same man."
As a member of the Inns of Court, Armstrong was a level man, a scholar, and as direct as a fist to the teeth. If he questioned a connection between the crimes, Grey leaned toward believing him. With his mind so trained on Zakharov and Lana, Grey had nearly forgotten about the masked bandit, and as horrible as it sounded, the Duke's murder.
"One man or a pair of them, they're bloody blackguards,"
the doughy man insisted, shaking his head.
"My wife is terrified to leave the house for fear of attack. Dinsmore, I heard you'd been questioned by the Bow Street agent. Is it true what I'm hearing, that this inspector is treating every guest at the Duke's dinner as a suspect?" "Bow Street," Grey's father snorted. "Indeed, the offensive man seemed to be sniffing around the possibility that one of us killed Bradburn. Preposterous, as if one of the ton would ever be implicated in such scandal broth. Nonetheless, until the bastard is found and hanged, I've had my groomsmen and drivers take extra precautions. I urge you to do the same." The discussion grew more agitated as the subjects of self-defence and criminal punishment took over, with shouts of "Hear, hear!" ringing across the table. Grey tuned out, focusing his attention on the Russian. Above the hum of conversation, he studied Zakharov surreptitiously as he ate, noticing his precise, stringent movements. Everything he did was completed with calculated precision. The way he cut the meat on his plate, the way he chewed, the rigid way he held himself, as if he were made of stone instead of flesh and bone. "Lord Zakharov," Lord Dinsmore finally said, catching Grey's interest, "Monty tells me you're visiting us from St. Petersburg. Enjoying your stay in London thus far?" Zakharov set down his knife and fork and cleared his throat. "Yes, but I am on official business. I am in pursuit of 2 fugitives." Conversation around the table flattened as Zakharov became the centre of attention. Grey's father's eyes brightened with interest. "Fugitives, you say?" "Yes. Princesses Svetlanka and Irina Volkonsky are wanted for crimes against the Tsar. My intelligence suggests they are here in London." "2 princesses?" One of the men, a member of the House of Lords, Lord Calpin, guffawed, only to earn the scathing heat of Zakharov's glare. The laugh petered out, and Lord Calpin stared at his plate in uncomfortable silence. "Volkonsky? I am familiar with the name," Lord Dinsmore said, tapping his chin. "Do you mean Grand Duke Grigory?" Zakharov nodded. "His daughters. He and his wife died in a carriage accident, if I recall." Lord Dinsmore frowned. "I never met the man myself, but I also recall hearing that Grigory was a friend to both the Tsar and to England. Perhaps you are mistaken on the identity of these women." "I am not," Zakharov snapped, adding a terse and clearly forced, "My lord." Grey leaned back in his chair, his eyes drifting between the downward slant of Zakharov's mouth and his father's offended expression. Dinsmore opened his mouth, likely with the intent of delivering a brutal set-down, but Grey cut him off. "Lord Zakharov is convinced that these 2 women are at the heart of a conspiracy to assassinate the Tsar, which I find rather fascinating. What proof do you have of their complicity?" His deliberately insolent tone made the man's eyes flash. "Letters to the French. How do you know these letters were written by the princesses?" Grey asked.
The letters are stamped with the family seal, Zakharov answered with a flare of his nostrils. And the elder princess was seen in the company of known insurgents. They will, of course, be given the chance to